Hello. I hope you're having a good Thursday-ish. Um, it's just me today, so I don't know how long we're gonna go, but anyone is welcome to come on and participate. I checked the news, not much. Checked Twitter, checked YouTube. Seems like a slow day, and unless there's stuff going on that I don't know about, I haven't really been playing in the streets lately, so I don't know what's going on with the Panelverse. Oh, look who we have. The lovely Lib. Welcome. Are you there?
Sorry, I thought I had my mic on. Did not have my. Ooh, I hear an echo from you.
Oh, shit. All right. I don't know why. Is it still there?
Let me see if it's still there. Oh, no, it's gone.
Okay.
All right.
What's up today?
Well, there's plenty of things that are going on, sort of, I guess, around this time. Apparently, today is Thursday. So apparently, Bibi and Biden are supposed to have a conversation.
Yeah, I saw that. They had the readout for it of the call, but I didn't look through it yet. But it was something about, I glanced at some headlines, and it was something about like they're gonna have to put.
Oh,
in,
have they already released the stuff?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It
I
was
missed
something
that.
about like putting in place stronger protection for civilians if they're going to continue to get aid or something like that. Was the gist of what I got out of it.
Oh,
Future
yeah.
U.S. support depends on
partially
new
because
steps
did you hear about the yeah did you hear about the recent mistake that the IDF made?
Mm-mm. Are you
They
going to try
bombed
to? Are
the
you
world.
trying to suggest that it wasn't a mistake? Is
It
that where this is
is.
going to go?
It would be a very big mistake if it were, and a very clear and obvious mistake. The World Center for, hang on, what's it called? The World Central Kitchen, who are basically the people on the ground who have been doing a lot of the coordinating since day one, and have been working with the IDF. They were hit in a military-controlled deconflicted zone. They had 3 vehicles, and they were struck on a very defined humanitarian convoy. Israel is calling this a misidentification, but they're investigating currently.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm sure there's going to be an investigation, and then we'll get some kind of report.
Well, I mean, there have been tons of investigations that we just haven't been privy
I know
to
you don't.
information
I know
about,
you
so,
don't.
you know.
Like your trust is not dependent on anything objective. So I know that you're not going to trust either way, and your mistrust is
No,
going to cause you
my
to
trust
view
is
anything
dependent
through a certain lens, no matter what. But
on
I'm just
transparency, and there
saying,
isn't any.
for like I guess the rest of the viewers, that there's going to be an investigation and a report. So anything we try to talk about before that just seems pointless.
Yeah, well,
Unless people are trying to use
the
this like
IDF
for
is
propaganda
significantly less.
outside of the investigation. Like, I'm willing to wait for the investigation, but if they say it's a mistake, I'm willing to. It probably is a mistake.
It's a very big one. But
Yeah. So what's like? They're really evil people that are like gleefully. Oh, look, aid worker. Let's get him. Your sense of folk psychology is cartoonish to me. It doesn't match actual people that I interact with, and I think
Wait,
that's my difficulty with.
You don't think that humans can do like really fucked up shit?
I think the amount of those humans and the scale at which they operate is not like it is in your imagination.
I mean,
It's
I'm
not
not
an
making any claims
entire
about scale or
countries of
anything. I don't.
evil
Wait,
supervillains. So, but like
wait,
as an
whoa,
alternative,
hang on, hang on.
all I'm trying to do is imagine as an alternative to
Mhm.
it being a mistake, what else could it be? And I get intentional, I get somebody that's really sadistic or evil or malicious, deliberately wanting to murder Adware. And that sounds so that sounds way more
So,
far-fetched
so
that it was a
I
mistake,
do actually have
which
a
happens
question.
all the time
I
in
do
war.
actually have a question. I do have a question.
All right.
What is your then estimation of, for instance, Russia's military tactics, in which they will use artillery to basically level civilian areas? Like, do you think that, like,
You're asking me
what's
something
the
I know nothing
explanation?
about. I don't have the expertise to give you an answer to that question, and I don't know a lot about Russia's military tactics. But I don't have Russia and Israel like on the same moral axis that it appears you do, and
Well, I
which
mean,
kind
I'm
of
holding them to the
underscores
same
my point.
standards.
You have this
Hang on, whoa,
mistrust
hang on. I'm
of
holding. Hang
Israel.
on.
You
No, no, no,
see
no, no,
them
no.
in
Hang
more of a
on.
negative light than I do.
I hold Israel and I hold Russia to the same standards that I hold every single other country. I like, you claiming that I hold them to a different standard
No, I didn't.
is wrong.
That's not what I said. I said you have them on a different moral axis.
What do you mean moral axis? Like moral standards? Like
Like
I hold them to a higher
you
standard?
see Russia and Israel as morally equivalent, and I see Israel and the U.S. more as equivalent.
I No. Okay, so first off, that's not what I'm doing at any point. I think uh basically every country is morally distinct and they do things that I disagree with in different ways.
Well, I
Um
think you're missing you lost my point. My point was Russia's usually regarded as evil, and I think you see Israel more closer to the kind of evil that Russia is than the kind of benevolent like
uh,
country that the U.S. is. Of course, you see the U.S. as evil too. So you probably see the U.S. and
well,
Russia
no.
as equally like on that same axis too. I forgot that part. The U.S. is probably thrown in
No,
with
I
Russia
don't.
and Israel as bad
Wait, but I
actors.
don't. Wait, hang on. Again, you're putting words into my mouth.
Okay, I made the
You're
assumption when
putting
you were describing
uh-huh.
Russia's military tactics
Mhm,
and
mhm.
as negatively possible to get me to have some negative opinion about them, that you were the assumption underlying that was Russia was a bad actor. That they're using these tactics that are morally
Mhm.
questionable, and that makes them a bad actor, and that Israel also is in that category. And so, of course, you're going to see something that they're claiming is a mistake as something else if you're already inclined to be suspicious of them because you see them more as people see Russia than you do as people see the U.S. But then I remember that you also see the U.S. that way.
But I don't see the US that way.
Well,
In
in the
fact,
past
actually the
conversations
United States,
we've had, you've been very
the
critical and
well, I
black
mean,
pilled on
it
the
depends on
U.S.
it depends on when you're talking about the US, because in basically in the late 21st century, in probably the recent last, like, maybe 15 years, the United States has actually been um, kind of on the forefront of attempting to uh, uh, not do fucked up shit during military operations. Um, we actually are, like, kind of leading the charge on different sort of
I
like
don't.
de-escalation training and rules of engagement.
I just don't care as much what happens during military operations as you do. I don't have such a high moral standard for war as you do. I want them. I'm more.
Yeah, and
I
I mean,
want
like,
them to like
yeah, I
define the
mean, but
military
you're in
objective and
you're in the
achieve it.
same,
I don't care about the
yeah,
like niceties behind
you're in the same, you're in the same sort of like, you're in the same, like, military I think, like, um uh camp of realism as I think, like, free love hippies. Um, like, I think that your
it.
geopolitical prescriptions and, like, your prescriptions about war are just as, like, uh, uh,
I don't have prescriptions about
fucking
them. I'd say
useless.
I don't care about the.
That's prescription.
No,
It is
I don't
absolutely a
care.
prescription about,
I
like,
don't care
the
about
way
the
we
things
should
you care about
interact
in
during
war.
war.
I'm not as sensitive to how
No,
war
I
is
know.
carried out and what happens during a war as you are. Like I'm not
Yeah.
the moral
Yeah,
police
no.
that's going around and
You're the
trying to make
yeah.
sure everybody scores a perfect 100 on executing the most
Yeah,
humane way. I
yeah,
just don't care about
you're
that.
the kind of
It's war.
you're the kind of
Get the
person.
job
Yeah.
done. Defend your country. Defeat your enemy. I don't really care about the like
Yeah. Yeah,
the moral nicety around any
you're
of
very
that.
much living in sort of like the 1950s, 1960s era of geopolitics, which is just like,
Well, what's the current era?
you know,
Because this is my personal,
21st
like, what I
century.
don't care and don't care about, so I don't know that it's tied to a particular era, but in my life, there's been varying degrees of, like, I've met people with varying degrees of concern for war. I've met the anti-war hippie crowd, which was, like, very
Mhm.
popular in the 70s growing up.
Yeah.
I've met your kind of people, but I've,
You
so
don't
I don't know
understand what
about the
my like
era thing.
geopolitics.
Can you just address it as a
Yeah, you don't.
position?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm a geopolitically, I'm a political realist. I look at things in as much of a way as they are, and the reality is that um, people care, especially when you have. So this is mostly a post-Vietnam thing because you have access to like instant media, right? Coverage of events. Um, uh, so people kind of like the average person has a much better understanding of the human costs of war. As a result, war, especially on like a big scale, it just is less likely to happen. States are less likely to engage in it because every time they do engage in it, unless they can get like very strong support, like very strong affirmative support from their population, um, uh, what happens uh, to the Vietnam War happens to them. So do you know how the Vietnam War ended, right? Like you were around for that, so I'm assuming you
Yeah,
do.
I was like, just starting school, but we didn't know, like, I
Yeah.
didn't even
So
know I was around during the Vietnam War. So as a kid, I wasn't conscious of any of it.
yeah. So public support back home in the United States reached a critical boiling point, and that basically forced the United States to withdraw. Similarly to what happened actually in Afghanistan, though Afghanistan was a little bit less of about like uh, being beaten militarily and more about um, us being unable to achieve our goals of nation building. But um,
And welcome, Lanza, by the way.
yeah, and this is the same is true in most sort of like Western liberal democracies. This isn't true in places that have more authoritarian governments like dictatorships. Um, uh, Generally
Okay,
speaking,
let me cut through a lot of this and
sure.
to try to get to something more core. If I don't care about this stuff and you do, are we ever going to be able to have a legitimate conversation about it, or is there any point in trying to have a conversation about it?
So my claim is that you not caring about it is stupid and silly and not what the people who
Yeah, I
have
know.
actual power
Anybody
care
whose
about.
morality doesn't match yours, I know what you think about them, so I already
No,
know
no, 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 no. I think so. This isn't actually even a thing about. This isn't even like a morality thing. Again, I don't morally agree with many of the geopolitical like uh, people who pull the levers.
Well, it
I
sounded
don't
like,
morally agree
because
with many of
when you
those
said
people.
that my position was silly, my moral position was silly and stupid, how much I care about it or not, that sounded like
Yeah.
it was moral.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I mean, it's silly in terms of like its effectiveness. Like you are the
I don't. I'm
geopolitically
not
like
trying
you're
to achieve anything. I just don't care. Like I don't care about football at all. I never think about it. I don't really care about religion, like church and stuff. I never think about that. I just don't
sure, but
care
if you
about
if
it.
you
So
if
I
you were
don't
to
have
if
to
you were
do
to
anything. There's not a goal. I can just keep living my life like I'm doing right
oh
now. I don't
yeah,
have to do anything and still have the same
I may
position.
make a
And
quick
nothing's
joke.
going to change.
You could low key make some money as a Peyton Manning double, or like an Eli Manning double.
I probably you do kind of have that sort of like Peyton Manning face a little bit.
Dude, I thought he won the '97 Super Bowl. I thought he was gonna wear the ring one day. Or wait,
Jeff
no,
is
that was John
secretly-
Elway. Never
This
mind.
stream would be a lot more pimped out if I was Peyton Manning.
Yo, football though, on some real shit.
But the point about sports is Lib's like his whole argument rests on the fact that at some point I'm gonna care or should care or can be made. But if I don't care, then I don't have to do anything. There's no point in
you care enough to have positions on these things. So
I'm just telling you what position is.
That's a minimum amount of caring, and I think that at that minimum amount of caring, people have, I believe,
and it comes from our conversations about war and you bringing up all this. Did you hear about this that happened in war and this that had, and every time and not just you, other people bring that kind of stuff too. And every time I hear it, I'm like, yes, it's war. I know this kind of stuff happens. It's war.
Right.
And it just doesn't interest me. It doesn't rise to the level of something that moves me to care in the
because your understanding of these things is very stuck in
if it was happening outside on the street on my city block, I'd be like, oh my God, this is like a citywide crisis. We need the National Guard. But if it's happening in a war, I just care less about it. It's like
people do. Yeah, I mean, like instead of like ignore war would be a good like little title, or no, not ignore, but no more violins. Like they need to stop making violins. No more
Don't
violins.
do violent wars. Do non-violent wars, like the BLM writers taught us.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
If you think that I'm saying that wars shouldn't be violent, then you're allowed to
have this peculiar standard for warfare that's so to me out of touch with what war actually is.
Yeah. I would encourage you to, if you even give the barest amount of shit about being correct, I would encourage you to maybe talk to some like
correct
people in geopolitics.
On what? According to who? On what?
He's telling you
what I care and don't care about is not a correct or incorrect position.
Yeah, but it was just funny the way that he said it.
So like attitudes toward geopolitics can be I'm saying that attitudes toward geopolitics broadly have changed from what you're talking about. What you are describing is again a older not as modern
well, if they've changed so much, then what are you complaining about?
For instance, right?
Because it's the same stuff that's always happened.
Did you just call him old, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, "What the? Come on, man! Like, what are you talking? Like, you said it like it was in ancient times, bro."
I'm from an era.
I could be wrong.
I mean, like for instance, right? Jeff, do you know what looting is in context of war?
Looting, like when you steal their shit.
Looting.
Yeah, so that would mean that the NASDAQ is at war with like the world, basically.
No, do you think like that? Like looting used to be a very common part of war. In fact, it used to be the primary way in which
this is the point you're missing. This is the point you're missing. This is here. Please hear this one thing.
What am I?
All of that might be true. I don't care. I don't care that looting happens in war. I don't care of the history of if looting was once tolerated and not. It just doesn't interest me. I just
see that's the thing. I'm trying to get you to understand that as time marches on, as we progress, as we move forward, things change and attitudes towards war change. And what I'm saying is your attitude towards war is one that is very rooted in sort of like 70 years ago.
It's not progressive.
Let's just accept that. But like, not.
But I'm just saying, wars themselves look the same, so I can't be the only one with that attitude.
I do accept it.
They do not look the same. You are.
Well, the stuff you're complaining about is the same stuff that's always happened during wars throughout history.
Lib, what do you think the most effective war against not any particular ideas, but like maybe, but like against most people, what do you think the biggest war people face, either electronically, attention-wise? I mean, anything. It could be anything. What do you think you see?
So I'll answer this, but really fast, Jeff.
Yeah, because war is war. I want to hear about war shit now.
It is true that there are some things that occur today in war that have always occurred in war. However, that is not true of every single thing. For instance, there are things that happened.
Like accidentally hitting a truck is not one of those things.
Actually, that is very much so less common in warfare today than it has been
But
basically at any point in human history.
What do you think are some of the ones that people should, be aware of, that you're like, okay, yeah, these ones are pretty obvious and they're literally scientifically provable or anything?
Israel prematurely.
I think that we in modern war, especially Western liberal democracies, have a duty, at least like the zeitgeist is, that they have a duty to not directly target civilians. In fact, there is.
Who cares what you think? They already have codes laid out for this. It doesn't matter what your opinion about it is.
So you're saying, are you talking about threats, or are you talking about things that actually happen? Because I want to say real things that happen.
Also like just when they hit civilians, like, so for instance, right, in Afghanistan,
let's talk about, let's start here though. Let's start here. Things that we know, maybe here, in that way more people could relate to it, other than hearing like a news story. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm saying, like, not just effects in area. Okay, so you're thinking war, it has to do with like whatever's kind of happening. I'm thinking it's more silent.
What do you mean?
Well, there is fifth gen.
I mean, like,
kind of stuff.
At first, the masters picked their slaves, but now the slaves pick their masters, and we don't know that we got played till about 10 years after.
Well, that might be a separate conversation.
Like, it's like secret wars, bro. There's like, it's not just it's not just physical, but I get that.
Getting back to Gaza, like what I think is happening. I think Lib thinks that. I think Israel is taking reasonable care to minimize civilian casualties, and I think Lib thinks that they're taking less care than I think they are, and so the percentage of casualties is higher as a result. And every time I try to imagine the alternative to reasonable care, are they just like recklessly slaughtering civilians for fun? Are they sadistic? What's the psychology of a Western country that wouldn't take reasonable care to minimize civilian casualties? Like, your theory of mind of Israel is so different from mine. I have a hard time tapping into it.
Are you asking what Israel's?
I don't have a theory of mind. I think
Jeff clarify a little bit.
I think the people within who are in the IDF could be people from any country. I think that the things that the IDF are doing are not outside the bounds of what humans have been doing.
Jeff was asking more so like, what do you think the extreme limits are that they would go to?
No, this is good. Where he's going, this is good. We might get there.
I don't think that.
So do you think they're following policy, or are they like? Because I'm sure their policy tells them to minimize casualties. So do you think they're following the policy, or they're deliberately breaking it so that they can have the pleasure of amassing more casualties than they actually would if they followed? But I don't understand this charge of they're not minimizing civilian casualties. That would seem to imply they're going out of their way to make sure there are more casualties than there needs to be. And then I'm trying to understand the psychology of people that would do that.
Yeah. I mean,
brothers and sisters, wars are built on lies.
Wait, hang on. Ask Serbians the same question.
I'm asking you.
Similar things happen.
Or I'm not even asking. I'm trying to identify where I think the conflict, the point of tension or conflict in our conversation is.
Yeah,
I think it's the way we see Israel. I don't see them as these people that are going out of their way to slaughter civilians. I see them as reasonable Westerners, and it seems like I don't know what the alternative that if they are if they are deliberately increasing the civilian count, it's for some kind of perverse motive that I just don't associate with enlightened Westerners. It seems like you don't trust them as much as I do to be enlightened and behave in an enlightened way.
This is you're kind of poisoning the well a little bit with the whole like, oh, I think that they're all like enlightened Westerners. Like enlightened, quote unquote, enlightened Westerners have also done like really fucked up mass casualty civilian events. Serbia in Europe, a democracy, did an ethnic cleansing of Albanians in the 90s.
So that's what you think Israel's doing? You think they're that kind of enlightened?
But do you disagree that Serbia is like?
Is that what you think Israel's
that's
doing?
What happened?
Is that what you think Israel's doing? Is you have a more?
I think every person, every group of people is capable of doing these kinds of.
Yes, and so what? Why would Israel like be more inclined to do it than not?
Because there is currently a significant ethnic tensions between Israel and the Palestinians, who are predominantly Arab within the Gaza Strip, and you can and like this is clear and obvious.
So you think that's going to cause the soldiers to break protocol and go out of their way?
It has in the past. So
you don't trust Israel. You don't trust the IDF. You don't trust. I was right. You don't trust these people. They have policies in place to guard against this, but you don't trust that they're going to be followed.
Hey guys,
because you trust they're motivated
hang on.
by some kind of racial or ethnic animus that's going to drive
Jeff,
them to increase casualties.
I would love for you to please. So you've made the. You make a lot of claims that they have that they have all these policies in place, and I would just like for some affirmative evidence that they do.
Wait, hold on, guys, real quick. Okay, no, seriously though, like what?
You don't think you don't think the IDF has humanitarian protocols in place during wartime? Now, I know for a fact that Israel, the country, they have that board, and I've posted the link to it several times. That independent third-party body and the process that investigates and determines war crimes, et cetera, et cetera.
What's it called?
I don't remember. I posted that.
Hey guys, I don't know what this helps, but I know a person who who was in like North Korean war, and they were like a NASA what do you call them? Like communications. He was in communications and stuff, and in the military. And I think he told me, oh yeah, like I'm not gonna like get into specifics, okay? But he said like because I was trying to get him to tell me like if he knows anything or anything like kind of like along, and he goes like one day he goes, yeah, there was like he told me a story about basically he witnessed like a backdoor deal. He's like, and it was totally illegal. And he like I could tell this dude was disgusted with the fact that it happened. And at that level, dude, if you go and report that shit, like you could actually like, there's some if that helps.
I don't know. I don't know that I followed all of it, but it could be me. But thank you for offering it.
I mean, yeah. The Korean War, for what it's worth, was I mean, so my great uncle took place in it, and before he passed away, I did have some conversations with him about it, and he definitely had some things to say, which is mostly about like. And this is reiterated in the what other sort of veterans of the Korean War have sort of said, is that it was a particularly different war than the wars of the early 20th century. Like it was very much the upper echelons had their sort of ideology, and that's what sort of like caused the war. But the sort of people on the ground, for them, they were just kind of like more like caught up with it. There was less this like sense of, oh, we're doing this, we're fighting for our country, and it was more like we're fighting the Reds because that's kind of like what we do.
Well, that, and also I think
There
even
wasn't
just
really like this pretense of like a sort of like justification for the war. It was they're communists and that's why we're fighting them. And at the time, at least, many of the many of those veterans did not sort of like buy into that. It wasn't until sort of like post Korea that you kind of get like people sort of, at least in the West, sort of like gung ho, sort of buying that sort of propaganda.
yeah, because like, dude,
and
they
you sort of
have
have a
good
return
hearts.
to.
They have good hearts, and like that's kind of what I think gets taken advantage of most in this life is people's hearts. That's what I think. Because it's like,
I
why
mean, I don't
wouldn't
even
you
think that.
want
I
to
think that,
participate in society at that level? But then when you get there and you see that stuff, and you're like, ooh, man, come on, like, you know what I mean?
I mean,
It's
for what
like,
it's worth, most wars in human history are kind of like the average soldier sort of like
Oh,
see, this is
hang on,
the,
hang on. Let me see this Chris thing because I know he was going to the doctor today. Wait, it's not. Y'all should be streaming this. Get this live.
he's misage identified.
I don't know, man. Maybe
thought he was
collect,
an old
I got-
lady.
collect that Social Security. Start it.
Dude, I had, well, actually yesterday was the misaging thing. I stopped by 2 thrift stores, and both times I got at the counter, the lady on the counter said, "Are you a senior citizen?" And I was like, "Really?" And like they're like, "It means 60 or over."
Oh,
And I was like,
Bro,
"No."
I thought
And
you were
this
saying your
happened.
child was a
No.
senior misgendered person. Okay, this is
No.
way better.
But that's nothing though. That's something. The funny thing is that I was just in the triage area of the quick care, and she's like, "So it says here you're transgender, female to male," and I was like, it says that on
They
my
did a good
medical
job.
chart. On my medical chart, like that's definitely
He
not
looked
right.
almost
And
as good as Buck Angel.
right, I mean, yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, hell yeah, if I was, I'd pass like I'd pass like hell, but that's really bad if you're going to surgery or something, though. Like it's not a good thing to be on your medical chart.
Well, you sound like you're. Give us an update. You sound like you're doing okay.
No, I mean, I feel like shit, but I just couldn't stop laughing about that. I just wanted to.
Oh.
I just wanted to report the other thing. Me and the nurse were both laughing. She was like, "Cause I'm looking at you and I'm not seeing it." And I'm like, "No, ma'am, I'm biologically male. I was born male. I identify as a male. It's all good. It's no problem. I'm not mad or anything. I just not sure how that happened." And she's like, "Well, I guess somebody could have clicked the wrong box." She was like, "But there isn't really a box for that, so they had to write it on here specifically."
All about the box.
So somebody went out of their way to decide that I was a transgendered female to male transgender person, and so I've been misgendered or misgender category identified. What do you call that? I've been so
Microaggress.
Viva la revolution. Viva la revolution. It's time to burn it all down. I don't know.
Chris, did I hear correct? You started to be miscategorized as a female.
As a transgender female to male, yes.
And it wasn't when you said that. I just started thinking about everything else in my life that's more important.
Go ahead.
No, that was it. I just started thinking about. I was zoning off. I just wanted to make sure. I was just curious if that was really true.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the nurse that was doing the triage. It was some.
What was she like? She's like, "Where are your balls?"
She was just confused because she was looking at my face and she was looking at the fact that said I was married with 2 children, and she was like, Or it said I was the father of 2 children specifically.
Is that why
that I
you're
was
not
the
on
mother of 2
camera? Like,
children.
I don't know. I've never thought you looking
I'm
at
just-
like a woman or something.
I'm just
or
in
a
the
woman
hospital.
that looked like a man. What the fuck is wrong, dude? Dude, you were not at a real hospital, Chris. I'm sorry to tell you. Okay.
Hey, it's the hospital
Yeah.
JFK went to
You
when
look
he
like
got
an old
shot.
lady.
So.
Yeah, well, dude,
To be-
shout out to your insurance so that other people don't go to the hospital that will say that you're a
My
woman
insurance
or
is
whatever.
actually specifically through this hospital. It only works at this hospital.
Why did
so
they
that's the
think that?
reason.
Did they find you in the woman's bathroom?
It doesn't list who made the changes. It doesn't list who said it before. It wasn't the nurse that was here today.
They were like,
She
"Oh,
was
you can't
trying to-
follow any
Well,
directions.
they
You
can
must be a
do an
woman."
they can do an electronic
kidding.
audit and find out when the change was made and who made it.
No,
Well,
Chris,
okay,
you're good
well,
for it.
well,
That sounds
the
totally
nurse-
made up, but I believe you.
Yeah, no, I swear I'm not making this up. I have no reason to make this up.
I really do
I-
believe you. It's just hilarious. Like it's crazy.
Yeah,
Is that the
it's
first
just
time
really
that's ever
funny.
happened to you? You act like it's a casual occurrence.
No, I know. This is not like this is the first time it's ever happened to me in my whole life.
Okay.
I was laughing my ass off despite the fact I feel like shit.
I'd
I was
be
just
very
like,
You weren't
surprised by that.
traumatized?
And
I thought you were supposed
You
to
know
be
what?
traumatized.
you might want
What's
to
that?
find a personal injury attorney in your area and talk about
right,
like
yeah.
mental pain and anguish
Yeah,
because
I need my white male feelings, my white male tears need to be given reparations to. I'm
And
so
then-
upset right now. I'm so upset right now because I went to the hospital and they said I was a transgender and I don't know what I did.
no,
Maybe
it's like
I
you
was a
sue her.
transgender, but-
It's like you sue the doctor, but then like 5 years later, you're like, "Fuck, she was right," and then you actually you just do change.
Well, I know, but I realized the thing is, I realized that it's more complicated than that. I realized that I am internally, I am a transgender female.
That's a
but I still
historic
want-
lawsuit, by the way.
but
I've never heard
still-
something like that.
I still want to be identified as male. So it's only like it's the
Wait,
feeling
you
of
actually
female
have
is only
identity
for
stuff
me.
going on?
No,
No,
I
for
don't.
real.
I
Like,
just-
I don't understand why you're like explaining it so hard. Like, I feel
I
like
was
you're
just
trying to
making a
get me
joke.
on board with the fact that the doctor was right at this point.
No, I was making a joke. Because you said like in 5 years if I decided that they were right or something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going along with your joke. I was like
How do you get wrong? They were both pregnant, and they that's I don't. Ooh, I'm going to get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go
Anyway,
ahead, man. Sorry, I did butt in. My bad.
No, it's not, I don't care. I mean, I'm just stopping in for a second just because like I couldn't help but like share that like while I'm still like laughing about it just because like even though it's actually a very dangerous thing to have on your medical chart, even though like everything else on my medical chart actually identified the opposite, but it said specifically in like the the brief description category of my chart, it said transgender, female to male, it had with an exclamation mark next to it. So the doctors would know to treat me as a biological female, which I'm not. So, it's actually a very dangerous thing to have on my medical chart. But like the nurse was really cool about it, and she changed it all and everything. And she wasn't the one that did it in the first place. But I don't know, some doctor I've seen here at Parkland in the last year, I don't know, they took a look at me and they're like, "Yep, that's a woman." So, I don't know how else to feel about it. I just, I don't
know if I'm wrong. I don't know if I'm wrong or right for doing this, but it's gonna happen. I'm not happy with Chuck's last comment. I just looked for like one of the first times ever in the chat. Surprised to see that Chuck believes that.
I don't see the Talcott. I don't see.
No, he has some sort of weird fucking point he's trying to make. Because I've been seeing the light lately, and he's getting scared. He's like, he's doing this to psych me out.
I don't know. I would read all that.
You can't psych me out of ignorance, sir. It's very hard to fool a pseudo-intellectual.
It's the comment.
I don't know, Lib. Like I thought maybe you would find that funny, but maybe you don't. Maybe you find that like not funny. So like you haven't said anything.
You talking about Lib?
Yeah, no, it is very funny. Sorry, I was listening. I was just reading this thing that Jeff posted.
The tweet, yeah, the thing. Yeah, I posted that several times when we first had our discussions about, because it seems like you don't think like it's the Wild West. They can do what they want, and you don't think there's any protocol that the IDF has to follow and international and all that stuff. And I know that that stuff's in place because most enlightened Western nations have that kind of stuff in place. And so you seem to have a very distorted view of Israel as an enlightened Western country.
I'm trying to figure out where their what their these military lawyers are called. The guy. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't trust him, but like very like he makes
You don't trust.
a claim about the military lawyers. Well, I want it.
You don't
I want to
think
know
there's
what he's talking
military
about.
lawyers? Military lawyers. Yeah, right.
Well,
Military.
Wasn't there a TV show about that called Jag?
Hang on,
You're
hang on,
so
hang on. The
suspicious.
specific, hang on. No. The specific claim that he made is that there are military lawyers that have to explicitly sign off on every single strike that is being made. And I believe that, but I just want confirmation.
It didn't sound like you believe.
the-
That was
that-
what
that
belief
Russian
sounds
proverb,
like.
trust
got
but verify.
confused with
I just want to
something
verify.
other than
That's all I'm
belief.
trying to figure out.
Okay, because it
Like-
sounded an awful lot like doubt, mistrust, suspicion.
It's
But
not
yeah, that
doubt or
information is
mistrust.
probably out
I
there.
just want-
There's probably
I mean,
confirmation.
yeah,
but
like,
Jeff,
I'm
but
just
Jeff,
saying,
why
I'm doing
why
some
wouldn't
Googling
we have
and-
doubt and suspicions? Like, why wouldn't we doubt?
You
we should
can, but
question
like,
things.
there's a difference between reasonable doubt and suspicion and unreasonable doubt and suspicion.
It's not even doubting. I'm just
Hysteria.
wondering what they're called and like where I can find more information on them. That's all I
Yeah.
was like.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
particular
talking about-
issue, of course, but that's not what this started over. It
You know,
started
it's even
over
better. Look up all the
I'm aware
journalists that get
that's
killed-
not what it started
the-
over.
the
but that's
look
what
up all
I'm
the
talking
journalists who
about
get
when I
killed
was
for
saying
reporting
that.
certain stuff.
Well, those are valid military targets, Lanza, don't you know?
Yeah, I
Hey,
do.
most
They're just trying to figure it out. I know.
in their defense, you know.
and we have treaties with Israel, Daniel. So I don't know why they get what they get from us. I don't know what's in the
Yeah,
treaty.
you ever see one of those stories about some really badly or something like that, and you see like what he looks like, and he's all beat to a pulp, but then you see what he looked like before that, and you're like, that guy does have a really punchable face, though.
Daniel,
I mean,
the reason they need a very expensive missile defense system is because they're surrounded by people who hate them, and you know, yeah, like I don't like again their whole like
What, not why they need it, but why did America have to pay for it?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. I think probably the biggest like geopolitical reason is just like we like having a pseudo-friendly military base in the Middle East. Like that's
you know what I think. I really
biggest
I
like
mean, I thought this today.
realpolitik reason.
I've jokingly said, you know, like, why don't we just give Israel like Montana, because there's like nothing there anyway and stuff like that. But for real, like, why don't we just like give all the Jews New York? Like, you know, just let that be Israel. Like, you know, like there's more of them there anywhere. Like, it's the most accepting place for Jews. I mean, you know, we can just be like everybody else. You can go to Jersey. It's not much different. You know, you can have Jersey there,
Florida,
and like the Jews get New York. You know.
South Florida.
Yeah, and South Florida is pretty useless. So I mean, it would only be improved by a bunch of smart Jewish
Okay,
people.
Chris.
So.
Okay. Useless.
That seems reasonable, Daniel, and I don't know how that works. I don't know
No,
how,
I don't.
like,
Yeah, and
what determines
disagree.
what goes to foreign aid and what goes here, but I don't know that they're that cleanly correlated.
Yeah. Also, Daniel. Like again, like I'm not saying I disagree. Like they did make a lot of those, a number of those enemies on their own. They didn't need help from America to make some of those enemies, but like again, there are like complicated geopolitical reasons as to why we support them.
Why can't Ukraine and Israel just swap cities?
Yeah, I mean, that would probably make it easier. Then
Issue
Russia,
solved.
Yeah, then Russia no longer has a claim on Ukraine because all of the Ukrainians would then be Israeli. Okay, so they wouldn't be ethnically Russian, so they can't make any more claims.
And the people in Israel wouldn't be ethnically Jewish, so they have no reason to hate them. So
There
it's
you go.
easy. We just get them to swap. We just be like, okay, guys, this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
All you Israelis, we're going over here. You're gonna take over Ukraine. See, it's nice, beautiful, lush, whatever. It's kind of bombed right now, but you guys,
Russia would probably love that because their whole thing
a
about
bit of a
the
fixer-upper.
Ukrainians, the whole thing that they hate about the Ukrainians allegedly is that they're like all anti-Semitic Nazis. Okay,
Exactly.
So replace
My
them
point,
with-
exactly. The Russians love the Jews, and then the people surrounding Israel have no reason to hate the Ukrainians, and so everything's solved. Just like you just switch swap.
Auntie, I apologize if this is not coming across. This is like peak sarcasm.
Bias to show
Yeah, this is peak sarcasm. This is absurdity and
Yeah.
sarcasm. We're not making
Sarcasm.
serious claims.
Russia
Mine is
actually-
I would say it's more just being absurd than being sarcastic. But yeah, it's sarcasm too.
So what's going on with you now? You're in the waiting room. You just have to wait for them to call you.
I'm in the exam room waiting for the doctor to come in.
Oh wow, we made it all the way to the exam room.
Did you say your social security number was different or something?
No, nothing like
Or
that.
no, you said like that you were a senior or
Oh no, yeah. Yesterday I got two at 2 stores, 2 in a row.
oh,
I
I
had
thought
the
that's why you're at the
person-
doctor, so they had to prove that you weren't like 75 or something.
No.
Like
I'm the doctor.
Like the board of health was like,
We think you're old, sir.
because I woke up with a cough deep in my lungs and my nose is running like.
Oh yeah, I forgot you
Great.
were sick.
Like
You're
that.
so normal and laughing and talking with us. I forgot you were sick.
Yeah, I'm at the doctor's office right now. I'm trying to get some medication for this.
is it the same one that told you something crazy earlier? Is it
Yeah,
the one that
that's the
thinks you're
same
a
one
woman?
that thought I was transgender, but they don't think so now. It's fixed. We fixed the issue, so it's all right. It's good. It's all right. Everybody makes mistakes, I do have some feminine characteristics. I'm very in touch with my feminine
Is
side.
that
for
why you
man,
wore
so-
a power tool shirt today?
This is a Magnolia Electric Company shirt, my friend. This is indie cred, like personified. So, yeah.
You're like, well,
This
I
is-
wasn't addressed when I showed up.
This is one of my more. This is like one of my more like I'm more indie than you T-shirts that I have. Because I even know who that is.
Well,
Yay!
hope
I
they
killed
fix
the. I
it.
killed the panel. Yay! My mission accomplished.
No. You would have
It was a mercy
killed it if you would have killed it if you're like, all right, guys, I'm gonna film this colonoscopy now.
No, you help. I'm just reading through. This is a pretty long post. It's an interesting post. Definitely going
It's
over.
a sensible post. It's
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah,
It
I'm not-
comes from the world I live in.
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's like bad or stupid or anything. I actually
It just
really like it.
sounded like you. I don't know. You think Israel is a barbaric, savage nation with no enlightened codes and protocols and
No,
policies,
Mike, I don't.
humanitarian
think
safeguards and protections, and then even if we do have them, you don't trust that they're going to follow them, which is just pure bias and speculation on your part. I have no reason to think
Frank
Israel's
Lanza did
not
go
going
away,
to
so you're
follow
fine.
their protocol.
But I mean, what about all the examples of modern Western liberal democracies who don't follow those protocols? What does that not give you any pause to the
No.
current effectiveness of those?
No, I don't think that's the norm. I think the norm is following protocol, and I think Israel is going to follow the norm until they have
I mean,
reason.
the norm
not
for
to.
some countries, like the norm for the United States, is
I'm
usually
not. We already know
know
I'm
that.
not as cynical as you. Like I don't have this black-pilled view of humanity, where everybody's always going to do.
I don't have
the
a black
worst
pill view.
possible thing and operating from the most cynical,
it's black
self-interested motive.
I think it's realistic. I don't think it's black pill though.
I don't like. I'm a Satanist, and my vision of human nature seems way more benign than yours.
It's not about human nature. It's about like what humans just do, like and have done. In the
That's
past
not human
today.
nature. What
I mean,
humans
I don't
do
think-
is not human nature.
I don't think necessarily.
Oh, because you believe it's incentivized and engineered. Like we don't act of our own nature. We act out of the social incentives that we're exposed to.
Yeah.
And if you just get the correct set of incentives, then human nature will be solved.
Yeah, I mean, like that sound like
That's
you're
ridiculous.
saying that
That's so fantastically
well, the
ridiculous.
thing is, you're
That's
saying
right
that
up there with snake people to me. I'm not gonna lie.
the thing is, you're saying that as though it's something that I think like is just like, oh, it's just so easy and simple. It's not. It's actually quite complicated because humans.
It's not realistic. That's not how human nature and incentives work. I think you're giving way more power to
That's not
nurture
my
than
claim.
it has.
My claim is not about how realistic it would realistic it would be to change the way humans act. It's just that humans act in accordance to their nurture and their interests based off of that nurture. It's not a like intrinsic like human nature thing.
Yeah, there is intrinsic. That sounds like blank slateism to me. What you're describing. And there is intrinsic. I mean, you can just look at toddlers and see the differences between them.
Oh no, there are some intrinsic things, but they're very minute, and I don't think
so. I don't think so. I don't think they are.
I don't think indicative of just because of the fact that like society takes such a big society is so important.
I mean, look at sexual orientation. Like that's something that's innate and completely salient and independent of any kind of social incentive or anything. Like nothing has the power to affect it because it's
so is hunger. So is hunger. That doesn't mean that everything that humans do is about our innate human nature.
Hunger is not an innate state. It's situational.
Reaction. The like human reaction to hunger is, I think, a sort of innate instinctual reaction. Like I don't think,
but it's not a persistent state. Like
no, it's not. I agree, but I'm talking about like what are things that are like that humans do sort of like instinctually, right? By like fundamentally, this is what humans do, and I don't think that humans innately are like
beat the shit out of each other.
I don't think we innately are.
I've seen toddlers do it. I think they do. I don't know why you don't think humans are as savage as any other animal.
I think we aren't because of our because of society, like specifically like social.
Oh, like we would be savages, but civilization and society elevates us and allows us to transcend that and maintain an existence.
I mean, the thing is, it's not even like,
but it's not our own innate internalization of principles and higher instincts, etc. I can assure you that's not the case.
Well, I mean, like the thing is,
my own experience.
The thing is, we can see this in other animals. So, like animals that are.
I have to see it in me, my life, and the people around me. If you can't show it to me there, then it doesn't exist for me. Like that's where I need to see it. I don't care if birds have it.
Well, most birds don't, because most birds aren't social in the way that humans are social. But like
whatever animals.
Frank,
our conversations always go around. I'm sure somebody has them diagrammed out by now in some complex chart somewhere. They always go in a pattern.
That's presuming someone cares enough to diagram them out, Jeff.
But I mean, I find them interesting enough to continue pursuing. I can't break away, obviously. So,
Frank, I've solved my hunger problem by eating popcorn.
I'm part of the circle because I could easily redirect it, I guess. But I am interested in this kind of stuff.
Can I bring up a topic that's completely unrelated, but I just thought it was interesting? In Wales, they're currently building a replica Roman fort.
Inside the whale?
No. Wales, as in Wales in.
In the country of. Okay.
Yeah.
This is one of my more shameful moments on the stream. Don't clip this. I thought they were building a Roman
fort inside a
whale. Like that's a neat idea. Why are they wanting to try that?
No, they're doing it.
Is it like were there Roman fortresses in Wales originally?
Yeah.
Like did Rome?
Yeah,
and
actually-
so are they like going off of existing?
Yeah, so actually, Wales is a place that had I think it was like every like 20 miles around the border of like Wales and like around the modern border of like Wales and England is where the Romans put up a shitload of forts, because their whole idea was that each fort had to be a minimum or a maximum of a day's march from each other. So they just would like stick a bunch of forts out, and then they were like, all right, we're good, because that was like some of their borders in Great Britain. But it's based off of a existing fort that they found in Scotland. Basically, they have a very well preserved fort in southern Scotland that was built around, I think it was like 80 AD. It was one of the most northern forts that Rome had built. And so they're using that as a sort of like replica. They've also been doing they're building a replica Celtish town on that land as well.
Is it going to be for like tourists or for like studies, anthropologists to study?
So well, it's mostly going to be for tourists. However, they are also doing some ecological studies there. So they have reintroduced the area to what they believe to be most of its native flora and fauna. So like they're doing like this whole huge project. It's not just a historical one. It's also like an ecological project. They've reintroduced beavers to the area. It's like this huge wetlands. So they're obviously like wetlands have a huge amount of.
Where do you get your new like how did this show up in your life?
There was a YouTube video that it was like some would you it's talking about like Roman frontier, the Roman frontiers and the people who like the border guards. And in that video, that guy went to this place and was like talking about it and stuff like that. And so then I went and Googled this place and found out that they were actually doing even more than just the fort, that they were doing this whole like huge historical and ecological project. It was very interesting.
I had a tweet from What If Autist that I wanted to, let me try to find it, that I wanted to bring up with you, because he talks about how like his generation experiences the world, which I think is yours. I think you and he are close to the same age.
Yeah, well, he's more on the sort of like internet alt-right section of
well, to me, he's on the black pill. He's fully black pilled at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, like
the whole tweet was like the differences between my generation and yours, and why your generation is so much more cynical about things than mine.
Well, he's all in that like Stephen Molyneux like follow the West shit, right?
Oh, that explains it. Yeah. He's definitely I don't see the same world.
Yeah, no,
there does seem to be a trend against the younger people I talk with of seeing the world much more negatively than I have at any point in my lifetime. Like Trump's 4 years was about as negative. That was like peak dystopia for me.
Was it?
Yeah, in my lifetime for sure. Like that's when I thought for like once in the history of my country that we might not survive, or we might actually become something other than the United States.
No, that's fair. I do think enough people aren't considerate of how big of a deal Jan 6 was.
Wait,
Jan 6, like people don't recognize how significant Jan 6
was. I think that's one of those divides, because we've talked about this on this. We've talked about this here before. Like it's all narrative. There's no way to have any kind of definitive resolution on J6. So everyone's going to see what they see, and I think for some people, they do see it as more significant than it was, and for other people, they see it as much less significant.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some.
But there's no objective way to measure like, how significant any one person should see it.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, There isn't. That's
And I
like,
don't think
sorry.
I am in the less significant camp. I have moved so far on from January 6th. I was there that day it happened. I remember it live, and it like probably by
Yeah.
the end of that year, was over it. So it's not lingering. It's not having the mental health effect in me that it's having in a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm not over
what I meant.
January 6th, but I
Oh.
also will not vote for Donald Trump again because of January 6th.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I mean,
perfectly
it's not
fair.
it's not like a mental health thing. It's like
But they had that before January 6th with the Trump derangement syndrome. I've watched that too. So January 6th was just like an extra boost of that.
Yeah, I was pro-Trump before January
wait,
6th.
how is January 6th related to TDS? Yeah, I mean that's
Because
fine. I
it's
mean
the same
honestly
crowd,
valid.
the
Like
same crowd,
I
the same
do. I actually have
people
genuine
that are
respect for people.
most vulnerable to TDS are the same crowd that's most vulnerable to seeing January 6th as an insurrection and way more significant than I see it.
I don't see it.
Like the Venn diagram is probably almost a circle.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not that an insurrection
I mean, yeah, sure.
was
I
done
do
so
agree that, like,
incompetently that
people-
we can't possibly take this guy. I can't possibly take this guy seriously anymore.
Who, Trump?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
that
I
was
don't
the
either,
insurrection
but I
he
don't
did so
take Biden
incompetently.
much seriously.
There's no way he can govern because he doesn't take
Yeah.
things seriously enough.
I have not made up my mind yet, and I'm hoping I don't have to. We still have,
Well, I mean,
what, 8 months, 6, 7 months, 7 or 8 months?
well, for what it's worth, Jeff, where you live, I do not think Washington is going Trump. So
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I don't have to agonize too much over it.
it's one of the but like it's one of those things that I think like our voting system could be improved upon by making it to where you would be incentivized to still sort of like, you know, go out and like care about those elections if, you know, your vote counted more.
What's
I
all that
guess.
noise? Is it the
Because
hospital?
in our current system, where you live, your vote basically doesn't matter.
Look at
That's
you.
yeah, that's the noise from his. Yeah, that's the noise from him.
Why is Chris in the hospital again?
For some reason, you look like that's some of the best you've ever looked.
Well, I agree. It's the best he ever.
Really, the hat, the mask,
Mhm.
The lighting.
the lighting, yeah, all of it. It's a good shot. Someone should clip it.
Yeah, Daniel, I agree. Both Trump and Biden are fucking old and decrepit and need to not be running. Both of
Nobody
them.
gave us that choice. They both
Yeah.
went through the process. First of all, Biden's the incumbent, so
Yeah.
he's pretty much was the default.
But even then,
choice.
primary processes are run by private organizations, not by the government. So
you don't trust them, and you think they're corrupt, like every other process.
No.
Groups
It's
that you
not that
don't
it's not that
like,
they're
and your
corrupt, it's that they don't-
processes are fair
No,
and
no, no. It's that
inclusive
they're
to
not.
everybody.
No.
and
So
work
hang on, Jeff.
perfectly. I know all that already.
That's not what I was. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that they're run by private organizations who have no obligation to like do what voters want, right? Like the parties themselves. Obviously, when you actually go to the general election to actually vote, those things are run by like government officials and stuff like that. So that I trust significantly more than like
You talking about the
what-
DNC and the RNC?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what we have. If there's a better,
Yeah, no. I'm
alternative,
saying there are better alternatives, which is have parties that have the party system be.
And
a part
again,
of
like
sort of the government as
my
as itself
starting
and
point
be-
is things as they are, and yours seems to be in a perfect world. What would a voting system look like?
In a perfect world, voting wouldn't be necessary anyway.
And
so-
I'm like, this is the rules
not even
of
a
the
perfect
board
world.
game of
I'm
the
saying a more-
USA. So let me start here and figure out from there what my options are.
I think
And
I think the
you're like, this
I
is
think
the game I'm playing, but this is what I wish the rules would be.
I think the president should be a lottery system where one
Well,
random
hang
person
on.
gets chosen that's in the right age range, and then like that person
Hang on.
has to be
No.
president for 4
Actually,
years.
Jeff, I like this analogy because so what it is each country has their own board game, right? And what I'm saying is the US's board game rules aren't as good as other board games, and there are other board games that
Well,
we
then
could,
go play
you know,
another
steal
game. I've
bits of
asked
their.
you several times, what other game would you want to go play? And you're like, oh, I'm pro America. I love America. There's no other game.
Well, so I'm pro America because
But I love
live
to
here,
show all its
and
shortcomings in relation to all these other games that I don't like as much as the
yeah,
one
because
that
I want it to be better.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
want it to be
there's
better.
it is patriotic to criticize your own country. Even the founding fathers said that.
Well, if the founding
I think he takes it beyond patriotism.
must be true.
You don't have to defend this like stupid accusation, Jeff. You can just like drop it.
I mean, yeah, I know Denizen that just because the founding fathers says it doesn't mean it's true, but I'm saying even the people that founded this country believed in criticism of it. I just meant.
I don't have a problem with criticism of it. We've had plenty of criticism here, but there's a difference between criticism of it and somebody who's 90% of their conversation is constant criticism of the negatives while asserting that they're pro-America, and you come out with a lot of cognitive dissonance, questioning. Well, I can't tell if this person loves America or hates America because he says he loves it, but when I hear him talk, 90% of it seems like a very negative reaction to America.
Yeah, he has an abusive relationship.
So that to me is different than just critiquing your country. Don't make it seem like I'm criticizing people who just have honest critiques of their country, because that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something about Liv specifically.
At the same time, though,
you are specifically talking about me, and I do believe that I actually do have genuine critiques of this country.
Yeah, you do.
But at the same time, though, I mean, how often do people streams or Reddit or whatever how great something is? Like, people that do love country and appreciate things about it. Oh, okay. People that really do love this country and appreciate things about it, they're much less likely to voice those things than they are the negative things in general. It's just like that's a common bias in human expression.
Yeah, that still doesn't overcome the impression that I get from Liv that he's very black-pilled on America, and he over-exaggerates the negatives and emphasizes these little obscure, minute. Like it seems like he goes out of his way to make a case for the negative far above and beyond what the average person.
I disagree. I think
step back and look at America.
I think he's much more positive on America than a lot of the lefties I've talked to.
Different experiences of him. He's one of the most black-pilled people I know in the Panelverse.
Dude, I saw a TikTok clip from on Short Fat Talkers channel the other day, where there was this guy talking to this kid on the street that was in a protest against the Gaza stuff. And the kids really started saying, like, well, that's not what this is even about. It's not even about Gaza. This is about getting rid of America, destroying America as a concept, decolonializing the entire country, sending people back to where they came from, kind of shit. And like, it was like, I mean, that's the extreme of it. Those are people that literally hate the country, that for some reason they think that it's possible to do any of these things. The first place is retarded, but I mean, seriously, I don't think. I think Liv is not nearly as bad as
I think he's adjacent to that. I've heard him say things adjacent to. Yes.
Okay. It's just the white people that have to go home too.
Yeah, it's just the white people. Yeah, and by home it means I guess Europe, which means we would overrun Europe and we would become the new migrant crisis for the country, for the world.
Which would be kind of awesome to watch. Yeah. I would tune into that on CNN.
The streets would flow white with mayonnaise.
Streaky bacon and what else did we defile from the Brits?
Yeah, who knows? They're whiter than we are in America anyway, so... Culturally speaking, they consider beans on toast as like a normal breakfast food, like canned pork and beans on a piece of toast, and that's breakfast. There,
I disconnected.
Coming over here like a fucking 7-month boat ride, dying and losing half your population and building a civilization from scratch, and then living here for generations, being born as an American for generations, all means nothing. You're just a colonizer and you need to go home. But if your mom's pregnant and she sneaks over the border and you're born here, boom, you're an American citizen for life.
So I do want to say that I believe that, Jeff, that you are making the same level of inferences that I make about other people and about you that you take issue with when I do about me and my sort of motivations. So,
well, okay.
Like you're just saying, like, oh, I just feel like this is like lib is adjacent. Lib is like adjacent to.
No,
like, all
I've
these
heard
other
when Chris
things that I don't
talked
like.
about
And
what
I mean, like, yeah,
what Chris described about what people that hate America and they want to tear it down. And when he described it, I'm like, yeah, that's similar to conversations I've had with Lib. They're not that different. So if he was trying to paint those people as way over here and you way over here, it didn't land to me.
Well, I've never heard Liv say anything that's nearly that extreme or nearly that asinine either.
He's practically a Democrat. He's so pro-America.
That's why I love these streams.
Yeah, let's not go too far. Okay,
go watch it.
Let's not go that far, Denizen. Okay.
I can't even claim this guy.
Pro-Democrat, all right.
Talking about changing the system from the inside and all this fucking hippie shit.
Well, what are the options?
Guy might as well have an American flag outside of his house and a bumper sticker on his car.
Is that not how gay rights came about?
I do actually have
you change it from the inside or the outside, or you just check out like completely and don't care, stop caring.
Yeah,
but what are
those are your options? And
if you're not doing it from the inside,
well, no, you can find it entertaining too. I consider myself in the George Carlin phase of politics, where I like watching the clown show.
I believe that's kind of whether you want to be or not.
Area. Political apathy.
I firmly believe that George Carlin was in the camp that I'm in, which is changing it from the inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been talking about politics in the way that he did.
He's a comedian.
Much like but I mean the way he talked about politics in his show.
He changes. He was supposed to change it from the inside, but he doesn't. Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Voting doesn't matter. It's a club and you're not in it. They don't give a fuck about you.
And what level of voting? Like your local vote probably matters.
I'm just quoting George.
Oh, okay. Well,
George is known for being. Also George is known for being. I mean, he's a comedian, so he does the whole like exaggerate stuff. Like I could exaggeratedly say voting doesn't matter, but in reality, when I'm talking to like somebody, like and in an attempt to like get across a real like political message, I'll talk to the degrees to which voting matters, depending on what it is, where you are, that sort of thing, right? Like when I lived in Tennessee, my vote for the president did not matter a single whit. Not one little bit did my vote matter, because either I was going to vote for the red guy who was going to win, or I was going to vote for the blue guy and my vote was going to get tossed out. That's
most states.
Those were my options.
Your vote
and that is
don't
the case
get
for anybody who lives
out.
in.
Yeah, your vote will get tossed out. I think he was
speaking figuratively.
Not tossed out, but like I was sorry, figure of speech. They're effectively pointless, because even if, say 49% of the state voted for the blue guy, if 51% voted for the red guy, all of the electors
it just means your guy
votes
lost.
go towards the red guy.
You get thrown out, you get lost.
How should it work? You have parliamentary
it's because
system?
It's a winner take.
Yeah, Lib, you want a parliamentary system?
No, but I do.
Guillotines.
No, parliamentary system is talking about the parliamentary refers to the formation of like the representatives. I'm talking just about the way our votes are counted. I think either having if you want to keep the winner takes all thing, then you can just do ranked choice voting. But if you want to fix the winner takes all thing, if you think the winner takes all isn't as good, like I don't think winner takes all is as good of a representative democratic system as having
There's an oxymoron right there.
What, representative democracy?
Yeah.
How's that an oxymoron?
Because it's not democracy; it's a republic. You're ultimately just voting for people that make all your choices for you.
Okay, so I've had to attempt to do this both on this stream and in real life way too many fucking times. I need you to right now Google for me democracy and republic and explain to me how they're mutually exclusive.
No one claimed that they're mutually exclusive.
They're not.
It's not mutually exclusive.
They're not mutually exclusive.
It's oxymoronic because one.
We don't, but we live in a democratic.
Shortly, yes.
It's a democratic republic, yeah.
Republican,
and that's gay.
A representative democracy.
It's yet just another way in which we're given the illusion of choice.
Yeah, republic just refers to.
Hang on. I got to get in here. We're given the illusion of choice. I thought that was built into the nature of the universe. There is no choice. There is no will. There is no free will. It never existed from the beginning of time. So who would be giving us anything? That's just how things are.
The people who are in charge.
All of a sudden we have choice, but it's being taken from us, are constrained somehow by this mysterious they that's manipulating our choice. So you can't have it both ways.
Not really.
You can't have no free will.
And if there was people,
it's not really mysterious who runs the United States.
Than Biden or Trump running, they would be winning by a landslide.
Say what, Chuck?
You know, I'm saying if there was somebody that was more popular, more cohesive than Biden or Trump, they would be making a big showing.
I know. I don't know why. Well, I think RFK is trying to do a third party, which I don't think he's the right one. But this is the perfect time for a third party person to come in.
Ross Perot almost pulled it off back in his day.
That's what they say every time, and it always turns out being nothing.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm a spoiler.
Too happy about RFK.
Here's the thing, Chuck. There isn't anyone more cohesive than these two old white boomers. So that's why we have them.
No, there are. Hell, even the Republicans put forward people who were better and more coherent than Donald Trump. Fucking Nikki Haley is a more coherent and moderate version of Trump.
That's ridiculous.
Then how did he get destroyed in the primary?
That bitch has never had an original thought in her life.
That's right.
You know what? I'll give her credit where credit's due. The topic that I care least about, which was brought up at the debate, which was abortion, and her answer on abortion was very thoughtful and intelligent, and I was surprised at how thoughtful and intelligent it was. But I don't think I've ever heard her say anything above 85 IQ about any other topic.
That basically is doing a lot of work.
Oh my God, no, we're not.
We basically,
that's doing a whole lot of work. Also, we aren't disguised as a direct democracy. America at no point has been or has ever claimed to be a direct democracy. No. Direct democracy is a very foolish political idea, I think. Also, the founders weren't advocates of direct representative democracy. I mean, I don't care if they were.
The founders were slave owners.
Founders.
Fuck the founders. I don't give a fuck what they think.
Disagreements about. Yeah.
Of course, they think that they should be elected into positions of power and make the decisions for you. Of course, that's what they think. But fuck what they think. I don't
give a fuck. It's that
Constitution came from slave owners, I guess.
I don't know what would happen if we had a direct democracy, but it's the only thing that makes sense if you're going to use the word democracy and pretend that the people are in charge of anything.
I'm sorry you feel so powerless.
Maybe a dictatorship would work better.
Southern, a lot of the Southern founding fathers, the those like kinds of guys actually weren't really big fans of the Constitution. They actually had to be very coerced into actually signing it.
Okay, but
there
at
was a
some
lot
point
of like
they signed, so
stuff that had to be added and stuff like that.
We got the final product.
Yep, they came to
America's
compromise.
basically a fascist oligarchy disguised as a direct democracy. Fucking facts.
I don't think that.
That's why everybody in the
Yeah,
world
we went
wants
over
to
that. I was
come
just
here.
quoting Daniel. Daniel understands
Okay,
how
if you want
America works.
descriptions of like something that is probably the closest thing to a fascist oligarchy. Yeah, I know.
And
to
he's
me,
gone.
if I were living under
If
fascism,
you want a like,
I feel like my
living
life would
example
be
of
more
something
controlled
that
than
is
it is.
probably
There
the
would be
closest thing to a fascist oligarchy. It's like Russia.
Almost everything about your life is controlled, and if you lived inside of fascism, you'd be just
how
like the
come it
kids in
doesn't? How
Starship
come it
Troopers.
doesn't fit? What's control? How come I can wake up in the morning and do whatever
You'd
I
be
want?
just like the kids inside of
to
Starship
me,
Troopers.
fascism would feel different. It just feels so free here. Like
You'd have no idea you were under fascism. You would think it's the
I'd have
greatest
to
thing
go
in
to
the
an
world.
And
You would
that's why-
gleefully
how
you would
they
that's
gleefully
why
throw
every-
yourself into a meat grinder in order to defend it and praise it, just like the kids in Starship Troopers.
So
That's
I
right.
want to break from Lib's loop. Can I change the topic?
Not necessarily.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I actually did a video on Till Swan this morning.
On
and
who?
Till Swan.
Oh, yeah. What's her deal? I've heard of her.
She's a life coach.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. So the title of my video was what's it called? Can Till Swan solve the manhood crisis? And it was a response to Till Swan's video on naked romance.
I like Teal Swan. I like Teal Swan. I think she's pretty base actually.
Yeah. So I also like Till Swan. But here's the issue. Her latest video contradicted some of her other videos in a I would say moderate way. So her video said she was annoyed that men pretty much peacocked get the attention of women, but based on other videos, she said it wouldn't be that bad for men to do that because it's just part of being a man. Divine Masculine is about taking control of your environment. So if you can modify yourself to get women's attention, well, based on the Divine Masculine principle, that's manly. But she just seems annoyed that men peacock to get women's attention. So she says, "Oh, just be yourself," but that kind of contradicts.
Men aren't the peacocks in human society, though. Women are. Females are the peacocks in human society.
No.
I've seen both genders peacock.
Well, of course, to a certain extent, but generally speaking,
well, here's the major point.
Women are the ones who paint themselves up and dress in a way and even wear corrective shoes in order to change the way their hips are shaped. And they go out in public like that on a regular basis. They are the peacocks of human society, for show.
So here's my major point. Many men, when they don't do anything to pursue a woman, are completely invisible. So they should peacock rather than not peacock if they want the attention of women. And it's consistent with her principle of divine masculinity.
I don't support that because
do you peacock?
Those hats are pimp though.
Oh, my hats are totally pimp. Yes,
and the purple shirt too. Hank knows what he's doing.
I don't know. It seems like there's room to up.
You too, though, Jeff.
It's a good start, but it seems like
there's always room for improvement.
Hey Jeff, I do actually have a slightly off-topic question, but it's mostly just I'm trying to find this. So you said that on stream you had gone through a whole like conversation on like what fascism is. I'm trying to find it. Do you know?
Yeah, I posted it the other day. Let me try to find it again. It was Echo's 14 points of fascism.
Yeah, that was what you went over. I'm curious as to how that.
If you search Echo, fascism? Does it come up with something?
Let me see. Echo.
No, let's see. I'll have to find it. I don't remember what I put in the title.
Jeff. I'm just searching on Google.
All right, I'll look for it.
No, nothing on YouTube. Okay. Unfortunate.
On that note, Hank, I don't think men should be so willing to give in to what women think is a ideal of masculinity.
How much control do you have over that if there's no will?
Yeah, probably not. But if a man is invisible, well, they should make themselves visible if they want to get women. It only makes sense.
To answer your question, Jeff, by education, programming, and incentives.
But if there's no will, how does that work? Like, what are you changing?
I don't understand the question.
Also, maybe this is just
without
like
the will, you're just trading one programming for another.
Yes.
Oh, what do you mean by will?
He means free will, independent of circumstances.
He doesn't mean that. He means we'll just ask Jeff what he means.
Yeah.
No, that's what he means. We've had this conversation extensively.
Oh,
if it's just choice, I've already conceded people make choices. He's very unhappy with my position on free will.
No, I just don't agree. It's not that I'm unhappy. It causes no emotion in me whatsoever. I just don't agree with it. I'm not.
Yeah, you're free to make no choice if you want.
Yeah, that's the point, though. You're free to make choice. You
exactly.
That's my definition.
Just the word "free" is just fucked all to hell in that sentence, though. It doesn't mean anything by the time.
Well, you are caught up on freedom and how free actually is because of all the antecedents and influences that go into a decision. And I'm less concerned about that because that doesn't negate the experience of still having the ability to choose at a certain point.
Yeah,
you're free to do what you're told.
Free, so.
Nobody's telling me to do anything.
Exactly.
Like, what is you wake up and what you have is it like 1984? You have a screen and a speaker that
you wouldn't be able to have this conversation with me right now
and makes you exercise and tells you what to eat. Like, what kind of life do you have that you're under all this control?
So you wouldn't even be able to have this conversation with me right now if it weren't for teams of people.
That just makes my point. We're not being controlled. We have the freedom to do all of this. Hey, Steve.
Are you sure it was going to make your point?
But yeah, Steve probably will understand my point on Till Swan's video. So basically, say men who are invisible, they should take control of their environment, like Till Swan says a masculine archetype would do. And to get women's attention rather than just being visible.
I don't think women's attention is necessarily a value. I think men should focus more on exploring their own identities and capacities and not worry about so much what women want. And ironically, I think that's what will make you more attractive to the right kind of women.
Assuming they exist, like if women only want men 6 foot or taller, no amount of cell exploration will make a difference.
That's a very small portion of society, though.
I mean, there's always the 10% of men get the majority of women, but the numbers still work out for the rest of us.
I disagree with the numbers, and I'll tell you why. Yeah. It makes no fucking sense to me why the number of people who are married, including women and men, aren't representative of that number. I think that
aren't
number
representative of what number?
10% of the men
get like 80% of the,
get
or whatever that
percent of the women.
So your wife was a virgin?
No, my wife was not. None of my.
So how do you know that? That 10% man didn't have sex with her already?
Well, because I fucking married him.
You what?
He married her. He married whoever it was.
She was a virgin when you got married.
No. I don't care if 80% of the women want to sleep with someone who is 6'5" and makes 6 figures. I don't fucking care. I care about the kind of person that they want to marry. Everything else to me is inconsequential.
Yeah. Or not even just marry, but like life, because I guess non-marriage.
Yeah, whatever you want to label it as. I don't care.
Yeah.
But I think that's
more
Till Swan about a lot of the things that she says, but a lot of the things that she says I do agree with, but that is not one of them. I'm with Denizen on this one. I think if men want to be desired by women, they should practice a good, healthy amount of stoicism and be someone worthy of being wanted, not peacock around like you're something that you're not, and
Yeah,
try
do
to get
the next
something
right thing.
you
Yep.
want in the first fucking place. Because what you're doing when you peacocking is you're asking a woman to make a substantive decision based on image and image alone. Irregardless of how are you going to treat the kids, how are you going to treat me, are you going to respect me, are you going to make a good income, are you going to provide, are you going to protect? Like, none of those things are involved in the process of peacocking. Fucking nothing. You're just talking about sexual partnership, and that's
part
it.
of this, yeah, I was gonna say that actually that's what I was gonna say is like I think a lot of people who talk about this kind of thing, they're not talking about, or they're what they care about, it seems, is not like life partnerships or any partnership. They care about like sex. That's their primary concern.
Which is the foundation of everything we're talking about.
Here's the thing: if you don't start to be the man that gets picked, then you're not gonna get picked. Period.
I mean,
not make yourself someone worthy of being picked.
Yeah, like
that's peacocking.
No,
that's peacocking is something completely different.
I think those men will be more sexually and reproductively successful than you, though. So you can have the kind of marriage that is important to you, and the kind of wife that enriches your experience, and believe that you have, reached that success. And like you said, we agree on that. I think that's a much healthier, pro-masculine thing to do. But I think the numbers they bear out. The data shows otherwise, right? Because like the number of times you have sex and knock somebody up, and then that woman carries your child to term, is where reproductive success is measured, right?
Sure, but like, who gives a shit about? Like, okay, okay, so I've talked to people who like care about this sort of like male loneliness. Like, how do you get women? It's also like the people who are talking about this. In my experience, their primary concern is trying to get with women. Their primary concern is trying to have sex with women. Not have kids or be in a long-term relationship
or settle down.
That's not.
Yeah, no, they're men. You're saying.
Okay. Not all men. Okay, there are men who care.
Not hashtag not all. That's what you're gonna do, Lib.
No, I'm saying your point. You're saying that like men broadly only care about sex, and I think that is a gross overestimate.
No, I think that the biological need to reproduce, especially in men, is a primal factor in all of the other modern day bullshit we layer on top of there in our decision making process.
Well, that doesn't explain gay men.
Yeah, how do you?
Why not?
We feel primal.
Gay men love sex.
Sure, gay men love sex with other men, but there's no reproduction involved, and they know.
No, but the instinct,
the genes are still selfish.
Like, so the genes are to have sex, not necessarily reproduce.
That's because sex feels good.
The drive to reproduce and the ability to reproduce are not the same thing.
Yeah, so where do you think that comes from, Lib? That's why it feels good.
No,
so I just want to be clear. We're knuckling human beings down to primal urges now.
Yeah,
I would.
I wouldn't.
That's certainly part of us. I think we're reducing ourselves.
I would say it's certainly part of us, but
significant part of us.
Yeah.
What about people like me who have no interest in having children? I still want to have sex.
It's the step one.
Primal urge to me is the sex. The urge to have sex.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that is absolutely
to have sex. The outcome of that is to have offspring. I think
right,
we're
that
conflating
can be
two different things here.
One of the outcomes. Yeah.
I also don't think that.
I don't think so. I think that you're just deciding you don't want kids. Your biological imperatives do not have less concern for like whatever decisions you've made in your adulthood.
I don't even think that sex is predominantly in sort of like modern human society a predominantly like primal urge. It's like people like having.
Do you think it's less primal because
Jesus Christ,
civilization than before? I disagree. I think it's pretty primal.
Well,
so it's Denizen.
People have sex. The reason people have sex is predominantly because it feels good, not predominantly to reproduce.
Sex,
yeah, but they've always had sex because it feels good.
On planet Earth, anywhere where a human is involved, sex is the most major factor in that thing, whatever it is.
Not what? No. What?
No, I disagree.
Please demonstrate this.
So Denizen,
like, I'm not saying that sex is unimportant, but like I need some demonstration that it's the most important thing in human.
Well, right up front in your face. It's right up front in your face.
That's the false man that chases that.
I didn't say anything about chases. I'm talking about being honest about who we are as a species and how our society works.
Yeah, so Denizen, there's no way for you to settle down with a woman if you can't get one on a hook. Period.
For sure. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with your fishing strategy. I would just, me personally, my answer was because I think a man should be less concerned about those things. It is in our primal nature, and then of course everybody's different. So it has to. First, what you have to do is ask yourself what you want, right? So not everybody wants to have a long-term relationship with a woman.
Sure.
So even if you
so some of my answer is based upon that. You know what I'm saying?
Before you can settle down, if you try to skip a step, you're going to be settled down with freaking.
Right, but now you come into where Steve was saying. Now, what kind of fish do you want to eat? Sorry, ladies, for the crudeness of the metaphor, but you know.
Well, no, actually, I think.
Let's say I want to pull someone like Teal Swan to just be simple. We all know who she is.
I don't know who she is. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. But most of us know who she is.
I would want the kind of woman who does not like. If we're talking about partnership, or are we talking about sex?
Either one, I don't really care.
Okay, because those are different fishing strategies, Hank.
Yeah, there's different motivations there.
Is sex at the bottom of both? Do they both start with sex, or is the sex instinct involved? Because even if I'm looking for a partner, the sex part is still important. They still have to meet the qualifications that someone would have to meet for the sex category.
Yes, but where I'm going to put my focus is going to change depending on the outcome I want.
Okay,
because
pick a fork, whichever one you're more comfortable with.
That makes sense.
Pick a fork, whichever one you're more comfortable with.
Well, I can answer both questions. I'm not just what are you asking me, you know?
Just pick one and answer it.
What's the question, bro?
I'll ask you again. If I wanted to pick up a woman like Teal Swan,
I don't know who that is.
Okay, someone else then.
Who's your celebrity crush?
Let's say
me.
Teal Swan.
But what's the reason
Scarlett Johansson.
for pick? What's the reason
Scarlett
for picking him up?
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Scarlett Johansson. I wouldn't know the first thing about trying to.
Let's just take an example. Let's just take an example of a very intelligent woman who is very beautiful, who is more than happy to be sexually active with you. Like, take your pick of any of those, any woman that fits that bill for you.
Me personally, I wouldn't be interested in much beyond the sex.
Okay, well, the other question
lowered it to a commodity.
Look, there's been a lot of books about this. There's been a lot of studies about this. There's a woman named Lori Gottlieb who wrote a book called "Marry Him." I don't know why I read the fucking book, because I'm already married, and so is my wife, obviously. But she actually proposed some really fucking interesting things in there. One of which is that at some point in time, and everybody knows my argument about soulmates versus roommates. But what has happened is that she did a couple of studies, and she found that women on average look for over 300 different types of things in men, not individual women, but women in general. There's about 300 markers of what they want in partners. Men had 4, literally fucking 4. Have sex with me, and that wasn't even a big one. That was like on the lowest part of the totem pole. The number one thing was to respect him. So men's primary motivations don't have to be sex. I mean, obviously, it's a very primal part of an aspect of human nature. Sure, I'm not going to argue that. But when it comes down to it, if we can't be with a partner who doesn't respect us, we're not going to fucking be with them. That's just not going to happen.
I mean, you're asserting that through the. Where are you getting that data from, though?
So there's she lists studies in her.
Have you been in a relationship?
Yes.
And
because
if
he's
you're
getting it
dropping
from this
everything,
article or these studies. But I'm the relationship I've been in, respect and trust are probably the two most important.
Well,
Of course,
to keep in a
of
relationship.
course, but how
finish
many?
this up though? I got to finish.
But
this
how
up
many
because this is
people
important.
hook up based upon those things?
Well,
I'm sure it's
yeah,
a
that's
lot.
a good question. But let him finish. Up.
In her book, what she found is that when she interviewed women who basically gave up and married partners that closely resembled what they wanted, they were actually much happier, because what they found is that the women who were married to men, long-term relationships, what they found that the most important things to those women was, how do they treat me? How do they treat my children? Do they provide for me? It came down about less about sexual attraction and more about mutual soul attraction. And men basically had the same thing. You also have men get sexually aroused by problem solving, actually. It's a very interesting fucking thing, which is why we like to fucking hunt down women and have sex with them, right? It's a problem solving exercise. That's why guys get so fucking turned on by it. Women don't get turned on by that. They get turned on by the person-to-person attraction, the physical touch of the individual. So we have different motivations propagating a net similar outcome, which is partnership. And when we have sex for pleasure, there's nothing wrong with that. But we also intrinsically know that there's nothing after that, unless we start looking inward, right? So when we're talking about whether we want to sleep with someone or whether we want to have partners with someone, they're two very different fucking conversations.
That's what Dan
very
is saying.
fucking vastly different conversations.
Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree with any of that. What I'm just saying is the primal motivators for most people are not the subsect of people who are looking to get soul married.
Yeah.
And you need to deal with all that. Sorry, Jeff. You need to deal with all that primal shit. If you're looking to get to the place where you are in the soul marriage, you're going to have to do some work. You're going to have to hit the bricks on that primal shit too, in order to overcome that and start making better choices.
Thank you for making my point.
I never did.
Resisting it, Denizen.
I had a very
my point, and this is talking to Hank now, is like, first and foremost, you know, I learned very early on, I'm a pretty attractive guy, but I stay in my own fucking lane, right? I'm not shooting for tens. I'm shooting for people that I can be around and not be fucking disgusted by. I'm looking to be around a woman that I enjoy being around, that I can have conversations, that we can have, conversations about difficult things, and we're not fighting and dragging out the baseball bats at the end of the fucking conversation, right? So if you want a woman, the first thing that you have to do, sexual attraction for women comes after everything else. For men, it's primary. Absolutely. I'll agree with you on that. So if you want a woman, you have to make yourself worthy of them. You have to have qualities that the women want. And physical attraction is not major high on their list of things.
That's just not true. It's not high on their list of things when they're ready to marry you.
Yes, if we don't hit that physical attraction part,
that's the thing, is that most men don't meet their primary physical requirements. But the ones who do, they don't have to do any of the work that you need to do to get laid.
Yes.
So I'm going to wholeheartedly disagree with that, because I think you're being unclear.
No, you need to pass that physical attraction part, or you're invisible.
Well, the first problem is you're treating sex as a commodity, like going to the grocery store and buying a head of lettuce.
How do
everything in a human transaction is a
commodity? Like, how do all these men know what's in women's heads around sex? Do we have any women that can tell us?
What Lori Gottlieb found was that the things that were in women's the things that were in women's heads about what they wanted in men weren't actually what they wanted, and it wasn't actually what they needed.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
So women don't know what they want.
Saying that women want 6 foot tall guys that make 6 figures a year is all fine and dandy. But what it boils down to is when they finally find a guy that they can spend their time with, that they can be intimate with, that they can trust, that they can love, it's hardly ever the same physical body type as the person that they are most physically attracted to.
No, they give their youth and their fertility to the men that they're physically attracted to 80% of the time, though. And they may get around to you later. Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought that's what we were talking about, is Hank was mentioning, like, being able to settle down with a woman.
Yeah, so he would have to change his fishing strategy.
Absolutely. Like if your goal is to just bed a chick, I can give you all the fucking pointers you want, dude. I've had I don't even want to mention the fucking my body count.
Pointers. You don't need your own pointers because you're already physically attractive. You don't need your own pointers.
That's just emptiness.
The best thing I found as a strategy for me was actually paying attention to the human being that I was looking at and who I was talking to and connecting with her on a intellectual, intimate level.
I just want you to know
9 times out of 10.
There's 10% of men that don't have to do that ever.
Sure, I get that, but that's not beneficial for anybody.
It is for them. They're doing okay.
I mean, if that's your goal,
you sound like you may not be one of those, and you might.
What do you mean that?
No, I got to do work.
Yeah.
Sorry. What
do you mean by like they're doing okay? Do you mean like they're doing okay at like getting sex?
Yeah, they're just naturally.
Not everybody has the same ideas of success.
Yeah,
let's leave it at that before let's not go too far down that rabbit hole. Okay,
he's not as much of a stud as other guys.
I can get the first part. You can totally go for the second, third part easily because you have.
I can.
Steve, are you over 6 foot tall? By the way, are you over 5'11"?
No, I'm 5'8".
Okay.
Yeah, like okay, and also I can speak a little bit to this because again, I lived the first 25 years of my life as a man, and I'm gonna be real. I was pretty fucking successful in college, but I'm not like a particularly like 10 out of 10 attractive person. Like I'm a normal looking person. I'm not particularly unattractive, but like
where would you put yourself? 7, 6,
6.5.
Okay.
But like I had a lot of sex because I just would spend time talking with people, hanging out with them, and it turns out when you spend time and hang out and genuinely are like,
it's like you're not hearing what I'm saying. 10% of men will never have to do that.
Oh yeah, no, sure.
Absolutely. To get sex or to get a partner?
Yeah, to get sex. Well, you can get a partner that way too, bro.
Yeah.
I think the number's higher than 10%. I don't think sex is that hard to get.
Yeah, no, sex is not hard. Well,
I wouldn't say it's that hard. It's just a lot easier for people who are physically attracted to one another.
I do take.
So the ideal women, physically speaking, are having sex with the ideal men, physically speaking, and those they win the genetic marketplace.
And you get stuck with the leftovers.
I don't think they do.
Like what do you mean? What do you mean the genetic marketplace?
They have more sex and probably more offspring.
No,
that's not necessarily.
That's not what.
Why does it bother you though?
People
it doesn't bother me. What bothers me is the idea that it's silly.
No, I don't think it's
right. I have to. It's absurd. It's absurd to like half the panel, and it's not really bothering me. It's just making for a vigorous debate.
I agree with you. It just sounds like it.
Your
circumstances were different.
I don't think anybody could disagree with you on the fact that 10% of the most beautiful people get the other 10% of the most beautiful people. It would be ridiculous to argue that because we know for a fact that that's true.
Okay,
what we're saying is that you're ignoring the other 90% of the human beings out there who do get married and have children. So when we're talking about a very small portion of the population having the most sex, it doesn't always necessarily boil down to them having more reproduction, because a lot of those people a lot of those women are on birth control because they want to keep the ideal body, so that they're not having children.
I would agree with you that birth control and abortion changes the math. I don't know if there's any data to show that it's one way or the other. Well, I mean, you're certain.
Hang on.
I think more people fucking means more babies, generally speaking.
In the industrialized Western world, it is empirically true that people are having less babies. That is just true. In industrialized countries, people have less.
How is that mutually exclusive to what I just said?
It's not mutually exclusive. What I'm saying is that like, in the places where like we are talking about, which is usually like America and America adjacent places, people are having fewer babies overall. Like this isn't like
it's not even, dude, it's not just the West Lib. No, China has been reducing their population is not sustainable.
So
They're
yeah,
definitely not
I
Western
was
culture.
saying like Western, but like really what it is industrialized countries. It's a trend that you
Okay.
notice.
Okay.
Basically, every country that industrializes, their birth rate dramatically falls. It's just probably like a thing when countries industrialize, you start having a bigger educated population. When you have more educated
Yeah,
population,
and the upper classes have less kids too. The educated upper classes, like the more upperly mobile you are, the less
Well,
kids.
those
Are you
who
sure about that?
those who don't have to run a farm for
Well,
20
at
hours
least
a
here in
day
the
tend to
US.
have less children.
yeah.
I mean, in general, like once societies are lifted out of poverty, they start to have less and less children. But I think right now, the upper class Americans are the ones having children the most.
I don't. Maybe I
I
don't know.
want to
Uh,
disagree with that, but I
I have
don't
no
have any
idea.
numbers to disprove you.
Yeah, I would have to see the numbers on it because again, like a lot of like the vast majority of people having kids, it tends to be people who are poorer, who have less access to things like birth control or just in general education.
Right. But in just the United States, where it's kind of leveled out somewhat.
No, that's every country where you have this where you have
Yes,
a high.
I know. In general, what like
Lib is
the
correct.
more income that people make in a country, the less children they have. And I'm saying here in America, I believe that I just recently read something that it's actually upper class people who are having more children because we don't have like a super impoverished,
Hmm.
you know,
They might be
That's
having.
new to me. I'm
10
not saying
10
you're wrong.
kids.
I just hadn't heard it. If
So,
you have a
yeah.
article,
I
or
haven't
something,
seen that.
I'm definitely
They,
And
they might be having
and
more kids
also
than they
that they're
have
the
in
ones who are
past.
getting married more now too. So there would be something to say that if you don't think that they're most successfully reproductively, then
Sure, but
married people aren't.
there's something going on with marriage nowadays. I have noticed.
Well, what it is you're having more people live together and like be life partners, but not be married.
But they don't get all the tax benefits and stuff. Why would
Yeah.
someone not want that?
Because they don't care about because I guess the crappy built-in contract is bad. They don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, and also there is sort of like a sort of social reason. Like so socially in America, the idea of like getting married is that you're supposed to have this big, opulent sort of like celebration that costs tens of thousands of dollars, and
That's
so
a
you're
wedding.
having
That's
more
not marriage.
Well, no, I know that's not marriage, but I mean, like the whole wedding thing is like I know that for people who are like my age, I know there's a lot of people who either they don't want to like get married at all, or they do want to get married, but they just don't want to have a wedding. And the
Plenty of people
the
do
wedding
that.
thing I've talked to people who the whole wedding thing is the thing that has largely turned them off to marriage.
Do they
Because
know they can get married without a wedding? Like everybody in my generation knew that.
Well,
We should teach people they can have a wedding without getting married. That'll probably save us some
The
trouble.
reason that marriage rates are dropping are because people don't want weddings.
Well, so in my case, the people I'm talking about had families who, if they were to get married, would be like, no, you need to have like
Well, you
a
hang
wedding.
out with a weird crowd.
I mean, yeah, I do. That's fine.
How representative of like mainstream America is it?
Of like people not getting married.
I know plenty of
very
people
well.
that got married. I lived in Vegas. They have entire like chapels of people that go get married in just minutes, just
No, I
spontaneously.
know. I mean, sorry. I guess that side thing, that was more of a side thing. The real thing is that people, younger people, are getting married less and less often, but they are
But not just because of weddings.
No, there's a variety of reasons, and but like they're still having partnerships, like long-term partnerships. That just isn't marriage, largely. Also,
Just like dating or common law or dating.
Yeah, dating, common law. Also, with poorer people, oftentimes it's more beneficial to not get married, because when you get married, like if you're like just above the poverty line, so like you are getting some sort of financial assistance from the government, and then you get married, depending on
but to me those are edge cases. Like that's not the normal. situation facing most young people, I would not.
No. That's not a young person thing. That's a poor person thing. That's that's why we're not seeing rising rates of marriage among poor people, because there are like reverse incentives about getting, like, people be like, oh, we want people to get married, but like the incentives are actually against people getting married if you're below a certain.
Well, good thing y'all opened it up to the gays, or y'all might not have any numbers.
I mean, yeah, that's actually. I mean, also divorce rates are higher, but not among gay couples.
Anyways, Hank, what was the question?
Except lesbian couples. Isn't it lesbian couples who are like have a ludicrously high?
That's always been the stereotype.
Domestic violence.
No, that's not a stereotype. That's actually true.
That's the fact.
I'm pretty sure it's borne out in statistics.
Aren't most stereotypes true?
No.
Well, they're stereotypes. They're starting points. They're statistical.
I would say yes.
They become stereotypes for a reason, right?
I mean, well, yeah, but like not all those reasons are because they're true. Like things can become stereotypes for reasons other than them being true, right?
Well, I mean, sure, yeah. That doesn't.
Like,
I find that they become stereotypes more often than not, though, because they're true. Right, because they're reinforced by experience. Could they be, secretly programmed by the CIA? I suppose.
With people's
not secretly programmed, but like
to have any kind of like life.
Like why? Here's a question about that.
They're more likely to fight over who gets custody of the dog.
Because they only have one strap on. The strap on.
But they've got 6 dogs, and each of them wants all of them.
It depends if it's double-ended or not, Daniel.
That's not a strap on. That's a dildo.
I don't know. We have Hank here though. Maybe not.
Not sure what that implication was.
He's our
Hank. Are you a lesbian?
Sex toy expert.
Negative.
But he is a sex toy expert.
We go to him with all of our sex toy questions.
There's some interesting stuff that I'm just reading right now, and I'll just read it off. It says another possible factor of low fertility rates is culture. Numerous studies show that culture and ethnicity play a quantitatively significant role in explaining variation in women's work and fertility outcomes. Simultaneously, culture has a causal effect on economic development. Such cultural traits as having trust in other people, appreciating the virtue and having tolerance and respect for others in children, feeling in control of one's life, and appreciating obedience in one's own children appear to be favorable to economic development. Mass culture can also influence people's attitudes towards having large families. For instance, in Brazil, where soap operas depict small families, women living in areas covered by the largest soap opera producer have significantly lower fertility rates. This effect is strongest among women in low socioeconomic status and in the central and late phases of fertility. It's actually kind of interesting. It kind of goes into detail depending upon, and this is where Lib is partially correct, is like in areas with low economic, I guess a positive, oh God, what do they call it? Holy shit, my words today. In low economic development, they've started to see a steady decline in birth rates, and in industrialized societies, what you'll see is the more economically productive a country is, they'll have a sharp decline in fertility rates that will eventually recover, but usually not under. It's still usually it only recovers just under the replacement rate of that society. So it kind of depends on what situation you're in and where you live and what ethnicity you are and what culture you reside in and what your socioeconomic status is.
And globalization will play a role as we enter into the next century.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed that a lot of times when people give relationship advice, they say they make the chemistry metaphors or just nonsense metaphors. Like, what type are you into? And it's very arbitrary, like fan club buying stuff kind of thing. It was more like, what capitalist fan club you're in rather than an actual person. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, what happened?
I don't know. I was wondering what she meant by that too.
It was probably Hank, if I had to guess.
I mean, Hank was talking, but he didn't say anything bad.
Hank, quit taking the conversation somewhere vile.
What?
No.
What?
He said no.
When did the conversation
You're gonna drive away all the sweet little old
I
ladies?
like Hank.
But yeah, a lot of people would say when you say firefight this type of that person, they always filter them into just fan clubs. Like oh, what kind of store you want to shop at? What clothes you wear? What tattoos you like to wear? But it's ridiculous. What games do you like to play? So it really has nothing to do with the person, rather than just what fan club you in, what cult did you join, and it's just absurd.
Yeah. Well,
people aren't.
We hang out with different people.
My point really is that if you want a lifelong partner, you have to make yourself worthy of being a lifelong partner. That means you've got to work on your communication skills. You've got to work on your interpersonal skills. You know, obviously betting a chick is a completely different context here. And, you know, there's certain strategies you can find for that. But if you're actually trying to find a lifelong partner, it's going to be difficult because the criteria for a lifelong partner is drastically larger than it is for a one-night stand. It's just going to be much more complex to try and find a life partner that you actually can compete with and you can have a relationship with. And if that's your goal, then you really need to focus on yourself. Stoicism is a great perspective about doing that. Educate yourself, learn about things, read books, you know, play an instrument, learn a language, become interesting to the person that you want to date, rather than hoping and relying on image and look and peacocking, because that's only going to get you so far.
So, Steve, how do you explain all the relationships, the majority of them, that just happen to be extended one-night stands? They just met and they just stay together due to proximity. They don't have a better option. How do you explain that?
I think there's an easy way to explain that by actually looking at the divorce rate. They don't fucking work.
But what is work though? That's the thing.
Long-lasting, non-divorcing couples.
That's your definition of work, right? Like
it's the definition of fucking success if you're talking about marriage.
Not for the species. Well, marriage is kind of irrelevant.
I didn't know we were talking about species. I thought we were talking about personal relationships. And if you want to have a successful personal relationship, you've got to have some quality to you.
But what drives most people is not any of that stuff. They don't even think about it. They just randomly slam into somebody and stick with that person for about 7 years so that they can produce offspring. Then they move on to somebody else and they do it again.
Yeah. You don't think there's any qualities within that person that made them want to stay for 7 years? Nothing about that person made them want to stay for 7 years.
Sure, but it doesn't necessitate all the things you said they needed, because most people aren't that interesting.
Yeah, or that conscious of the decisions that they're making. Like they don't even think about relationships on that level.
And that's why they fail.
You call it a failure. The 8 billion humans begs to differ.
Dude, you are massively overgeneralizing things, dude.
I don't understand.
Massively. Well, for example, Western culture is not the same as Eastern culture. They hold different values. So you can't say generally or most.
I wasn't making a value statement, though.
Well, when you say most, if not all, that's a value statement. You're making a value statement.
You lost me. How?
Because most, the definition that you're using here as most, has a quantitative number attached to it in some way. Like saying most or all, right, is very similar. Meaning most of the people that we're talking about, all of humanity, most. What is most? 80%?
A greater number of.
So a greater number of. That's still a quantitative value assessment, right? You're still making a valuation.
You mean valuation in the sense that I'm creating a number, a numeric value?
I forgot what the original statement was. What about this majority of people?
Well, I'm not sure what Denizen is talking about. Because if you're talking about success, long marriages tend to be the most successful by definition.
What is the point of marriage?
there can be numerous reasons why someone would want to get married. They might want to have for example,
well, then there's numerous definitions of success. It's completely subjective, and you have your opinion, and I have my opinion.
In the home is highly successful for the production of children that are well-rounded.
That's right.
Society,
so we do know what we're talking about. Okay, good.
We do know what we're talking about,
right.
Which is the success of the family, the success of the marriage, the success of the children. What part of successful families was I not clear about?
No. Not success of the family. Rearing children that can, in America, manage at least a minimum wage job.
That's not successful, though.
That's the point of marriage.
No, the point of marriage is to have children, raise children, so that they are productive members of society who are well-rounded and emotionally healthy.
The well-rounded, emotionally healthy. I don't really think
we have that. I think we
have
what Denizen said. I think most
I
people
disagree.
Hold a minimum.
The purpose of marriage is not strictly for children.
Of course not.
We didn't have children.
What's it for then?
You find a person that you feel compatible with, that you want to spend the rest of your time with.
I got lots of people like that.
So marriage is for codependency.
No,
in part, yeah,
it can be.
Oh, it can be, but it doesn't have to be based on that.
And that's successful, is it? Being codependent?
It's not fucking successful, Denizen. You're not exactly being clear, and you're being rather.
You never had a.
I did. I spelled it out.
You did.
I
had plenty of relationships. I'm in one now. I spelled it out like step by step exactly what I meant.
So you think
I love that these are the no free will guys, but what keeps you in it?
You guys are talking
a relationship is not just a thing of ease.
Oh yeah, being single is way easier.
Well, I'm talking about just being in a relationship just for strictly a matter. You don't want to put any effort out any further.
So what's your definition of a successful marriage, Denizen, or a successful relationship?
I think those are two different things.
No, I'm softballing this for you. I'm not going to say marriage. I'll just say a successful relationship. What is a successful, loving?
You can't have a successful marriage without relationship.
I don't even think love or sex needs to be a component of a successful relationship.
With a partner that you want,
like a romantic relationship.
I don't want to be with one person for the rest of my life.
Okay, so the criteria is completely fucking different. You think most people want that?
No, I described what I thought by most.
You could technically qualify as queer.
We're talking about me now. I'm not talking about me when I say most.
So
I've become the topic of the conversation now.
How does that?
What are you in a relationship for? What are you getting out of it? And why? What keeps you in it? We're just trying to understand because it's not with most people.
Why? What does it have to do with me?
Just curious because you said you're talking about you, so you made yourself.
No, you guys are trying to talk about me. I was trying to talk about most marriages, most relationships. What is the point of marriage? To bear children. Most of these relationships, the people get together for reasons that are unbeknownst to them.
Nobody agrees.
They stay together just long enough in order so that child won't accidentally die by walking out in the middle of the street by itself, and then they break up and move on to somebody else. That's what's normal.
That's what you consider normal.
I disagree.
If that's what the statistics bear out, I'm open to new information.
So normal and statistic is not the same thing. Normal is kind of a made-up word. There is no normal.
All right, well, I'm talking about what most people do.
So what, in your opinion, would be a successful relationship for most people?
Yeah, that'd be
in which some kids survive that can get jobs.
So your concern is on the children, not the actual couple.
That's the point of marriage.
Wouldn't it be more successful to have two parents stay together
for
longer to provide better access to knowledge and information?
Childless couples.
Not really concerned with that. We don't really need to know that much. We just need them to punch a clock in.
I know what your fucking point is then.
One point of marriage, one purpose of marriage, or can be for some people.
Well,
Yeah, sure. You could make up a whole bunch of other reasons.
Shade and nuance to the conversation.
That's not the main reason people get married. It's just to have kids.
It's the point of marriage. I can't tell you the main reason people get. I would say probably, if I were to guess, the main reason people get married is some kind of cultural, spiritual belief, some programming they got from their family and their culture.
There's tax benefits.
But the point of marriage is to rear successful employees into the economy.
And what about couples with no kids? Like that doesn't apply to all married couples, so they can't.
Are they failing at marriage? Denizen?
What was the question? Sorry.
Are couples, married couples who don't have any kids, failing at marriage? Then
let's have a pointless marriage.
Well,
I'm sure they would disagree.
Well, fortunately, nobody cares what Denizen thinks about it. None of them.
Well, apparently, everybody cares what I think about it, because it like
I'm amused that
so much to the point that you attempted to change the topic several times into my actual personal life.
Yeah, and then you got real defensive and steered us away from it.
I don't think I got real defensive.
You're not in it for love or sex.
I said that I didn't. I said that I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about what most people have in their relationships. They randomly get together. They don't give it much thought.
That bizarre, that much of an outlier. How would you know?
Because I don't base these opinions on my anecdotal experiences. I read about the information that's available, and I go off of that.
Every couple meets randomly. At some point,
that's not
they
true.
met randomly.
Yes, that's true. No, factual. That's factual. Well, there's geographic limitations, so it's random. It's random, but there's a seed.
Yeah, and there's also a focus.
And you believe that most people's focus is to raise children long enough to get the fuck out of the house and be employees.
It's about the average length of a relationship. Is what it takes.
The average length of a relationship and the purpose of having a relationship they're not the same.
That's your opinion, man.
Most people don't get into relationships hoping that it fails in 7 years.
Just as
right. They have no idea what they're doing.
Sure, but that doesn't mean they go into the relationship expecting it to fail in 7 years.
No, that's right. I would say that they don't know what they're doing.
So their intention is not to fail.
Exactly.
Sure.
That's my whole point. That's where the inconsistency was lying.
Well, we agree.
Okay.
People don't intend to have failed marriages when they get married. They think it's going to last forever.
I don't know anybody that intends a relationship.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
That would be a very...
Holy shit, that was the point of disagreement this whole time? Damn, you didn't even have to ask me about my girlfriend to get that answer.
Well, the whole point was that you were inconsistent on what you said. Most people believe that they want out of a marriage, and it.
No, that's not what I said.
The reality.
We specifically had that conversation. I specifically mentioned how people insert a whole bunch of reasons and other things in there
for having a marriage.
But at the end of the day, they're driven by these things, and relationships and outcomes by these predetermined factors, the primal urges. I already admitted that people tell themselves a whole bunch of other stories about why they want things, and most of it is cultural programming.
You specifically said the purpose of marriage is to have children. And
it's the point of a marriage.
Indoctrinate them into employment.
Yep. Raise a kid that will be able to hold down a job without dying.
And my position, my argument against that is people don't get into marriages to have children just to fail later.
I don't see how that.
To what you said.
I don't see how.
Okay, I don't know if I'm capable of explaining this to you. Then
he's got a jaded view or something.
Something.
I think it's a jaded view. I think it's a very particular view of humanity.
No, it's a lot of cynicism.
It's not even based on like it's based. It seems like it's based off of just like what you're what you think. Because like again,
newsflash, everything you say is exactly the same thing.
Well, not necessarily. Like
no, necessarily.
I don't just think that 1 + 1 = 2. there are like factual reasons as to why I believe that 1 + 1 can equal 2. 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, there's factual reasons for everything I believe too.
Well, but like we asked for like, okay, so like
you were given them too.
Okay, you claimed that like people get into marriage to raise kids.
I did not make that claim.
You said that's the purpose. That's the point.
I said the point of marriage is to.
You say that.
No, you didn't. You keep saying that.
Have children.
You keep talking about why people get into marriages. I said the point of marriage is.
I think they're getting in for whatever reason. That's not really why they're getting into it. They're deluded.
Generally speaking, people get together just long enough to fuck and have kids, and then they split up and fuck and have kids with somebody else.
Sometimes that happens.
Not all.
And that includes married people too.
I'm sorry you had a bad childhood, but I don't think that reflects all of reality for everybody.
Again, it always has to come down to me and my childhood and what I think. No, I'm just going off of data.
But it seems to. Am I wrong?
Are you wrong about what?
Argument.
It seems to for you. It's the only explanation for you.
No, it's one hypothesis. You're welcome to rebut it, clarify it, whatever. Ignore it.
I don't think my childhood has anything to do with the fact that that people get together for about 7 years, break up, and
I can respect
and that human beings generally are not monogamous. I don't think that's based upon my childhood at all.
I don't know if they are, or it depends on the individual. I know some people who are, and some people who are poly, and I don't know what the ratio is.
Sure, there's all sorts of outliers. I was just talking about most people.
I don't know. It can go either way, especially.
I guess I don't really know either because I'm only going based upon government statistics.
In America today, most people are actually pretty monogamous,
and those could be lies.
What percent do you
define monogamous, Liv?
They want to be in one relationship with one person at a time.
Yeah, at a time. Yes, I agree with you, Liv. Most people are monogamous by that definition.
What other? Okay, what is your definition of monogamy by which most people aren't?
Well, it wouldn't be at a time because the part mono would have to matter. So that's being with the same person, being with one person your entire life.
Well, hang on, is that
period?
Okay, so that's unrealistic for like basically any human society ever.
Why?
Yeah, that's what they call serial monogamy. It's a form of monogamy.
What do you mean?
Serial monogamy. You gotta love it.
Reasons, because life is full of a bunch of things that you can't account for. Like, for instance, your spouse dying, you not getting along with your spouse.
You could just stay single after your spouse dies. And even if I threw in widows and widowers and let you build that into your definition, you'd still be left holding an empty sack.
What empty sack? I'm just talking about
whatever it is you're trying to argue with.
I mean, I'm just trying to argue that most.
I know it's me that doesn't make any sense. Not the people who are saying dating several different people over the course of a lifetime is monogamy. Those people make sense. Denizen's the crazy one.
By that definition, though, most human societies haven't been predominantly monogamous.
Correct. That was my claim to begin with, and all of the data and reality reinforces that. But you said I just think it because I just think it.
Your bizarre French definition of monogamy. If somebody
I would agree with that.
And then broke up and dated another person,
they would no longer be monogamous.
You're the only person that would say, "Oh, that person's not monogamous."
That was also the point. It was the whole reason of marriage too. Was to be with one person, your partner, for the rest of your life.
Okay, why does this affect you so much? Who cares?
Like, how am I affected? I'm not affected. I don't even get married. You're just trying to make it about me again because you don't like my answers.
You seem really bothered by this. Like just reading your.
I'm really bothered by the treatment I'm getting by the people on the panel, not by the fact that most people are not monogamous.
Sorry, like this is not the.
And I'm not really that bothered. It just, I'm going to have to raise my voice and cut in and interrupt people when you've got 4 people coming at you. That's all.
You can do that if you want.
So I just want to be clear here because there's no definition of monogamy which includes having one partner for your entire life. Every definition is.
But that was the point of marriage.
So monogamy is the practice or state of being married to one person at a time, to practice or the state of having a sexual relationship with only one partner, and the habit of having only one mate at a time.
At a time. So
sure. Monogamy is specifically just for that.
And I agreed to that 7 minutes ago, right, Steve? Did you hear me agree to that 7 minutes ago?
He did agree to that 7 minutes ago, and I really don't like arguments by dictionary. They're just really dumb.
Well,
it's not about argument. It's
having this common starting point for terms is important.
I thought you just made the argument that monogamy was only for one partner for your entire life.
I did, but that was after I agreed to your definition.
Okay, so we're going back to the previous agreement of one partner at a time.
And that's the point of marriage? To get married for a little while, break up, and then marry somebody else?
I don't think that's the point of being married.
Okay. No, then I just wonder how it has any relevance to what we were talking about.
Also, wait, are you talking about marriage or are you talking about like people being together long term? Because marriage is a specific kind of legal contract that, depending on when or where you're talking about,
both.
It doesn't make a difference.
Both. It doesn't make a difference.
I think it does make a difference whether you're talking about the social idea of marriage or like
all of them.
Your thoughts are wrong.
All of them. All of them.
Make a difference.
People date one person at a time. Yeah. So they don't stay with the same person forever.
Not necessarily.
That's not a thing.
Well, not necessarily.
And the average length of the relationship is just about how long it would take for a human child to complete its primary education.
I mean,
it's just a coincidence.
For some people.
Not entirely. Like when we're talking about divorce rates, the divorce rate is roughly 50%. So that means 50% of the people are divorcing and 50% are not. So it's not most.
No, because you have to include people who aren't married.
Well, when we're talking about divorce rates.
Yeah, when you're talking about divorce rates, I'm talking about most people. It includes all the unmarried people too. And the single people who are just fucking and having kids.
Well, I can tell them too. Very worked up over the state of modern.
Yes, of course I am. Right. Here comes the gaslighting because the arguments fail.
No, that's just my impression from watching you on the stream. Anybody else can go watch the same thing and make their own judgments.
Well, you are entitled to your impression, sir.
Hey, Jeff, what's your impression of me currently?
Whether you think I'm entitled to them or not.
Hey Jeff, what's your impression of me currently?
Of you? You've been very quiet and calm today. You've talked probably less than you normally do, but you've jumped in at moments where you had something to say. So I don't know. It's hard to read. I do like your idea of upping your peacock game. Like blinging out the hats a little bit. The shirts. I think there's potential to do something with the shirts. And then I don't really know the rest of you. I don't see you out in public. So that's my thoughts on you today.
He must have had a very good childhood.
Who, Hank?
Yeah.
I don't know. He seems like he did. Like you're
okay.
still in touch with your dad, right? You get along with your dad?
Yes. I would say it was mediocre.
Here's an interesting little tidbit of information. 88% of Americans get married at least once in their life. However, in 2019, there were 112 single men per 100 single women for never married adults.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too, is that peacocking equation is changing. The math is changing. So men might become the bigger peacocks here over the next 20 years or so.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Especially, well, I mean, if the number of single men increases, probably not. But if the number of single women increases, most likely, definitely, yeah.
Right.
Probably be, because there's going to be, mate selection is going to be heavily skewed in one direction or the other. Just means that men don't have to try very hard right now, which is interesting. But I used to live the bar life, and I was a player way back in the day, and there's a certain emptiness to it after a while, and you get really tired of it, and you look for someone to like settle down with. At least for me, it was that way, and I know a lot of people that were that way too. There's a few, like possibly you, Denizen, that are perfectly happy doing that, and I'm not going to criticize you for making that choice.
I don't do that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying if you did, I wouldn't criticize you for it.
I also wouldn't say that wasn't how I described most people either. And technically, they're not really monogamous when they're in those short-term relationships either. They cheat a lot. But I would say that it's not enough to where
Hank, what happened with Jim Bob?
Oh, I was just on the show, and first of all, he had what's called an atheist keyboard warrior that got destroyed named Willie. Then he had me afterwards, and he didn't destroy me at all. I made a very good argument for my positions.
It's on his channel. I can find it on his channel.
Yeah, I'll go get a link for you.
All right,
dude. I was debating someone at work just the other day about atheism and faith, and they're like, he pulled the old fucking thing out of the hat. Was like, well, people who are atheists are just religious. They just don't want to admit it. I'm like, fuck yourself, dude.
The new atheists certainly seem
get some form.
Well, so new atheists are quite ideological, but I don't think that ideology and religion are the same thing. I think
that's where you get into semantics, because I've read arguments for both, like religion, mythology, ideology being all similar constructs.
No, there's a lot of similarities between them, but
can be.
Yeah,
I'm okay with any of them being interchanged. I know what someone's talking about when they use them.
Despite the fact that Sam Harris has kind of gone off the deep end recently, his moral landscape argument and the least possible misery is pretty fucking brilliant. Especially the way that he explains it. I mean, it's literally the way that I live my life. I want to cause the least amount of misery possible.
Yeah, you and Steve McRae and what's called.
Wait,
Sam
Jeff.
Harris.
I don't mean like
Craig. I mean, let me stop. And Craig just pain and misery to evil. So I understand that point of view, but I don't agree with it.
It's okay.
Yeah, you mix up.
Not that do you really? Like, I know everybody wants to cause the least amount of misery unless they're a sadist. But I mean, is that something that you think about or worry about or keeps you up at night? Because there's a certain amount of misery that happens from just people existing. And
what keeps you up at night, Jeff?
You can only do it as an individual, Jeff. I mean, I can't decrease misery in a place that I have no influence in. So the Sam Harris's argument was that if each individual held that same acknowledgement, then we would decrease misery overall. So
I mean,
I live my life.
Misery. I think I'm not actively looking for misery to decrease, but I'm also not adding to it.
So if you want to just stay neutral, that's perfectly fine too, because that way people like me who go out of their way to cause less misery or influence less misery, then we're making up the middle ground there. But it's weird because I get called a moralist about that, and it's just like it's much simpler than that.
Oh,
so basically,
I know the feeling, Steve. I know the feeling.
Yeah. Basically, what I operate under is
Frank literally comes in complaining that the podcast is successful.
I love to moralize about moralizers.
I know, right? But basically, it's like if I have a situation where if I do something, it will cause them misery, but it'll cause me gain or even neutral gain, like no gain at all. I will tend to take more misery on myself and take it away from them. So basically, I'm not going to cut. Like, my happiness is never going to be at the expense of someone else's happiness.
At least not in a way that you can control.
And I don't
exactly. Yes, not in a way that I can control.
There's definitely like ways in which like our happiness as people living in like America, like some of our happiness is contingent upon other people's suffering, but there's not really any way we can change that or
right. Is it like you won't wear certain clothes if you knew they were made by child labor, stuff like that?
Yes. Well, so that's one way that you can decrease, hopefully, hypothetically decrease misery, but that's not completely fleshed out.
And it's also not always a thing that everyone can do, right? Like if you're
just Frank.
Like if you don't have a lot of money, right? Like the clothes that are explicitly made not with child labor are usually a lot more expensive. So
yeah,
I don't think there's any like purpose into moralizing like for people like, oh,
so it's fine if that's all people can afford. And
well, I mean, it's also a similar thing with like veganism, right? Like I think that because the meat industry is so, I think, particularly barbaric. I believe that being a vegan is morally superior to not being a vegan. However, given that our society is the way it is, it's very meat. Our culture is very meat centric. Meat is very cheap, and stuff like that. It is not immoral to not be a vegetarian or vegan. Though it is good when people do try when they can.
I think it's a very interesting way of looking at it, and I would tend to agree with that more.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like for the most part, my personal interactions with people is primarily what I go based off of, because I know that there's very little influence I can have on the child labor market aside from making sure that I don't buy child labor market, stuff.
Yeah.
But stuff like what's a good example? Well, I mean, a good example is what I don't know who posted it just a second ago. Do unto others. I would change that to basically the golden rule. This is the main reason why I'm a libertarian. Just like leave me the fuck alone. I'll leave you the fuck alone, and we're gonna be fine, right? But when it comes down to it, it's weird because like in my neighborhood, we've got a bunch of Christians. I'm literally the only fucking atheist here because I live in Mormonville. But every winter I'm the one out cleaning all of these fucking people's driveways of snow. Right? Where's all the fucking? Where's all the Christians? Like they're nowhere to be fucking found. And I don't internalize that and be like, oh, I'm a better person than them. That's not what I do. What I'm saying is that I can do things in my own life that influence the people around me for a net positive benefit. It takes me very little work to do it, but it makes them very happy, and it creates this kind of feeling of community. Right? That is a net positive benefit. And I get something out of it, yeah, absolutely. But what I've done is I've decreased overall misery in my local area, and that's the point.
I think that people gain
up to that.
people gain from the overall misery decreasing. Like even if you're like, I don't know, like you think that even like a sadist who wants to increase misery, I think they benefit from misery decreasing broadly.
Oh, absolutely. It depends on what kind of sadist and masochist you're talking about too. If they enjoy it, then you're absolutely causing less misery. You're actually causing joy. But if you're a sadist just for the sadist's sake, you are causing misery.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I guess I'm using sadist in a like not a neutral way, but in like a negative way, like someone who would be like, wow, I love that there are homeless people around. This is awesome. Yeah. I love people being homeless and not having somewhere a roof over their head to sleep. This is great. Those are the kind of people I'm describing when I say like a sadist in terms of like misery.
What about you, Denizen? How do you operate?
As far as what?
Well, like what's your, because you're an atheist too, if I remember correctly, right?
Pretty much, yep.
Okay, so what is your moral landscape, so to speak? How do you make decisions, moral decisions? Because I know you've read Sam Harris as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree technically with the moral landscape, but I think I don't really make decisions morally, so to speak. Personally, I don't believe so.
You don't believe that you make moral decisions?
No, not anymore. I think I've been pretty reactive based upon like guidelines that were given to me as a child. And I wouldn't claim that I'm any less reactive now. But to the extent to which it appears to be, I don't make decisions based upon any kind of moral structure or.
What is it based on?
Just
whatever reflex.
Whatever's going to benefit me in any given situation.
That is kind of a form of morality.
Yeah, it's hedonism, which is by use.
I mean, yeah,
it's not Machiavellianism.
No, Machiavellianism is a political thing, but that's
the only thing. I just hesitate in considering it a moral thing because that seems like I can take credit for adhering to it or not adhering to it, and I don't have that experience right now.
Because it's just automatic every time.
Yeah, I'm a bit in a flux too, right now personally. So this state that I'm in, I wouldn't say is the same as I have been previously in my life, or that I will be in the future.
Oh, okay,
gotcha.
That's
ever evolving human being.
Useful to know.
The Machiavellian, Hank, though, can be a psychological trait. It's actually part of the dark triad. You've got psychopathy, sociopathy, and Machiavellianism.
Trying to add sadism.
Yeah, they need to fuck off with that. Depends on because sadism.
No, I think they need to make it.
What motivation is there?
Borderline with it.
Well, borderline isn't necessarily inherently a bad trait.
But neither is Machiavellianism.
It can be
good or bad is good. There's always going to be some subjective component to it. But I personally, I go out of my way to kind of keep my distance from borderlines because of the negative experiences in the past I've had, and I don't have the skills to compensate for it.
Yeah, neither do I. I was married to one.
I would compensate for it, but they don't want to be around me. I can compensate for borderline, but then they think I'm a dictator like. So, Steve, I actually tried the bar thing. It's just I just lost the taste for alcohol because it makes me less social. When I'm more alcohol, I have less. I want to talk to people. So then,
interesting.
Yes. So it kind of turns me off to the bar people.
Are you, if you don't mind me asking, are you autistic or on the spectrum?
Affirmative.
Okay, so that explains that. That's something that I've seen a little bit of literature on, and I'm talking to people that I personally know who are autistic. They have had the same reaction to alcohol, where it actually makes them less social, which is very interesting, I think.
Yeah. Like I don't really like going out and like drinking around people. Like even though I'm not like a particularly unsociable drunk, I just don't like being drunk around other people. But if I get like high specifically, that like it lets me unmask.
Is it weed high? Does you mean?
I mean, yeah, that's the only. I haven't really done any other kinds of drugs.
Yeah.
Well, if you do coke, it'll definitely make you friendly.
I mean, yeah, that's what I hear. I
would recommend it.
Yeah, no, it's also expensive, so I'm not.
Yeah.
Not real into expensive drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then people suggest board games, and you can find lots of old married people. It doesn't take you anywhere.
I would love that.
What board games?
Yeah.
I love board games.
Board gaming.
Oh, board games. Actually, Jeff, I don't know if you know this, but the game shop around Seattle, the big one, the Mox boarding house, there's a few of them around Seattle. They let you like go in and like try out the board games they have there. I don't know if you know that. Yeah.
Interesting. So bars are not the place for you to meet women, Hank.
Yeah, find a board game shop.
Go to a game shop. Yeah.
I know what they are. There's pretty much most in Pittsburgh, most of board games happen in bars, anyways. And those board gamers,
very few women hang out there. I've found.
Well, so actually, what I've found is that is more and more becoming less like the stereotype, Jeff. Like
it's more integrated now.
Yes. Oh, much more. Even in like back in like Tennessee and like the deep South, where you still have that like a lot of the sort of like super strict gender roles that you see like pretty explicitly.
I don't know what
those
you
game
mean,
shops.
I don't want to derail the conversation.
I mean, more so than you see in like more liberal areas.
I don't know.
You are starting to see more
your side.
Gender integration.
The Hank, what are you looking for?
There's more gender integration, and I think it largely is
let's say I'm looking with someone like Till Swan.
We need a panel.
Yeah, but that they made it about me and Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah,
like because I don't know who that is. So can you think of somebody that I know who it is?
No.
Wait, Scarlett Johansson.
I don't know who you know. You hang out with weird people.
Yeah. What are the traits you're looking for, Hank?
What traits I select from? I mean, we have a.
I don't think he's looking for traits. He's looking for outcomes, right?
Well, I don't. We don't have to. We need a shared vocabulary before we can even have the conversation. So that's why. I say.
Are you looking to get married?
What?
Are you looking to get married?
I can't get married if I don't know who I'm marrying.
Do you want to be married?
I don't.
In general.
I don't care.
Okay, that makes
sense.
You
want a partner to share your life with.
You just want sex, I think. You'll be happy with that.
I can make happiness wherever I go.
Oh, okay. That's a useful skill. Are you looking to procreate?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So it's
like to actually raise children
at some point.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Step 1, go to a nerd shop. Step 2, find a nerd chick. Step 3, profit.
You think I never been to a goddamn nerd shop before?
I'm telling you, there's work on your peacock. There's room.
Work on your nerd
I
peacock.
think that, like the collared shirt, the collared polo stuff, I think there's room to work with that. So like do something there.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, the polo stuff, like as a normal wear, is actually a good fit. All right. Actually, I do like it. Also like the hats, they're very the way that you like, I can see in the background, like all your hats and stuff like that, you care a lot about them. I think that's good and positive.
I got it. The first streamer makeover. We can take you thrifting. You'll go to the thrift store in where you are, and
we'll
Chris will cam in to you and help you pick, up your riz and pick out some peacock outfits and improve your.
Please
like
just don't.
Makeover, but from Chris.
Just don't wear fucking bedazzled jeans, man. Just don't do that.
Well, we could all see it happen live on the stream, and we could give you feedback. And then when you come out of there, it'll be like the new Hank.
What's your must be this tall to ride, Hank? Like, what's your minimum? Like weight, height, age of a woman you'd be interested in.
Once I set those criteria when no one else even does that. So
yeah.
Say again.
Why should I set criteria like that when no one else does that?
So you're open to anything?
Of course.
Yeah, but you have no success?
This seems like it should be easy.
Well,
I would think you'd have success.
Well, I would too, and that's why it doesn't make any sense.
Are you direct and communicative about what you want?
But I don't know what that means.
Do you advertise what you're looking for? Yeah.
What's your approach?
So many example approaches.
Well, do you in person? If you're hanging out at the nerd shop and there's a girl, would you go up and talk to her?
Yes.
What would you say? How would that happen? What would the dialogue be?
That's too vague. I don't have enough information to tell you.
So you would find something to start a conversation about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if it's a nerd shop, it'd probably be okay. Like she would, I think she'd know how to take it from there.
Yeah, usually that seems to be the case. I mean, really, the thing is that the experience that I've found is that it works best. You are best able to find somebody who you would be able to have even like a midterm partnership with, not even like necessarily long term, when you are not actively looking. Like, look for people that you want to hang out with and spend time with, not someone who you want to like be a life partner with. And then usually you find people who meet whatever criteria you want for that.
Hey,
like-
I've actually got to bounce, fellas. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Lib. I got to bounce. I got stuff I got to do. But I also wanted to give you guys some news that this is the last week I'll be working weekends. I'm going to be going back to days. So just Frank, congratulations. You don't have to listen to my annoying voice anymore during the week, and you can sit and troll in the comments and never have balls to come up here on the stream yourself.
You'll still be dropping in when you can.
Yeah, I'll still be dropping in when I can. I mean, I'll have weekends free and stuff like that, but during the week I won't be available anymore. So it's been great. It's been great being able to be on here and be with you guys for the last couple months, and I appreciate every single one of you, even though I might disagree with you vehemently about things. I've had a lot of really great conversations. I just appreciate every single one of you.
Oh, well, same.
Don't worry, I will piss you off still. Then I have time.
Hank, are you sure you even want a girlfriend? It sounds like maybe you should just stay single.
Well, he said he wanted kids at some point.
Yeah, at some point. Though, how old are you? You're not even 30 yet, are you?
Also, Hank, you gotta.
I'm 32. Sure. I'm in shape.
Also, Hank,
32 and in shape, so you got a few years.
I'm on camera.
Also, Hank, you got to make sure to play up your autistic riz. All right, you got to find your hyperfixation and lay into it with it. Especially if it's at a nerd shop with a nerd, completely seriously. A lot of this is just people like people who are passionate or like things intensely, not in weird ways. Like if you had a hyperfixation on I don't know.
I don't have a hyperfixation. I'm a generalist, so I'm not. So by your stem, I'm a broken autist.
No, not all autists have hyperfixations, but
yeah, I don't have one. So
yeah.
I mean, you have it enough. If that's one of the requirements, I wouldn't worry there.
Yeah, when I say hyperfixation, more something that you like and are passionate about, especially when it comes to if you're in nerd areas, right? Actually, old Joe does have a reasonable question, though I think Hank has kind of answered this.
Yeah, he answered that already.
Which is kind of just he doesn't really have particular. Yeah.
Do you do eye contact, Hank?
Turn on your camera, you'll find out.
Well, I mean, with these girls.
Yes.
And how would you rate yourself at maintaining a normal, casual, healthy level of eye contact?
Okay, I need to explain something to you. I can't see myself in third person if I'm looking first person.
For sure.
So I can't give you a good answer.
How do you have a general feeling though?
How can I have a statistical approximation when I can't see myself in third person?
How would you estimate the level of eye contact that the girl is maintaining? Does it seem to be normal, excessive, not enough?
But what metric am I supposed to use for that?
Yeah.
I can't even see myself third person.
Yeah, I think...
No, the girl. The person you can see. How would you say she's doing?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay.
I also think people fixate on eye contact a lot more than necessary. Eye contact isn't really necessary to exude confidence. And there are definitely some people who are just bad at eye contact. I am. I know I am. And yet I've been able to,
I think it's a major predeterminative factor. To just be able to, yeah, it's it's because
I think you're looking at a symptom and saying it's a cause. I think that eye contact is usually
I don't know. I'm not implying there's a symptom. Okay. I honestly don't know the answer to the question.
I think that when people talk about eye contact, what they're talking about is sort of self-confidence when talking to someone else. However, you don't need to make eye contact to appear self-confident.
Of course not.
But
what I'm talking about,
your way to avoid contact, people notice that it does look.
There's a normal way that people maintain eye contact. It's like a dance, and it's a very basic social cue. And if you don't do eye contact, you're going to change your numbers game dramatically. You're going to flip it in the reverse.
Yeah, but that's why you just
a majority of females are going to automatically not respond well to you, even if they would like you. They're going to have some kind of all right, whatever, bro. You just go ahead and describe your opinions for a while.
I'm just saying, like you're describing this as if it's like an automatic thing.
Yes, because it's how humans work, and of course there's outliers, and you could be aware of these things, and not everybody's the same. But for fuck's sake, bro.
I'm also bad at eye contact, and like that has not stopped me from having plenty of sex with women.
Didn't say that it would.
Or getting into relationships with women.
You did pick up hoes off the street?
And here's the thing. Yeah. If the answer to Hank's question...
I want to hear about that. How do you... What, were you driving or walking?
There's street walk. There's not a lot of track, but there's street walkers sometimes, rarely. I managed to pick them up. So if I'm afraid of women, then that doesn't make any sense. Your whole narrative just doesn't make any sense.
What do you do? What do you say to them?
I read Mickey Roy. You just need to find them, look at them, and let them walk to you. It's pretty simple.
And so it's not a lot of verbal.
Yeah, not a lot of verbal. Yeah, not to get in your car. Then you negotiate.
And then y'all just stay in the car, or you go somewhere.
You go somewhere out of view. Then you do your business.
Yeah.
So. It's not like I don't have any social skills. It's like the Redditors may imply. It's just I'm not what people want.
Well, you're not what some people want. I mean, like,
I'm not what a lot of people want either.
Yeah,
that happens to us.
We actually have outliers. People who are neurodivergent.
Reasons.
Neurodivergent.
It's the weirdness.
Neurodivergent people do. It is true. Neurodivergent people do broadly usually have more things to overcome when talking about like social situations and like, interactions, especially
personal, romance, dating, all of that.
Yeah, like there are definitely things that particularly affect our sort of like community more than others, and that there are like things you just kind of have to do to get around that.
Or find people like I try to find people that are also neurodivergent.
I mean, yeah, I've found that
you can navigate that noise together. You have like a common basis or paradigm to work off of. But my most successful relationship was with the neurotypical. And my worst relationship was with somebody that was almost identically neurodivergent to me. So I don't know what the magic formula is.
Well, I actually have had the opposite. Like the relationships that I've had with people who are neurodivergent have tended to be significantly better, and with neurotypical, like actually my straight up worst relationship was with someone who was like the most neurotypical person. Like they were so neurotypical, my parents liked her. That's how neurotypical she was.
Oh, this man. That's pretty neurotypical.
Yeah.
I think I get along better. Like all of my conflict for sure happens with neurodivergent, like all of the misperceptions and misunderstandings. But I think I get along better with neurotypicals because I think they can adjust and compensate for my neurodivergence in a way that I can't. So as long as one party can do that, then it works. But with neurodivergent people, if neither party can do it, then that's where you get into those conflict spirals.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, as with any relationship, you just kind of have to. There's always some give and take, and people just have to be willing to and able to.
Well, reciprocity, like social emotional reciprocity, is one of the deficits of autism. So that give and take can feel kind of lopsided.
Frank, there are plenty of subjects I don't want to argue about. Now, admittedly, most of the subjects I don't want to argue about are because I've argued them to death in the past. So I'm sick of having them
alone.
I mean, not even just on this show. Like honestly, I have zero desire to have a free will discussion. It's just
It always ends in semantics.
Yeah, it does, and it's also pointless. Like,
not always. It does here and in semantics a lot.
Well, yeah, you're responsible for that because you're one of the people that ended it there.
Well, I'm just saying I have this conversation all over the place, and
so don't make it like
it doesn't end like that.
I don't know. I don't know
in
if you
other
have
places
it differently here than you do elsewhere, but it's ending in semantics here.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of interrupting, talking over, really taking things personally. That you and Jeff, you have a lot of beliefs that you're not even aware of, right?
Joe, how about
there's a lot of denial too.
Also, proof for God is another one.
I don't claim to be belief free, but I claim to.
So I'm saying, like, when you have this conversation with people who don't take it so personally, it goes differently.
Yeah. Pretty much the thing with discussion with I-Fi, I don't really need to do it
how
anymore.
The conversation goes. Like, that's why would that make a difference?
I couldn't hear what you were saying because
rational course of a conversation.
Yeah, I had the free will discussion with I-Fi, and pretty much I don't think I need to have it anymore because it's for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, Joe. Old Joe. The more you're talking, the less I'm wanting you to do that.
Oh. Well, you get to do it anyway, Joe. Fortunately,
I mean, you feel free to do it, but I'm just saying I don't want to engage with that. That's probably that might actually be top of the list of the least interesting thing.
We've argued about that to death on the street too, with several.
The existence of God, really?
Yeah, me and Chris had 2 or 3 streams almost back to back, or we.
That was pretty good sarcasm
about this topic.
Yeah, I think the existence of God is like one of the lowest tier arguments.
It short-circuited my brain. That was so.
Well, it's unfalsified.
That sarcastic was so pure.
Like, it was in the context of using it as a placeholder in scientific.
Joe, everyone thinks that they have a different take. It's fine. On the topic of God and the existence of God, everyone thinks that their take.
Yeah, but Joe, I'm not going to make that assumption. I'm willing to hear your take out.
Yeah, what's your test of divinity?
I'm not going to dismiss you before I hear it.
I mean, I'm a theist, and I will. So.
Yeah, I'm also a theist. So, what's your test for divinity? Anyone?
For what?
Your test for divinity. How do you test for gods?
I don't have a test for divinity. I don't know if I've ever.
Me neither. I don't believe in divine things either.
Okay. So my test is the object of worship. So
I've never claimed that I wasn't argumentative, old Joe.
Yeah. So my test is the object. I check for object of worship. I check if it's something that I can imagine or draw. Then I check if it's worshipped. Worship's a pretty flexible criteria, but pretty much revered by a certain number of people. But that number can be moved depending on context, and that's how I test for gods. For example, you could say Arceus is a god in Pokemon because the legend surrounding them.
Yeah, I would say I believe in God by that standard.
Excellent.
Lots of them, actually.
I didn't catch 90% of that, so I probably should back out of this conversation.
Also, old Joe.
But I'm a non-theist anyway, so I don't have anything.
Old Joe asked a question: does intelligent design mean, he said intelligent design means God? Any objections? Any objections to the people who want to have that?
Well, it means a designer, which turns out to be God. So yeah. Whatever.
Intelligent design does not necessarily mean God, so I would say no.
Yeah, same. Because I wouldn't necessarily. I'm a strong anti-theist.
Or something with the ability to design or execute or will or create. So I
would accept that definition.
Scientific realm at that point. Just from virtue of framing it as.
Yeah, that I would agree with.
Design. Like my desktop PC is intelligently designed. Doesn't mean God did it.
By humans.
Right. Yeah. And I would say in that aliens might have made us, so we could still be intelligently designed.
Actually would make more sense than anything, and I hope it's true, but something tells me it's not. I feel like they would have come by now.
Well, there might be a more common source for life, though, is especially in this solar system.
Yeah, I would say it is possible that Earth, it is possible that Earth was.
I'm open to it. Yeah. I think it's probably out of the realm of probability, but I'm open to it.
I don't think it's out of the realm
fight
of
against it if
probability.
it
It's,
turns
I
out to
think,
be
out of the
true.
realm of like what I do think at this point, there would be more demonstration of it if we had come from a different planet, or if life had begun.
Because we're
somewhere
carbon
else.
bait, like we're a specific type of life that's carbon bait, and so other forms of life, they're not going to be what we conceive as life anyway.
I mean, they might be. We don't know if they
Yeah,
would
they
be.
might be. There might be carbon based
or silicone based.
Because the chemicals would be the same across the universe, no matter where.
Yes.
So there could be somewhere more carbon based something that emerges. But if it's based on anything other than carbon, it could be some form of life that is just not recognizable to us as life.
Yeah. Though it is also very likely that life as we know it also seems to probably
This
exist.
is not boring to me, Frank, for some reason. Of course, I'd be at the nerd shop too.
Yeah.
Trying to pick up my daddies. Well, semantics can wreck the process, but it's also like very foundational in understanding, because language is so idiosyncratic to each person. Like knowing that you're working from the same terms or the same reference. And this is not boring to me, Frank, at all. So I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, I love talking about the possibility that life on Earth was actually seeded by other.
Yeah, you don't think that's cool?
I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I do
and
too.
like
I don't know why Frank
opens up a lot of
bored.
Like
thinking is questions. Not Frank's forte.
But I do think. Would anyone object to the statement?
Oh, is he trying to let you try?
Yeah, it's not.
Not initially, not on the surface. No, I have no objection.
Oh, I bring a new perspective to this.
Anyone object to the statement that proof of intelligent design was proof of God? Yes.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
It's not proof of God.
No.
At least by my
creator, which is going to be like it's going to equate to God.
No, because
or a designer.
My PC is not proof of God either, and it was intelligent.
Maybe slaves created it, but it was designed by a God.
If aliens seeded this planet with a DNA molecule that evolved over billions of years, that is not the same thing.
I can't believe I actually agree with Frank for the first time ever.
What the fuck?
That happens. The magic happens here.
Aliens are intelligent. They're not gods. There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, so it could be anything capable of design, and would not necessarily have to be a creator. Yeah, I think I'm kind of leaning toward Den now. Not necessarily a god.
It also depends on what the examples of intelligent design you're using, right? Like if you're using like, oh, the trees and all the animals on the earth, like, but the problem is if
we don't know who created the aliens.
Who created the aliens, but yeah, that's not the question.
You tell us, Joe. You're the one who's proving God.
Is intelligent design a demonstration of God? Yeah.
It could have been other aliens that created the aliens. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're the one who has the answer, Joe, not me.
Yeah, you should have the answer, Joe.
This is your hypothetical, buddy.
Yeah. And if you get to God, who's the God that made the God?
No, now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, we are definitely getting somewhere.
That was anticlimactic, Joe.
We don't know requires no explanation. We don't know.
That's revelation. Joe there.
That takes faith. That requires faith, not reason.
It says so in Scripture. With great power comes great responsibility.
And what do you base the faith on? I don't have anything to base it on other than some people can.
It's
just
a warm, fuzzy feeling that they get inside.
Out of a plane and just do it, but I have to have a reason to have the faith.
It's the warm, fuzzy feeling they get.
Yeah, Joe. Just because
you never had a warm, fuzzy feeling when you made like a really important decision, Jeff.
More plausible.
Do what?
The thing that makes
you've had a warm, fuzzy feeling before when you like.
I get warm fuzzies all the time.
So they think that's God.
No, I think it's something more. Like I've had psychedelic experiences that were very.
Yeah, they would say that's God too.
It's a very high, like quality of emotion that you don't feel in ordinary waking consciousness. It's something very distinct, and I felt it in love, and I felt it in like certain intense sexual situations.
Yeah, and they think that God, whenever they can get that feeling, especially if they're like,
it's from a
imagine they can do it when they're praying.
Chemical.
They go to church and they get to feel that feeling, right?
It's chemical.
They could,
though. Something.
For sure. Yeah, no, but they think that's God.
Yeah, I have no problem with them describing it as God.
But they also,
it's nothing outside of the brain.
They don't just describe it as God, though. They also say that it should be able to tell us how to live, that it knows everything, that it's all powerful.
Yeah, I don't.
That's where the problems come.
They can believe it. I don't believe it. As long as they don't try to tell me, they can tell me how to live as long as they don't try to actively force me to live a certain way.
Fully explain germination and you win. What do I win?
Germination. And
what do I win? A seeded plant?
Yeah.
So here's germination. Here's how it works. So basically you have a male plant and a female plant. The male plant has a bunch of genetic material that it spreads all over the neighborhood. And if it hits the female plant, it germinates. It makes seeds.
Yeah, old Joe. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, old Joe. Again, you're not bringing anything really new to the table. You're just sort of reiterating intelligent design.
Then why are you responding to him right now?
Like, because I want him to know that this is like really stupid and why it's really stupid. Because like, this is a thing that people have talked about for a long time. And while yes, I understand that intelligent design may be convincing for some people, there are lots and lots and lots of really good reasons as to why it isn't convincing and why it shouldn't be. Most of the iterations of intelligent design that I have personally heard people give are like probably some of the worst. And if you go online and look up like
this is way too many words. When people say intelligent design, they don't mean aliens, and that's why he's getting the results. Because they mean something that's all powerful and all knowing, not just intelligent. That's the whole point. Next.
Yeah, and all powerful and all knowing thing doesn't need to design stuff and just
because they're trying to like tack on things in addition to it. Yeah.
Joe, if you actually want to have the conversation, come up on the panel.
Joe, do you know where the link is? It's at the top of the chat. So you can come up, Joe.
What's BB?
It's a BB gun. Like the BB gun I'm going to shoot at your butt.
Pew! All right, then. 2 evidences.
Have you ever been shot with a BB gun?
Fucking hurt. No, I don't think so.
Sure, to freak. Whatever you say. You're right. I am an absolutely fucking evidenceless theist too, by the way.
Jeff streams every day at 3 Eastern.
Yeah, 2 Central.
Ew, Eastern.
1 Mountain.
Frank, we'll watch it later. We're having an interesting conversation right now.
Daniel. I think I've agreed with just about every single thing Daniel's typed in there.
But I'm going between the panel and the comments, and all together combined, it doesn't seem that boring to me today.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, sure, you might be able to describe me as closed-minded. I am closed-minded to ideas that I find to be without merit. That is true.
You find what to be without merit?
Oh, I'm closed-minded to ideas that I don't think have any merit. Like, for instance, I am closed-minded.
But you have to
the
be
idea.
open-minded to them to evaluate them to know that they don't have merit. So,
well, I was in
there's
the
a
past.
paradox.
In fact, I used to believe them. I used to believe many of these ideas when I was a Christian and like a young Earth creationist, and I through like investigation and discussion, I then came to the conclusion that these were not.
Can you
claims
click
that
on
conformed
Joe's
with reality.
comments since we're talking with him? Like highlight that one you put there. Yeah,
This one.
yeah. He said he would come up, but he has to put the baby down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
the link should be pinned to the top.
Yeah, an omnipotent God doesn't need to design anything because they can do infinite work with no effort. So just snapping it because no need to design. So it's enough. It's if you have
Joe, you don't want intelligent design to have anything to do with aliens. However, to get it to not have anything to do with aliens, you can't just like there are certain kinds of like claims about intelligent design. It depends on the claim of intelligent design that you're making.
Well, he needed to be more specific and precise with his language.
It's
Simply
not even
that.
It's that like,
and this is the thing of when talking with theists, he already knows exactly what that is, right? Like he's a theist, so he already has whatever his idea of God. He's got that worked out, at least to the extent to where he believes.
Yeah, but I mean, he was trying to see if like you would agree that intelligent design would prove God, therefore intelligent design, therefore God, and then like,
right, which is logically fallacious on several counts.
No, it's not logically fallacious.
Even if God is real, that his premise does not support his conclusion.
Yeah,
it's circular.
I'm a theist. Intelligent design does not prove God. Period.
Right.
Well, it's not that it doesn't prove God. Period. It's that the demonstrating that intelligent design, that a specific kind of intelligent design would prove God, isn't as easy as just like a logical like. The logical thing would go that intelligent design proves God. If intelligent design, then God. Intelligent design, therefore God. But like the problem is, not all arguments for intelligent design are exclusively about God. So like intelligent design doesn't always just mean God.
So you said what I said, just with more words.
Yeah, and the extra words were completely superfluous and confused me.
Y'all and your words.
I guess everyone just hates words today.
Words to the end of it. Words.
We hate superfluous words.
God, what would these streams be?
I don't even hate them. They were just there.
Like superfluous. Yeah, Joe, what I'm not getting is why you think that me understanding the issues with what you were saying
right.
makes your argument any stronger.
Did y'all work it out?
No, we knew what Joe is coming to the conclusion of now. We knew 7 minutes ago, which is why you got to come up on the panel.
Well, yeah, then next stream we'll get it even more.
Yeah, like I knew, like when old Joe said that, oh, I'm bringing something new to the table, I knew that it was just going to be him reiterating a point.
He better be old too. I want to see.
Joe, we know you haven't made an argument yet. We
big
know.
White beard.
You know what?
Glaringly obvious.
White-headed
Daniel,
hair.
you're actually
Uncle Jesse.
Daniel, you're actually right. I do actually take the guy with the funny hair as a more credible source than most holy books.
Of course, that's a low standard.
It's, I mean, no,
some guy just randomly guessing shit based upon some shit he heard is more reliable than what's in that Bronze Era fucking bullshit.
Oh, I can't wait for this. We should schedule it.
My position shifted. What position?
We're here every day, Joe. Are you gonna? Can you make it tomorrow? Same time.
my position on intelligent design has remained pretty much the same as it's been for basically a decade. It's a piss poor argument in favor of a Judeo-Christian God.
It's inference from observation.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it doesn't
the
much
point is
go
that, like,
beyond that because it's not testable.
you would you're trying to.
So
I like it that I got to the point where people don't want to call me out anymore because when I show up, it's a painful experience for them. So
call you out for what?
Well, still a lot of posts, so officers now try to call me out, and it was a painful experience. And I got
calls everybody out. Oh, you made it painful for him to call you out?
Yeah. I made it so painful that he did. I'm on break from him, and that's I'm break from him and Paul because I'm a very good shadow worker, to say the least. I'm very good at shadow working, so people prefer not to call me out right now.
I have acknowledged my initial representation of intelligent design was overly simplistic and intentionally obtuse. No, I didn't.
Well, I look forward to tomorrow. Let's all go rest up. And
Sure, I'll go watch some old like internet atheist videos from 2014 to just remind myself.
Carl Sagan.
Not even Carl Sagan. Aaron Ra. We'll get some Aaron Ra over here. Or oh god, who are the other?
Matt Dillahunty.
Matt Dillahunty. Oh hell yeah! My girlfriend still watches Matt Dillahunty's stuff. He does make some good content though. Even
the best content I've seen from him was Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I like that.
Bounced himself that day.
Destroyed. Who else? Pine Creek's good. Pine Creek's will actually.
Yeah, I'd love to get. I invited Pine Creek here before, but he didn't really take the bait.
What you do is just, if you're streaming at the same time, you take your show to him and you keep running your show.
Joe, it's not a boring question. It's a necessary question. What proof would you accept of God's existence? Yeah, no, that's actually a necessary question. It's not a boring question.
Yeah.
I have heard it before.
What proof can you offer? Because I've been offered revelation. Logic or reason usually doesn't get there. It usually takes something more because you reach these walls or these chasms, and it usually takes something like faith, leap of faith, or revelation, or experience, like experiential conversion. So without any of that, what proof outside of those things can you offer someone?
Now it's I genuinely don't understand what conversation. I don't know what conversation Joe thinks he's having.
I don't know, now we're going to learn about germination and intelligent design and how.
Actually, Joe, I haven't been called a contrarian very often. I have been called.
I've called him that several times on this stream, live to his face. I have called him that. As well as
how do you do it to his face when he's
I know a good old contrarian when I see him.
They're never on camera. How do you do it to their face?
Well, the different I do reject that label mostly because the implication of contrarian is someone who believes contrary things in order to believe contrary things.
Well, they may not believe it, but they take contrary positions.
Yeah, no, I believe the things that I say though is the difference, is why. Like I believe that calling someone a contrarian is like saying that they're being disingenuous, that they are only disagreeing in order to disagree. And I don't disagree in order to disagree. I disagree because I do actually disagree. I have a belief that is contrary. But that's why I call myself argumentative, not a contrarian. I don't just disagree for shits and giggles. I usually disagree because I have
sometimes every now and then it's like we can arrive at a position of mostly agreement and you'll push it to some little area where we still disagree.
Okay, but that's just disagreeing.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm
but like I actually do disagree though. I don't see how that makes me a contrarian.
Well, it's subjective anyway. I mean,
this is also true. I'm just saying that I think that the label contrarian doesn't generally apply to me.
All right, we don't have to get too autistic about it today.
That's fair.
I
don't disagree. I do disagree as a rule with people who I think are wrong. That's true. If I think you're wrong, I will disagree. But I feel like that's a little axiomatic. You can sure think that.
Maybe he's projecting. Maybe Joe's the contrarian. Maybe you both are. Maybe it's like the Spider-Man meme.
I don't think so. It's not disingenuous, just like the shot argument we had. In the end, you agreed that people
Oh, I know what he's
shouldn't have been.
talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I never took the position that people have been forced. That was a position that other people within the panel believed that I had, but that was never. In fact, that's never been a position that I've taken.
What?
Oh, it was about like the shot. We were talking about it, and people thought that I thought that it should have been mandated that people got the COVID vaccine.
That was the impression. Like you didn't that's what I was talking about. You didn't verbally say it in those words, but the impression we got was that you did support
it. Do you
it.
think it should be mandated?
No.
And it came out later that you didn't, but
are you
I think if we had known that in the beginning, the conversation would have gone different.
But I said it several times in the conversation. Like in the middle of the conversation, I did say it a couple times.
Yeah, but it didn't initially.
I've had that experience here as well.
Like,
there's really no way to know what happened, though. You know.
I mean, I think like
because you do the same thing.
Go back and analyze them.
I mean, the thing is, I was saying that people should have gotten it.
That's true. Yeah,
but
go back and watch it.
So, yeah, but saying people should have gotten it and saying that the government ought mandate it I do believe that is a it's a really big jump. And given that I have also in the past, before this conversation, on the topic, talked about how I don't think it should be mandated, I feel like my position had been made evidently clear to at least most people.
I'm still saying how it came across to the casual listener.
Well,
whatever point you were trying to make,
there was a poll.
The impression was the opposite of that in the way you were.
Was there a poll, or are you just talking about yourself?
He's talking about mostly him and
some other viewers.
Yeah, and there were a couple of people who were like, "What? Lib's against this?" But I thought Lib was for. But I mean, like again. Well, also, like, people in chat also think that I'm authoritarian just because I call myself an anarchist. So, again, I'm not.
A lot of these people aren't able to think outside their boxes either, right?
Like,
so they have
not what makes
their boxes.
No, I agree, but I think that people call
their boxes are like fucking
based solely off of.
Was it called where something's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside?
Oh,
spatial geometry.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, that's what their boxes are like, man. They make no sense. They're quantumly retarded. The little boxes people with small minds try to put shit in.
Blow darts? How am I the blow darts guy? What's blow dart about?
I don't remember the blow dart part. Let me think. Well, I might have to go watch it too. It was like last week.
Would you say you're staunchly against a vaccine mandate?
Yes.
Okay.
Was a
and even in Seattle, which they were pretty like on the side of caution when it came to lockdowns. Mm-hmm. They didn't even mandate anything.
Yeah.
Like if any area of the US was going to try to pull something like a mandate, it would have been a city like Seattle, and they didn't even try.
Yeah. Yeah, like where I was, it wasn't mandated or anything. Now there were definitely places where jobs would mandate it, but I don't think that's like a.
That's not like how fascism works.
It's not a violation.
You get the companies to do it, so the government doesn't have to pass legislation.
Proof of vaccination. You had to have your vaccination card. You had to show it at certain places. So
And
then
there were
things like that.
Yeah, and then there are also like schools
Can't travel, can't get access to government services. Lots of medical care workers lost their jobs.
None of it was a barrier for me. Well, I got vaxxed, so but I don't remember having to pull my card out many times, if any, and I still have it in my wallet, and I never use it ever.
I never had to pull out my card a single time, and I got double, triple, quadruple vaxxed. Okay,
but you guys are aware that it affected a lot of other people, right? That are not you two.
Oh yes, no. I mean, like there are people who were affected,
like tens of millions of people.
I don't know about tens of millions. We're like
millions in the healthcare industry alone, right?
I mean, okay, so millions of people had to get the vaccine, but again, like I do think that is different than.
And there's like what, a 60-40 split among, generally speaking, when polled, people who were fully vaccinated and people who did not want to be fully vaccinated in favor of vaccination. And then how many people were fired as a result of it? There's a pretty good sample of people that you know, like when they're literally getting fired for not taking the vaccine. That data is available.
Okay, but like I don't think that people getting fired for not taking the vaccine is the same thing, or even on a similar playing field as government mandated vaccines.
It's not.
Yeah, like I don't think they're nearly as comparable.
That's not government mandated.
Well, it's not government mandated, but like yeah.
So corporations can force you to get a vaccine. No big deal.
I mean,
but that's a separate issue than state mandated vaccines.
I mean, when you see this huge separation between corporatism and the state in the United States, perhaps I don't see that.
Well, show me the connection between private companies mandating vaccines and the government.
You'd have to go look yourself. I've already seen it.
No, I don't want to have to go look. You're the one.
Well, you don't have to then. Don't worry. Well, no, you claim that you're interested. You're not.
It's just an empty claim you're throwing out if you don't.
Right. That's how you think when I give my opinion. It's an empty claim.
That's what you just demonstrated. You just made a claim. I asked you to show it to me. You're like, no, go look it up. And I said, well, it's your claim. You provide evidence.
Can I respond?
And then you started this loop.
Can I respond without you interrupting me?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the point is, you're not interested in hearing what it is that I think.
How do you know?
I said uninterrupted. I asked first.
All right, I'll go on mute.
Thank you. The point is that when I asked you, when I told you that you could go look for the information, you admitted you're not interested in whether or not it's true. It's just another opportunity, whenever I express my opinion, for you to find a specious claim to debunk on your podcast. It's the debate bro thing that's just, it's boring to me. I'm not motivated to go do the research for things that are obviously true for you.
Well, you sure hang out here a lot. I hardly consider myself a debate bro. Yes, we do debunk specious claims on here if you've watched the stream. So all of that part's true, and I'll cop to.
But I mean, your debunking is looking up
but what I said that has nothing to do with what our
you don't even like
a few minutes ago, because it's exactly what I said.
It does.
Made a claim. I reasonably asked for evidence for it, and you shifted the burden on me to go find the evidence. And I said,
yes, if you care,
go find it. It's your claim. If you want me to take it seriously, provide evidence. Otherwise, I'm just going to dismiss it as an empty claim.
Exactly. And here we are.
Okay, good. I don't know.
We can agree on that.
I guess it was just a cope spiral. All right.
Also, Denizen, do you think that like that kids should be forced to get vaccinated when they go to school? Do you think that's like
for all the other stuff, measles and all that? Yeah.
Why do you ask?
I mean, I'm curious because I also think that kids should have to get
for public health.
Are you also unaware of the connection between what the White House agenda is in this country and what corporations push, and vice versa?
I believe that there are a lot of narratives about a lot of different things. So
Yeah.
I mean,
You believe it's just narrative.
Are you going to tell us to go look it up, or you do have that connection?
No, you don't care. I'm already convinced. Not going to convince you. It was just a question to ask to see how ignorant he is. That's it. I just wanted to see what I was dealing with, and I think I got the answer.
Okay, I think it's because you either don't have the evidence or you don't want to go look it up.
I don't want to go look it up.
The genuineness of my.
I don't want to go look it up. I already said that.
Okay. Then,
and you don't care whether it's true or not either.
No, you don't need to make it about how much I care or not.
You don't care about whether it's true or not.
All you need to do is
that is my other assertion.
And let me decide all that, but you don't, for whatever reason, don't even want to do that. So there's no point in having this conversation. You're just hijacking the stream and taking up time. We could be.
I was talking about what you're talking about. I didn't hijack fuck all.
I mean, I guess
about something else.
So you didn't really quite answer my question, which is, do you think that like kids who go to school, public school specifically, should be? You don't think they should be?
No.
You don't. So you don't agree with that the medical consensus is that, or you do not agree that these vaccination programs are a large part of the reason as to why many of these diseases no longer ravage our country, like measles and polio and stuff like that.
Large is kind of subjective. I don't think it's as large as it's been given credit for. And I also don't think that should be the sole determining factor as to whether or not we continue to mandate them. Also, even if you made it voluntary, that's no reason that people would stop getting vaccinated either.
Well, considering the anti-vax movement's rise in America, I do think that if we were to stop having kids get vaccinated, I do think we would start to see, I mean, we are already starting to see resurgences.
Stop having kids get vaccinated or stop making it mandatory?
Stop making it mandatory for kids who go to school to get vaccinated.
I think most Americans, they wouldn't even know the law had been changed. Most people would just go about their daily life and business as they always had, getting vaccinated. Some numbers would change because the people who are aware of it and being forced would stop, right? But generally speaking,
vaccinations only work when a significantly large portion of the population has, because of like the way disease spreads. Like it's just a natural consequence of disease spread and the way vaccinations work. How's
that? Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, so basically the idea is that if you have a large enough portion of a society vaccinated against, say, smallpox, then people who can't get vaccinated are then safer, because then that incredibly decreases the likelihood of people around them having smallpox. So you're protecting people who can't be vaccinated, but then additionally, people who are vaccinated against these diseases, if they get it in a significant manner, then they are much more likely to survive that experience. So like there are some diseases, like smallpox is a great one, that had incredibly high lethality rates, that even if you could, after getting the smallpox vaccine, still get smallpox, the lethality of it goes down dramatically.
Those are 2 points, that people survive and that the vulnerable and are also less likely to be around people.
And also the spread of the disease seems to be lessened pretty significantly when people are vaccinated against it. People who are vaccinated, if they get a disease, they're less likely to then transmit it if they're vaccinated.
So you think if someone survives and is less symptomatic, that gives them less of a ability to transmit something?
Well, no. It's like if you have the smallpox vaccine, okay, and you get smallpox, the likelihood of it killing you is dramatically lower, and B, the likelihood of you transmitting it is significantly lower as well, as a result of a number of factors. But Joe, this isn't fully related to COVID. We're more talking about the idea of mandating that kids get vaccines in order to make sure.
Well, it was about COVID though. It was whether or not the COVID vaccine should be mandated.
The COVID vaccine is an example of a larger issue. The principle that underlies this larger issue.
Yeah,
of the extent that the government can mandate for public health reasons.
Which first off we can dispel this idea that it's not legal. It absolutely is. They during the smallpox, there's a smallpox outbreak or the Spanish flu.
Who said it's illegal?
There are a number of people who've made the arguments that like mandating vaccines isn't even a legal thing.
So even if the government had decided to mandate, there would have been nothing illegal about it.
Yeah, nothing illegal.
Easily mandated.
Yes, I don't think they should have, but I think they definitely could have.
Whatever the government,
so they didn't.
The judiciary
they didn't
signs off of is
overreach
considered
or
legal.
Overstep their power. They already currently have the power.
According to the judiciary, yes.
Yeah, well, Denizen, the point is they don't even have to like give themselves the power now. They already have had the power and used it in the past.
Because of the judiciary, yes.
During the Spanish
and it'll keep being retested by the judiciary as well.
Sure. But during the Spanish flu, influenza, there were mask mandates. There were actually, I don't know if there were vaccination mandates. There were masks.
Yes, I'm aware of that. What does that have to do with the topic, though?
What is the topic that it supposedly has to do with?
The topic.
I'm not sure that I was able to follow. I think I might have lost
the topic
track
was
of what it was.
The government can do things for public health, and I think one of the legitimate things that they do is making sure that kids get vaccinated against a whole host of particularly nasty things that, because we've done this over the course of decades, we have eliminated the
I think government sucks at doing that shit. It's normies voting for other normies that they think are super awesome, making decisions about
how is he
just let me finish. Just let me finish my opinion. And medical choice is what I believe in, especially from my standpoint. I'm a lot smarter than most of the people in those fucking positions of power about what I want to put in my body and what I don't want to put in my body.
Well, that's not a question of intelligence.
To you, it's not.
No, wanting what you want or don't want in your body is not intelligence. That's preference or desire. Or
that's to you. Or to
will.
You. I think I made the case for why it should be my intelligent choice. So I'll leave it to what the arguments I've already made.
My point was merely that the benefits to having the vast majority of our population be inoculated to certain diseases has meant that, like, for instance, do you know anyone, Denizen, who has had polio?
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah, that is very much thanks to the polio vaccine being mandated in America.
The polio vaccine is currently the largest source of polio on the planet as well.
It's the what?
So, like, why should we
actually cut out?
The number one cause of polio in the world right now is the polio vaccine.
There you go.
And see, you're dipping back into history. I don't necessarily believe that your claim is
source.
Again, like, go unto you have it at your fingertips, my friend. But I don't necessarily believe your claim. I wouldn't dare to argue with you though, Lib. About whether or not the vaccine is the most important reason that polio no longer exists. I have to take it for granted just to have a conversation with you.
You said governments suck at it, but it's nearly eliminated. So I don't know how that's sucking. I don't know how that's government suck versus not having the vaccines at all and still having polio.
Can I interject?
Polio was really common.
Yeah,
please, Busker, really please do.
In society for a long time. So where the fuck did it go?
Please, Busker.
All right. Yeah. So now they've got
the flu vaccine combined with the COVID vaccine. It's shown every fucking ad in between on YouTube. Like, okay, so you want the mRNA, you want the COVID vax, and you want the flu vax all at once? No. See, that's what they're doing. I don't know. You got to look it up. That's what they're doing.
It does sound convenient because I had to get them in 2 different shots last time I got them.
Oh my God! You want to keep getting COVID shots?
Well, I don't anymore, but if I did,
good. But let's think about.
I haven't had a problem with the shots when I've had. My problem has been the
how many have you had?
Bureaucracy of the pharmacy and dealing, like jumping through all the little hoops to get it.
Yeah.
How many have you had?
Probably like the first one was in 2 parts, and then I think I got 2 boosters after that, 2 or 3 after. I think I got 2 after that, and then I got tired of food.
Yeah, I got.
Well, I guess I have an advantage because neurologists were trying to talk me into taking the COVID vax. When the autoimmune disease, do I want to make my immune system even more powerful to even further eat my nervous system? Fuck vaccinations. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I can maybe understand in your situation.
Yeah, but like my neurologist couldn't. Well, everybody's getting it. It's okay. All the people on your medication's getting it. It's nobody's having problems. God, what would happen to the people if it kicked their MS in full blast? They'd be dead.
The CDC admits to a 4% allergic reaction. That's
allergic reaction,
and that's in their promotional material, right? So you can imagine it's a very favorable number of people who get sick from taking vaccines.
Old Joe. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that you got lied to about the Christmas dinner thing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Is who told them that?
That person lied to you. About like getting fired for refusing the vaccine. I guess.
That's fucked up.
There were local ordinances where a gathering of that many people would be illegal.
Get good, I guess. Not in America, or at least
not in America.
How many people though? We don't even know how many people.
Yeah,
is in his family.
I mean, I imagine like having like a whole football stadium of people together probably.
Yeah, but they gave when BLM
they were arresting
started,
people alone, surfboarding alone.
They gave that high ground up and that moral authority when George Floyd started.
My contention is it never existed. Kill all masters.
Amen.
I think that Denizen, you would have really liked being a communist in the early 1900s because your language probably would have had a lot more sway over people.
Yeah. Communism.
Good times.
Unvaccinated. Okay, so Joe, the difference is like there might have been like businesses or people who were saying like not to do that and having people tell you not to do it. And
I don't remember.
Would communist Russia mandate vaccines?
I remember recommendations, but I don't remember actual restrictions where they're going to have like the cops come and patrol sure they had like strong recommendations. They had social distancing requirements, the 6 feet, the masking, ventilation, all that stuff.
Some places travel.
I don't remember them actually like outlawing
curfews, unnecessary travel for non-work purposes.
Yeah, but they left it for you to determine what was necessary or not.
No, they had the what they call them, the essential workers. Remember that?
Yeah, yep. I like in China they had
people who are exempt from corporate rule.
In France, but
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fucking A.
Yeah, Joe, I'm going to need like a source for that. Like I know of 0 examples of the government limiting what people could do like in their own homes.
And we agreed that the government does have that power if they didn't choose to use it, but they do. Like the power you worry about, they do have. They didn't.
They made it illegal to go to church too.
Like they didn't. They're not even as full authoritarian as you're claiming because they didn't even use the full extent of the power they had.
They literally made a like public
Also having temporary
public gatherings illegal. Like it's
Yeah,
in
Joe, and
the first half of the First Amendment.
Yeah, I
Yeah, Joe,
remember that.
and
I had no problem with that.
if you provide me a source,
course
then
you did.
I will acknowledge it.
I
guess.
understand viruses and medical science. Where
Oh,
I
so-
started to get confused, where all of a sudden public gatherings were fine if they were to go protest Black
Yeah,
Lives Matter.
right.
That's because they were always fine, though. That's the point.
Exactly.
Of course, they were always
The part where they pretended like they needed to stop people from
We're getting
gathering,
COVID, we're
that
getting
was
it
the
from
bullshit.
contact with other people. I don't think they were always fine.
And then letting in a bunch of
Yeah, they
illegals,
were always fine.
unvaccinated, all these illegals that are probably going to get us more sick than any COVID ever could.
Then close down your local mom and pop shops, but let everybody gather inside of a Walmart, touching all the same doors and everything.
All of the West is degenerate. We're letting in all the brown people, and it's collapsing our
No,
society.
it's not about brown people. It's about every single fucking nation is coming over here. It's not just brown people.
I think we should only import
America,
Mexican
right?
females from the ages of 18 to 24.
Always been
Every
true.
single
That's
nation.
just my take on it.
Facts, Denizen. So, Busker, what you're saying is we need to build a wall on the northern border of America between America.
No, there isn't. I did not say that. I'm just saying it's fucked up that they're letting them in like hand over fist. I mean, Biden was behind all of that.
I know. All these Canadians. Oh man, all these Canadians are pouring over our borders. We need to make sure our northern borders are strong. I want the.
Are
US
there
military
Canadians pouring over the
deployed.
borders?
Absolutely, there are. My
How
source
many?
is trust me. It's
All the
literally
Canadians I know are
brilliant.
trying to
Oh, let's see. Our actual
literally
department,
trillion.
our actual Homeland Security claims that there's a whole shit ton of people coming over the southern border.
And the northern border. You got to remember, Denizen. It's that you cannot forget about the trillions of Canadians who are coming into America.
But
And-
tens of
reality,
thousands of
are
people
there
from all
more
over the
people
world.
But
coming
chances
over
are
the
they're more
southern
likely to work.
Even some people who are north of the equator, just not from Canada, but
you're
they
right.
come in through the southern border because that's the one where they're deliberately being ushered in right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, freak is right. I forgot in my.
I know
attempt
some
to-
brown Canadians.
No, that's true. There are actually a lot of brown
Ron's
Canadians.
been on the show several times. Ron from Toronto.
But all the ones who are coming into America aren't brown. See, all the white ones are coming into America.
Dude, there's Asians coming. There's Chinese Communist Party coming into America because they're allowed to now.
They've
And
Okay.
it's not
Joe
illegal,
Biden
right?
made
The
that
Communist
happen.
Party is not illegal here.
it is literally never.
It's illegal to sneak over the border.
Yes, but
But
it's
not at this point. Like, well, might be now, but for 3 years it wasn't. Maybe 4.
it wasn't illegal for people to immigrate here.
Dude, no, I'm not talking about immigration. I'm talking about illegal entrance. Illegal entrance. There's a difference.
And we kind of facilitate it too now because there's kind of like a catch and release, and then please come back for your court date to determine.
Right.
Is
it because they need workers? What's the incentive for
workers, voters, cheaper workers?
Well, a large part of this is America does have again, like basically every industrialized country, we have a deficit in births. So the way that we make up for that is by allowing for immigration. That's basically how every modern developed country mitigates their birth rates, is by allowing for free and open immigration, because that just basically allows people to go where they want, where they're needed, and this allows for the what we're seeing. So like, I mean, if you want to fix it, then we could deindustrialize, and then we would probably stop.
Decorporatize.
Yeah.
Industrialize.
I think
because how do you fix the low birth rate problems in industrialized country without immigration?
I don't think you fix the low birth rate immediately. You're going to have a contraction. You're going to have an economic contraction of some kind. And I think like the reason why Americans don't breed anymore, part of it is because they're being discouraged to. and the
No,
other part of it, another part of it is incentives. There's the Americans have no savings anymore.
No.
And it's not people are making economic choices all the time, whether they realize it or not.
People are disincentivized
and marriage and starting a family and the incentives for starting a family and having children, all of those things matter.
But they don't stop people from having sex. People are still having sex.
Well, yes, but like Jeff, but like regardless of whether or not we're stopping, like it's stopping people from having sex, the reality is that industrialized countries have declining birth rates. So you have to address that in some way. And like I'm saying,
yes, you address it economically, and we do need a contraction.
Theory, or does it matter?
The current way that we address it is by having a
the current theory of the reasons for it. What's causing? Do they know what's causing?
Basically, it's a complicated thing, but
is it the cell phone in your pocket?
No, it's basically the idea that so when you have a country that industrializes, you have a growing middle class because you need like a bunch of like middle management, and because you have a growing middle class, you have a larger portion of people who are getting more and more educated, and when people get more and more education, they tend to have kids later and later, and they tend to have fewer kids. So like when countries industrialize and go through this process, their birth rate naturally declines. And like we've seen this happen in, again, who was it? Steve brought this up in like China. China has gone through this where they industrialized and they have a growing middle class, and they've over the past few decades have steadily had a very, very declining birth rate, because they've actually been relatively restrictive on their like sort of immigration stuff, and so they are kind of in a fucked up spot. Japan is actually another great example, where for a long time they were actually incredibly restrictive on immigration, and they have like one of the most declining birth rates.
They still are.
So you're saying when societies reach this stage of birth rate, then immigration is one of the solutions that they turn to compensate for the low birth rates?
Yes.
Dude, forget that.
Immigration, though, legal immigration.
What are some other
United States of America will no longer be the United States of America if the only people breeding are a bunch of illegals.
I mean, you could
and they breed like rabbits.
You could incentivize people within the country to like get married and have more kids through like certain government programs. There are certain Japan has attempted this. They've tried to have certain like government programs that like basically pay people to have kids, essentially.
Yeah.
It's not quite that simple. It's more like
we do that here.
It's more like if you have kids, you're given like certain like social exemptions.
You have to be married.
It's complicated. In China, I don't believe so. Though at least in America, most of ours are related to single parents.
Start pumping those puppies out.
Yeah.
Which nation do you think is going to have its culture and its values survive?
Probably America.
America.
I mean.
But what is its culture and value? It's always been this mix.
It's always been this huge mixed blend, and honestly, like in 50 years, America will probably be have two primary languages, English and Spanish, and I think that'll be a better America than today, because it means we'll just have more Mexican food, and honestly, Americans could use more
I don't
Mexican
know.
food.
My little town they have like a Tex-Mex with every corner now, and people are getting so tired of Tex-Mex down there.
Hey,
if I have to eat one more Tex-Mex,
I don't care about like the language or any of that. I care about like people, and the people who live here are the people that I care about, regardless of what language they speak or their culture, how they look.
I want to address Daniel Price. Irony: Americans complaining about immigrants yet going to other countries and expecting to have their asses kissed simply because they are American. No,
That is a stereotype of
no.
American.
It's not about It's not about immigration, legal immigration. It's about illegal entrance into this country.
Well, it does seem like you do have a problem with like people who aren't quote unquote of American culture coming in broadly.
He did say more than once, though. I heard him that he went out of his way to clarify that he was talking about illegally entering the country.
So you don't like it. You don't like it when people of other cultures illegally immigrate, but you're fine when people of other cultures legally immigrate.
Yes, because there's a process.
And
it's a necessary process. Come on.
But then why would you bring up the whole like, oh, they're bringing in other cultures and they're gonna like?
I don't know. You were being pretty strong on process this morning when you were talking about Israel.
No, I agree. I am big on process. I'm wondering though, is Busker being honest about like his...
Am I being honest?
Yes, yeah. I take him at his word that he has no problem with immigration. It's people illegally.
I mean, there was that one weird.
No problem with immigration if it's legal. Legal is the fucking word, dude.
Rewind the tape, but like you did have this weird little screed that did make it seem like.
Well, find it for us.
Make it seem like no. I did not say illegal. I did not say illegal immigration is bad. I did not say that at all. So don't put those words in my mouth.
Well, no, that's I don't think you said that. I think that
no, I didn't say that.
Did take issue.
Well, he's telling us right now. He's making it very clear what his position is. So whatever you think you're getting from him, he's telling you what his position is.
Yeah, but Liv doesn't want to take him at his word. Accept that he doesn't fucking listen. Fucking listen, dude. Legal migration is blessed. Legal migration is fucking great. Illegal is not. Not.
Except that there's a need for, is that what drives it? Is that this need for cheap labor? And so people kind of turn a blind eye.
And votes.
Because it's meeting a need kind of outside of the way the system's set up.
I'm sorry I'm yelling. I'm just a little...
I was wondering why you're so angry about it.
No,
I'm angry because people think that legal migration, illegal migration are the same thing, and I'm sick of hearing it.
Well, yeah, it's a deliberate. That's deliberately done to make you appear like you're racist or something.
Exactly, man. Yes, fucking spot on.
And then it gets insulting, and yeah, it's pissed me off a few times as well. But
yeah, dude.
I don't know. I'm just so tired with people and their stupid bullshit, I guess.
I hear you. I hear you all the way, brother. Anyway, I think I've got another stream happening in about a half an hour, so I got to hop off. Sorry if I got on here yelling, but I cannot accept that legal and illegal migration are the same thing.
I mean, I didn't say they were.
Yeah, Busker, I appreciate hearing from you. Don't worry about it at all.
All right, you take care, Jeff. You guys take care. I'll see you all later.
You too. Take care. Have a good stream.
All right.
I'm gonna wrap this one up.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that clip. Mostly just because I want to see for myself. I may.
Was it the I think some of it was the implication of racism. Like, I think Busker has a problem with brown people coming to the U.S.
I mean, it definitely it sounds.
Oh yeah, the Canadians thing.
That I think, Lib, that's
northern border Canadian white people.
I would be more cautious about that. I think that was a little unfair. I didn't get that.
I mean,
I don't think he's racist. I don't think he has a problem with brown people.
For what it's worth, when I kept going with that, it's mostly because DeFreak in the comments kept going on, and I was mostly aiming that at him.
Okay.
After the initial thing was mostly
that might have been what he was reacting to, which I don't blame him.
Well, I think he might have brought some of that to the table, right? Because it's common for
people.
That's
one of the things that started turning me off of the left. Is I take racism very seriously, especially being from the South. And that's not an accusation I just throw around. And they were suddenly accused. Everybody was racist. People that I knew for a fact were not racist were suddenly racist. They just didn't realize it. There was hidden racism. And that's when I started to like take a second look at the anti-racism movement, because it wasn't matching what I knew about racism.
I think I just accept it now. You know, if people think I'm a racist, I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Like they can think I'm a racist.
I mean, I think that is I think part of the whole thing of anti-racism is understanding that basically everyone has these sort of like implicit and explicit biases.
No, I don't believe everybody's racist. That's what I'm still saying. That's where they lost me when they were advocating against like police violence and lynching and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, that's horrible stuff. That shouldn't happen. But then when it turned into everybody's racist, then you have to find your own.
There's a reason.
That's where they lost.
There's a reason I didn't say everyone's racist. There's a reason why I said everyone has these implicit and explicit biases.
Which
we do all have. Well, the thing
isn't that what racist is?
Well, racist.
He's gonna like the woke tie it to race. Lib may not be specifically, but the DEI trainings and the anti-racism trainings do teach that everybody has these specific racial biases.
Yeah, I don't think everyone has the specific ones. I think everybody has their own sort of like.
I think that's shallow and over generalizing. I don't think everybody.
I didn't have those biases when they told me I did, but now I do. They've convinced me. The anti-racists have convinced me that I am racist.
I'm more disgusted at the idea that you would assume people have racial biases than what you're actually accusing them of. And
well, they're racist though.
To the people that are being accused of racism than to your side.
If most people are racist, then like both sides of that argument are going to be racist.
It's a good thing that you're just putting words in my mouth, and then because I don't do any of those things that you're saying.
But implicit bias based upon
you just said everybody has
inherent implicit biases,
and people use that concept to paint other people as racist.
Everybody
that is
has
the opening.
Yes, but it does not change
accusations of racism. So I said you may not be using it that way, but that is how I have seen it used.
Sure, but like the thing is,
how is it not?
Everyone does have both explicit and implicit biases, and they're different for every person because the point is,
if everybody has them, then so what? They're common to our humanity.
Yes, though I mean the difference is how they express, and some people express them in very racist manners. Now those people are much less common today than they used to be, in large part due to those kinds of
and that's not the message coming from the left. The message is not that they're less common, it's that it's everywhere and you're not seeing it, and you need to be more aware of it.
I think
that's if you accept the inherent ... too.
I agree that it's less common.
Yeah, it's absolutely
less common. Like to the point of being a non-issue.
Well, in America, I do think that like people. there are definitely other, even Western countries that still deal with. Yeah, America, because we're like such a melting pot.
So the whole thing about we have these implicit, it doesn't. None of that matter. It's not racism.
Well, no, but that's where racism comes from, is those implicit and
explicit. Right, but we just agreed that it's so minimal now, it's not even an issue.
In America.
I hope the socialists from Central America take over our government.
There are other places. Yeah.
But we need a little La Revolution.
But I'm saying like everywhere is in America, and that racism is still globally a pretty significant problem, especially in places like Europe. Europeans are...
So if I could just make an appeal to the brown people when you take over, I'll be cool, essay. I don't want no trouble, eh?
Yeah, the BLM protest
Socialismo
really only could have happened in America. If you had like BLM style protests, like on the scale that they happened, if they had happened in well, actually, probably not in France. The French are usually good about their protests, but the like in
it's illegal
like
to record cops there now.
Other European countries, yeah, they're starting to have to crack down really hard. But the French people, they always fight their way out of it. They know how to chop. If it had happened in other countries on the scale that it happened here in America, you would have
prefer Indian food too.
Like mass police.
Well, those are my two favorite though.
Like crackdowns.
Yeah, I think we were too soft too, especially in the middle of a pandemic.
Too soft? He's such a fascist.
It depends.
I like it.
I don't support
I don't
political
think
violence or unrest at all. I never have.
Hey, Denizen, just because you support anti-riot police action that's not always intrinsically fascist, for what it's worth.
I tune out when I hear the fascism word. I don't
philosophically speaking, sure, but in general,
actually,
philosophically, kinda. In general, it is pretty fascist.
Actually, philosophically speaking, being pro the state having that sort of authority is philosophically fascist. I just don't think it's practically fascist.
Yeah, but I mean, I saw your definition of fascism, and it's deliberately obtuse and myopic.
It's not.
It's like if not Hitler, not fascist.
No, that's not my definition of fascism.
Well, I mean, I read the 14 fairnesses that you said was a good description of fascism. I found it to be very lacking, and I practically disagreed with it almost to the extent it was so narrow and exclusive.
It's not that
deliberately
narrow,
so.
It's not that narrow, though. It's actually quite broad in general because it's meant to be like fascism isn't something that's like easily defined because it's a reactionary movement. It's more of a reactionary movement and less a political ideology. So like it's not actually that coherent. So again, like it seems like your problem with fascism is that like I don't know, they're fascist. Also, Daniel, Hitler was a fascist, but he was fascism basically looks different in every country that it exists in because fascism is so like ultra nationalistic that it is necessarily going to look different in each country, right? There was a phrase that fascism won't come to America draped in a swastika. It'll like come draped in an American flag and be carrying an apple pie or something. Like
there was no apple pie.
It'd
be as American as apple pie.
The point being that like American fascism would look different than German fascism.
That's why I don't take the words. Like as for communication, like for clarity of communication, it gets like a D for me. Whatever they're talking about here in America as fascism, there's other ways to describe it that are gonna make it more clear to me. I tune out when I hear fascism.
It's just broadly like an authoritarian ideology.
It seems like more like a cosplay word than anybody trying to communicate anything serious about what's going on in the United States today. Like on a policy.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
It's a pretty good word to summarize it.
I disagree. I do think like military.
In what way?
Okay, so there are definitely fascist movements in the United States. However, those movements
just describe a way in which the United States is not fascist.
Okay, the fact
how fascism is a bad descriptor for the United States.
Okay, the fact that America is still, broadly speaking, largely open to immigration. That is a very large indicator that like we aren't fascistic. Fascism is very isolationist. It is very sort of like like not open to people coming in who are different than the national spirit or the national will or whatever phrase they'll use. Again, fascism is, in America at least, not a movement that has broad appeal. It's almost too nationalistic in a lot of sense.
So having a pro-nationalistic immigration policy is, you think, exclusive to? That's an exclusive descriptor of the United States. It doesn't accurately describe the United States.
You just said one way in which we are not fascist, and I think that our
you think the United States is not like that?
Yeah, I think our immigration policy is largely open, and not like restrictive on race and ethnicity and stuff like that.
Well, race and ethnicity, that's not what you said before. You said national interests.
I mean, for most fascists,
I would agree that our fascist society doesn't give a fuck what color you are.
Most most like American fascists tend to be white nationalists of some like color or stripe. So yeah, like.
And to the extent to which that's true, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily factually 100% true, but to the extent to which it's accurate, I would say it's also accurate that we tend to favor whites in our society too.
If you want to talk about like holdover from pre sort of like civil rights movement days, I guess there are still ways in which people still are benefiting from those things, though I don't think in our current society there are any explicit ways in which we do, other than
I'm white and I don't benefit from shit.
Well, yeah, that's why I said like I don't think that, other than like there are some like very specific examples of like how people have been disenfranchised for either not being white or enfranchised for being white, but that,
I swear you were making the exact opposite argument like 45 minutes ago when Busker was here.
That what?
That there isn't any favoritism for white people in immigration specifically.
I don't think there is broadly. Actually, you could actually make the argument that there's actually a disincentivized thing for people who are white, because most of the majority white countries, the way those immigrants have to come in, they're actually held to usually higher standards than other,
unless they come through the southern border.
No, even when they come through the southern border, that like.
So then the United States does have a racial discrimination.
It's not based on racial discrimination though. It's because people who are coming from majority white countries are usually coming and like they want to be like, they're coming on like certain kinds of immigration like slips or whatever the fuck it's called, that are just more prohibitive and what's the competitive. So it's more difficult to like immigrate. Like it's more difficult to immigrate from,
because they're not refugees.
And that's part of it. But also like they're just competing for more competitive spots. You know, like they want to get in on the visa that we have for doctors, but like a bunch of doctors want to come in, so it's very competitive. And we don't have that many. Whereas like, you know, people who are coming in for like 1 or 2 year work visas, who just want to do like manual labor jobs, well, we give out a shitload of those because we, you know, utilize a lot of immigrant labor. And the people who are, you know, going for like those things tend to be from majority non-white countries, or not majority white countries.
Rather. That sounds racist.
I mean, it might sound racist. I don't.
Yeah, it's like women in tech. I think that's
so. It's that unintentional secret racism.
Well, it's not secret, and it's not like necessarily even unintentional. It's just like sort of the way the material conditions have kind of laid out. And like, yeah, sure, I may think that. Yeah, what's up?
Not today, because I want to wrap up, but I want to talk about this concept of material conditions next time and understanding, like analyzing things from a material perspective. I know the physical and the natural materialism, but this social or cultural idea of materialism and material conditions, I want to understand that better.
Yeah, I'll
Because
see if I can.
that's where Marxism and communism start, right? From material condition,
I mean, not even communism. Just like that. That's just, I think, the place where I think Marxism sort of like is most useful when you're talking about like sort of material conditions, and you're talking about like the ways in which I mean, this, when Marx was talking about it, he was usually talking specifically about like the sort of like class conflict and how the material conditions of people like affected the way that worked. But like more broadly speaking, material conditions is just a useful concept for talking about social things.
I think like I don't know that a lot of people are coming from the same. Looking through material conditions is a very specific lens. I don't think the average person is using that lens. So that might be the disconnect that I have when talking with Marxists. So maybe if I understood the material orientation better, I could start to understand their position.
Possibly. And also, I know you probably won't want to do this in your off time, especially it's a lot, but there is a Marxist economist, Dr. Richard Wolff, and he has like a bunch of his videos up on YouTube, and he talks a lot about a lot of topics. And
is he more interesting than you, or would it be more interesting coming from you?
I mean, I find him particularly riveting. He's the one who did the socialism is when the government does stuff, and it's more socialist the more stuff it does.
I think it's going to be most interesting if you try to explain it as him.
Probably, but I would still encourage you to, at the very least, check out his stuff, because he is a professor, and he's like he's a smart person. Richard Wolff, WOLF.
Like the animal.
Yeah, but with 2 F's and an E.
The economic update. Is he a black guy? No, that's Tom.
No.
Is he an old white guy?
He is an old white guy. Yeah.
Okay, I think I found him.
Most Marxists you'll find are either going to be people who are from like South America or Africa, or just old white guys. Probably from America.
From the upper echelons of America.
Yeah, they're either from the upper echelons of America, or they're just like probably an average person.
That is probably more of a key to understanding it than even materialism. I think it's a psychology that only somebody that grew up with privilege can get. Somebody like me is not going to understand how you see the world, or how you saw the world growing up that led you to this.
How then do you explain like how like there are like, I don't know, poor people from like South America who
what's
are like,
the point of contention?
Big socialists.
What is it that you guys disagree on?
I mean,
I'm not a socialist.
Yeah, that's
but you don't even know what that means.
Like I don't know what it's like to feel guilt for having privilege, or that, like there's a certain psychology that wealthy people have.
Socialism is public ownership over the means of production. It doesn't say anything about people's guilt.
Yeah, Jeff. It is worth noting that you are the one that is inferring this guilt upon other people.
No, I'm just using it as one example. I'm not saying you have it. I'm just saying when people talk about privilege and white guilt, that's one of the topics that comes up. I'm saying there's a certain.
But what does that have to do with socialism? It's got nothing to do with socialism.
Experiences that rich people are open to that I have never been. So that could be one of the things that keeps me from understanding socialism. Like
most rich people most rich people aren't pro-socialism.
Like, I don't feel this sense of responsibility for the suffering lower classes because I don't experience lower classes. So I don't like eat stuff like that.
So then that sounds like privilege, not the other way around.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I was talking about.
I don't feel
but you're the privileged one.
Wait, but I don't feel responsibility for that. I mean,
The
Again,
impoverished are chanting socialissimo for a reason, right? Yeah, sure, you don't get it. You're the one who's like got a bank and a corporation opened up in their country, and you're shipping all their dirt and everything along with it into other places in Africa and China. So why would you feel the burden of it?
Well, I mean, I don't think that Jeff is saying he doesn't understand why, for instance, people like someone who's poor in like a South American country might be pro-socialist. I think he's saying, why would someone who's like a rich white upper class American be pro-socialist?
No, what I'm actually saying is all the socialists they end up meeting tend to be white upper middle class. So there must be something about growing up that way that makes socialism more relatable or appealing to them in a way that it's not to somebody that actually grew up poor.
I think part of that might be confirmation bias, because
maybe,
the vast majority
of like all I want to do is explore the issue. I mean, that's what we do here.
Yeah.
Like,
no. And I agree. And I do
exploring. If it's not, we don't have to.
Yeah. I do think there's like a bunch of it's an interesting.
What's your point of contention, though?
You know.
Well,
he doesn't. I'm trying to understand. He doesn't understand why.
Yeah. And I'm trying to understand.
But he said he's not a socialist.
Why so many rich white upper class suburban kids are the socialist communist activists trying to dismantle capitalism? There seems to be a correlation there, and I want to understand more about it.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of that just mostly comes from the confirmation bias, because like again, I
think some of it comes from excess. The people who live in excess see how corrupted it is.
Hang on. During 2020, the Seattle riots, the vandalism, the Starbucks they set on fire, et cetera, went on for months. And when they did the statistics on it, the majority of it was affluent males, young males from the suburbs that were coming in and playing activists, getting their aggression out, getting the vibe, but they were from that strata.
Yeah, that's definitely a
that's
thing.
Not confirmation bias. That was traced directly to them statistically.
Yeah, but then you also have like, I don't know, I organized with socialists in Memphis, and most of them were like single moms who worked at as a cashier at McDonald's. Like
the children of the 1% know what it's like to live under the rule of the 1%.
End up being from that background. So from my data pool of socialists is disproportionately from that background.
Yeah.
So like I said, if you don't
know a lot of poor farmers, in other words,
it's an interesting conversation to have, but I don't want to get trapped in the gray area when we spend 3 hours talking about if we should talk about it.
No. I'm not saying we shouldn't. In fact, sorry. Like I think
did somebody say that?
No, but I think it was just like, I'm just saying that I do think that
confirmation bias seems dismissive. It seems, and I've heard it from other people too. So it seems worth exploring. There's a connection between upper class intellectuals that feel some kind of affinity or responsibility to the lower classes.
That's always been. Yeah,
it seems I didn't come from that background where I see lower classes and
human beings human beings have their kinks, and one of them is fairness. And so when you grow up rich and privileged and unaccountable, and you see that your family is corrupted and unaccountable, then you're in a front view. You have a front view seat to how fucked up the shit is.
That's exactly the kind of stuff I want to dig into and see what's there.
And like, I mean, hell,
I'm already feeling resistance.
You know about angles, right?
Like angles, math, trigonometry angles?
No. Engels. Marx and Engels, one of the guys who.
Oh, Engels. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was literally a factory owner. He literally owned a factory, and he co-wrote the Communist Manifesto.
Okay.
And funded Marx through much of his life in a lot of his like works.
Okay, that's interesting. Everything.
Yeah, it's interesting how, you know, people will go against what they are at least alleging is their class interests.
And I've said this before, like with you, but I guess it also applies to me. You don't know till you're actually in that millionaire class how you would actually feel. So all of this is really just speculation until you're in that position. And I say the same thing. If I ever become one of those people, I may suddenly decide I love their values and their lifestyle, and I don't even recognize the person I am now. Once I get a taste of that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I've
So
said that too. Though
on not
when
having had that direct
Yeah.
experience, but once I get that direct experience, that could all change it.
I like money though.
Though I did get some of that experience because I did grow up relatively wealthy.
Right. That's why I like hearing. Like, I want to understand materialism and.
But like I grew up in that
might
position,
lead
and then
socialism or Marxism or whatever.
Yeah.
Like whatever
I mean,
burdens come with that lifestyle that could lead, like, influence somebody to.
I mean, I don't think it wasn't a burden thing. It was for me, it was a purely intellectual thing. That was like kind of how
and your motivation could be completely independent of your socioeconomic background, but just so many people with your values that I meet share that background. It's just curious to me.
What values are we talking about?
And a lot of the pro-capitalist people I
feeling
meet,
guilty
are poor as shit.
It depends. There's a.
You feel guilty?
I don't.
Did you grow up feeling guilty? Or did you grow up conscious that you were different from other people? Or did you grow up with people like yourself?
No, I knew that like my experiences weren't shared by everybody. I mean, hell, just the church that I went to had a very broad span of people among, you know, different socioeconomic strata. I had people who like their parents had like stupid money, and people who like their parents you know, were struggling to pay rent every month, you know. So it's not like, you know, I only grew up surrounded by other rich people, though I did have a number of like relatively wealthy friends. I think I was a little bit grounded by the fact that my parents, their families weren't particularly wealthy. So like, you know, a lot of my extended family were just kind of like normal average people, and had normal problems, and that did help me from straying too far into like thinking, like I was forced out of that sort of like bubble of wealth.
But you were aware that there was a bubble, and you were.
Oh yeah,
wealthy bubble.
Yeah. In fact, I even had
of what kind?
I even had some conversations,
status, like class or status bubble.
Yeah, but what does the bubble? You know, what cannot permeate the bubble? Like, what are you being cut off from that makes you different?
A lot of it's just like understanding of other people's lives,
struggles,
and situations, and struggles. Like it was one of the things that I actually very explicit. My mom had some very explicit conversations with me about, because it was my sister had made some. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was some weird comments to some of her friends who weren't as well off, about like just the money. This was when we were like 10 and 11, so not that old but not that young. And my mom like sort of sat down and sort of had a conversation with me and my sister about how, you know, in particular, our family was very blessed, and that it's something that we shouldn't take for granted, that we should always be mindful of the fact that just because, you know, we grew up having all of these things, it doesn't mean that everyone did. And it's important to understand where other people are coming from, and their sort of like life situations.
Did that mean anything to you at that age? Did you understand what she was saying?
I think I understood it to an extent, but I understand it a lot more now. I think that conversation was important.
So
to have.
you grew up watching people struggle in a way that I did not, and that alone would like make me think that the world is people are suffering and struggling, and oh my God, we could improve this. And
well, they are though.
I mean, not everyone.
From his perspective, they are for sure.
No, I mean the numbers. The kind like for you to just go through life without having a lot of struggle and hardship.
Well,
that's the rarity. So what you're saying is still true. That each of those experiences definitely would color everybody's outlook.
I think people
but we do have some objective data we can go by.
Affluent people struggle less with the material things that people like you and I struggle with financially, and so they watch us struggle all the time, and they don't have to struggle with any of that, and so they have a different perspective on us than we have on ourselves.
Oh yeah, being inside the struggle.
Yeah, and so
them,
for sure, it looks like we're struggling and suffering in a way that they're not, and so they would feel like compassion but it didn't feel like struggling to us growing up. It just felt like normal life.
Yeah, I think most of normal life for most people, for most human history, has been some degree of struggle. Today, actually, in the modern day in the West, we actually have some pretty historically little struggles, in large part due to the sort of technology and stuff like that. We're a lot safer, more stable. Lives are generally more stable than they have been in the past. Though again, you're kind of comparing to in Europe, there could be wars every other week that could burn down your entire village, and now we don't have that.
Well,
yeah, I think that's
we sort of do.
But I think that's improvement. Right?
I mean, I know this chick from Ukraine that would argue with what you just said, literally.
About what would she say?
Her village literally was run over by Russian tanks, and the apartment building where her dad lives was blown up.
I'm talking about it being common, though. Like the Ukraine thing is uncommon. Like the invasion of Ukraine happening is not a common occurrence. Whereas, if you look at medieval Europe, it was not exactly uncommon for violence and death to visit places. Yeah, and so I think just growing up being cognizant of the fact that my family didn't have to struggle at all, and then then going out in the into the quote unquote real world, living on my own and stuff like that, and then living life just outside, especially living life outside of that bubble, I think was one of the big sort of keystone moments for me.
Seeing how the other half lives.
I mean, not even just that, just living outside of that bubble. Just
who has the more objective perspective?
I mean, no one has an objective perspective.
Who has the more objective perspective?
I don't think any I don't think perspectives can be objective, because it's their perspectives. That's the point, is they change depending on stuff.
Who has the larger picture?
I mean, I think there's things that rich people miss, very basic things, but I think there's things that they see. They have the big picture, or the aerial view of things we don't. So they put the world together a different way and prioritize.
And who has more information?
In this day and age, it's hard to say, because it seems like everybody has access to.
Yeah,
maybe they have the ability to pay so they could get a little more information.
What about in the example that was used between the medieval people and today?
Here, I will say that I think that today we all equally have the same amount of misinformation. That's what we have.
And what about us compared to the medieval people?
We have significantly more information.
Okay.
Though I think we're propagandized to about the same.
Well,
maybe not the same way.
You see it everywhere.
Well,
it is everywhere.
I don't know who you follow. Like the people I follow, for the most part, I don't think they're propagandizing me. I feel like I can vet.
When you're in the suffering, you're not aware of it. You just conceded that.
Huh? Well, y'all are both.
When you're in the suffering, you're not aware of it. You just go about your day, living your life, and most humans are happy. We're good at getting joy out of this existence.
And I keep asking you over and over, what is it I'm not aware of that I'm being controlled or whatever?
I've told you.
I'm not trying. So if you see the bubble from the outside, it seems like you could help break mine, but you
can have no. Fuck it. Keep your bubble. Fuck, I don't want to break your bubble.
I have no choice because you can't break me out of it.
I'm not trying. I would never try to. Well, I have never tried to, and I will never try to.
You sucked at it.
You both.
I will never try to break you out of your bubble.
I can't tell you anything about what the bubble.
I just want you to acknowledge that you admitted that if you were inside the bubble, you would have no idea that you were inside the bubble, and you did.
Yeah, but you claim to have that superior,
and that the people back in low information times in history would be less aware than the people in the current time with more information.
So I think, part of the issue that got all this started is I should re-emphasize that when I talk about propaganda, I'm using that term like, I guess, more neutrally. Propaganda isn't something that's like inherently bad or evil or something like that.
No, but I assume intent when I hear that word because it implies that
it does have intent.
Well, yeah, propaganda does have intent,
and it is everywhere.
Intent is not always like evil or bad or nefarious. Sometimes it's just like they're like, okay,
it does have a negative connotation. At least for my generation, it did.
Okay, well maybe. Okay,
it should.
Maybe this is just like a me autism thing. I don't like. When I'm using the term propaganda, I'm using it as in a more neutral sense because it's many things can be described as propaganda. They're not like bad. Like there can be pro-science.
Yeah, advertising is propaganda.
Yeah, and I may have issues with advertising, but my issues with it are not that it's propaganda.
The propaganda in the United States is pretty.
What I forgot the larger point already.
My larger point is that like while people today definitely have access and are propagandized to more, I do think we also have the ability to like find out information about topics than people did.
I don't seem to be having that big of an issue navigating the information sphere.
Yeah, I mean, I do think
we're in an information glut.
Yeah,
it's I think information, and I still find no trouble. But I'm confident in my critical faculties that I like picked up as a kid. Like I have specific skills that I'm using.
Yeah, no, I agree. I also feel relatively confident in my ability of discernment, and like that's one of the reasons why I don't think.
Well, how come we're coming to different conclusions? Because that's one thing
I'm
I hope
very
can help with is help people figure that kind of stuff out.
I mean, we have different experiences. We probably do. We're probably using, like, undoubtedly, one or both of us is absolutely being bamboozled in some degree. Because of course we are. We're humans. We're fallible.
You think that's air you're breathing?
I can't think of a better note to end on.
I mean, I think
I am uncertain as fuck. You guys are way too in control for me.
Oh no,
you got it all figured out. Like
it's not
I can barely tell reality. Like I'm not even sure what reality is at this point. That we are down the fucking Baudrillard fucking rabbit hole, dude.
Denizen.
I never knew. I used to laugh at Baudrillard when I was a kid in high school studying this stuff for fun. I used to laugh at Baudrillard, and now I live in his world. That was the punishment for my arrogance.
Yeah, but you were the one that started all that when you took you studied a dollar too closely or too hard or something. So something happened with you way early that led you into all this.
Yeah, it's called having the access to information, a curiosity, and an intelligence to process it.
Something happened with your brain that day.
Yeah, I became aware.
Something
you were not aware of.
Yeah, I have no, I did not have that experience and spend that amount of time. So I don't have that insight that you gained from that.
I don't know if it's insight. That's giving me too much credit. It's merely an awareness.
Okay.
I lack insight. I would say I lack insight. I am not wise. I am not.
Get some utility out of.
I do think today that we have more of an ability to figure out whether or not we're being lied to. But I view that as more of a positive than a negative. Like, again, in medieval Europe, the French, you have those French peasants couldn't really tell if their lord was lying to them when he said that the people one village over called them scruffy little nerf herders. It was difficult for them to.
His word.
They kind of just had, and then also they had to because he was their lord,
right.
and they
couldn't
say no.
With the boss.
So I guess my experience is I'm really surprised by all of the stuff that you guys are still convinced you're not being lied to about when we have access to so much information.
How come you can't tell me a single one? Every time I ask you, you can't name a single one.
Dude, you're older than me, and you're not aware of it. That says everything I need to know about the amount of effort you put into looking towards these things.
I'm on the other side of the lie bubble. Like I'm outside of it. I'm not.
It's
happened to the generation after me.
Here, hold on 1 second. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. But wouldn't you think if someone kept insisting over and over you're being lied to, that they'd be able to tell you what one of the lies are? That just makes no sense.
Oh, I tell you what the lies are all the time. You ask me to cite an article when I do it.
Name one. Name something I'm being lied to about right now.
Yeah, don't you?
You are going to have to.
The war in Ukraine.
You want me to believe it? I don't know anything about it, so
I know you don't.
You don't know what I'm being told about it or not.
I mean,
yes, I do. I have access to media.
You don't know what I read about Ukraine. You have no way to know the information.
But I know that whatever you're reading, you're being lied to.
I do.
How do you know what I'm reading?
Yeah.
So you're saying every single source out there except your own brain is lying about Ukraine. Every single one.
Every major source of information about the war in Ukraine.
You're the only. You have the sole hotline.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
You don't want to hear what I have to say. Well, I'm going to try a quote.
Is this making sense to you? Am I reading this accurately? Is he?
No, I do. And the thing is, like, I do, to a certain extent. Like, the problem is that he's not wrong in that there are definitely like people who are lying about things all the time.
Yeah, but if you go around telling people that, aren't the people going to want to know the lies? Like, don't they think you're telling them for the reason of?
Also, it's worth noting and not everyone is lying.
You're being lied to, but I can't tell you what the lies are. I don't
tell you
know
the
what
lies
they are.
too.
I just know
I tell you the lies. Every time we have a podcast, you get told them, and then you don't get a citation, and then you go on these tangents where you weren't told anything.
Help me out here. It's not easy.
So if you want,
I really don't know what to do at this point. Google. I don't know how the government's lying to me.
You keep referring to, just name one.
Listen, if you want to not be lied to about the war,
that we're fighting the war in Ukraine because we care about Ukrainian, we care about Ukrainian sovereignty.
Right.
That the motivation for the war is because the United States supports democracy. Do you want to hear it? See, he doesn't even want to hear it. You won't tell me any reasons. You won't tell me any lies. Can you hear anything I'm saying? I can't hear you.
What's the specific lie?
The specific lie is that we're fighting the war in Ukraine because we support democracy. That we care about the Ukrainian people. Any of the shit you're being told, all of the motivations you're being told are lies. Are lies.
This conversation is stupid. This is such a.
Also, if you want
dumb
some good,
I don't think it's stupid. I think it's awesome.
Very, very balanced information about the war in Ukraine. There's a YouTuber named Perun, Perun, who is he does like.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry, Lib. Tell me again. Who?
Perun, Perun. He does like
as in Paul. P-E-R-U-N.
Okay. Yeah, he's specializes in like military procurement.
Australian? Is he Australian?
Yeah, he's
All
Australian.
right.
Yeah. And he has a lot of really good videos on not just like the Ukraine war, but like even more hyper specific things like, oh, hey, there's this new weapon system that the Ukrainians are using and blah, blah, blah. Or, hey, why are the Russians having to pull out T-65 tanks out of the shop and put them on the front lines and stuff like that. And he does a pretty good, I think, neutral take on a lot of things. He's obviously like pro-NATO, pro-Western, but like, he approaches it in a very like
let me ask you this, because this
what are you guys talking about?
Hang on, this is important. If we're living in a time where it's easier to tell when we're being lied to, then how do we tell? That is the question on everyone's mind, because that is what we keep encountering on these streams all the time. Is people feeling that other people have been lied to, but they somehow know it, but the other person doesn't. So how can someone tell if they're being lied to?
You have to engage with the media on its own terms. So, like, for example, one of the ways I found blatant lies was coverage in a local election that I took part in. And it wasn't, something they could have just got wrong, or it was a little bit of perspective. It was blatant lies about the order of events in which occurred.
Like in a newspaper article or on a blog?
In this particular instance, it was on CNN.
Oh, so on video, like a video report about it.
It was John Roberts, I think. That's the guy who used to be at Fox, I think. And he was at a desk with, I can't remember the female, and they were just talking about an I was involved in one of the campaigns, and I was also in the election room as a volunteer for the state.
Damn, Denizen's has done better his civic responsibility than like fucking anyone on the panel.
I know.
Oh God.
I tried to run and change things myself. So
we're getting his pre-Batman story.
Where was I though?
About the coverage, how you noticed a blatant lie.
Yeah, I mean that can happen.
Yeah.
There's no one way to sort of like distinguish. I think it's a skill set that people have to develop.
Yes, well that's the thing, and I didn't articulate it very well either. But that's the key. Is it's what it is? It's investigative journalism. Is what it is.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but how do you know you're coming to journalism? Is hard.
Yeah,
it is. It is, but I would get on the plane and go places.
You don't have anything to check it against other than your own imagination.
Well, it's not your own imagination.
Well,
usually it's like trying to find.
It is your own imagination.
There's some objectively
connect whatever little random facts you're tying together. It happens.
There's some things that just didn't happen that are reported on TV as though they happened. And when you go there and you involve yourself in those things directly, and you get your own eyewitness, and you talk to other people that were there, I mean, sure, everything is subjective, right? I'm not going to argue against that, but
I agree.
Well, when it comes to human,
and it's programming, they're lying for a reason.
Who's they? How?
In this case, whoever wrote that shit for John Roberts, who didn't even write it himself.
On this stream, are we being programmed? It feels like we're having an ordinary, spontaneous,
it's the
organic conversation.
Yeah, this is definitely programming.
Well, Jeff, please subscribe and encourage your friends to watch and subscribe.
Yes, tell your friend. We are trying hard. We're wanting to get. If we get to 500, we can get monetized, and then we'll be able to do even more. This is a community effort, a community project. Yeah. So anybody that wants to get involved, send them over. So Denizen, what were you saying?
That I was involved in an election that I caught the news lying about, and that was just because that was an easy example for me.
Sure.
Yeah, they admit they lie all the time too.
There's deception out there.
Operation Ajax. We were talking about that the other day.
I think that assuming it's coordinated is a big.
I think it might have even been yesterday.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely like some instances of lies being coordinated, but I don't. Usually, that's only something you learn decades after the fact.
But it still doesn't, like, whatever happened in this election that I don't even know about doesn't tell me what I'm being lied to about. Like, what in my life today, what am I lying to me about? What?
They're going to tell you what they're lying to you about in a couple of decades, just like he said.
What do I think? Tell me one thing I think right now that I was programmed to think.
Oh, well, everything you think you were programmed to think. That doesn't mean it's not true.
How do you know? How do you know anything about my education?
Because that's how humans are educated. It's how brains work.
And your own experience.
It's everybody.
A lot of this is psychology.
It's everybody. Humans are programmed.
No, not everybody is made the same, genetically wired the same, and not everybody.
Well, maybe some. Yeah, there might. So maybe you're that 0.001%, Jeff. And that's why you agree with the state so much, because its propaganda has such a little effect on you.
Because I studied American history and grew up with Schoolhouse Rock. Maybe that was the propaganda. America Rock.
Schoolhouse Rock is fucking propaganda, bro.
There you go. Die-hard Schoolhouse Rock.
For children, for literal children. G.I. Joe was propaganda.
Oh, I copyright. Damn it. I can't sing them.
If you don't understand these basic realities of human existence, there's no way to have a conversation with you.
I hate it's
copyright that, bitches.
I hate that you keep like talking about propaganda as if it's some like nefarious negative.
Well, because most people associate it with that as.
I know, but it isn't. Like, but the thing is,
you're the outlier here.
I don't remember using the word nefarious, to be honest with you.
Well, no, but you're implying that it's something like bad.
Ulterior purpose. There's deception involved. Otherwise, they just come out and say.
Of course, deception's involved. Yeah. Otherwise, they would just come out and say what they're really doing, which they do. They do in different circles. If you go, and that's another thing. If you go investigate yourself, you can hear what Hillary Clinton says about the Iraq War when she's in a room full of people that the cameras aren't allowed in.
One of those eyes wide shut parties. Did you have?
I've been to a lot of different political events where people say things they don't say in front of other people. Yeah. There were no orgies at the ones I went to, though, Jeff. I've seen how politics work.
You're supporting the wrong candidates.
Yeah, you gotta go to the ones with orgies, all right? Honestly, both of the parties have the orgies.
Yeah, I mean, a satanic orgy would definitely
honestly, the Republican orgies are probably way more fun than the Democrat orgies.
I would love to go to a Republican orgy.
Like, oh my god. Well, I mean,
I don't know. They might be a little too gay for me.
I mean, I guess I'd want to be careful, because who knows which orgies are going to be run by the wrong kind of people. The Republican is probably more likely to have gay people though. So
what do you? Okay, here I want to throw this out, and y'all can ponder it for a day and come back and tell me what you think. But who do you better in bed? I think Republicans. I don't think leftists. Guys, at least, so they don't act like they have a lot of experience. So they don't have that natural drive.
So the difference would be if you're talking about like Republican versus Democrat.
It's not a question of better; it's satisfied. Republicans are more satisfied.
So, there's they can be pleased, and there's nothing you can do to please. There's always going to be that.
Could be. It could be. And then being more experienced at sex, being more liberal, so to speak, and being more promiscuous wouldn't necessarily give your partner a more satisfying experience. So being technically better at sex doesn't necessarily
promiscuity with left.
Say again?
You assume promiscuity with someone on the left?
Yeah, absolutely.
So actually,
I don't believe in left-right paradigms, first of all. But in order to go with this conversation,
it feels like I end up doing more of the work when I'm with somebody on the left.
In my experience, sex is a lot kinkier with more conservative people.
Sure, they've got more shit in their closet.
I mean, I don't even know if that's it. I just know that but
kinkier with less people, though.
I mean, that's true, but
well, anyway, it's something to ponder. I wanted to like throw that out at the end and just give y'all
leftists are
something
the
to
most
think about.
kinky though, because that's where you that's the
It's
leftists.
the extremes.
That's
Yeah.
where you get to, no leftists. That's where you get to the polycule stuff.
It's where you get to the extremes.
I don't consider polycule necessarily kink. Like I have been more than disappointed with the kink on the left. It has not left me satisfied at all. Again, like I have the thing that I have to do most of the work. Like I'm babysitting children and I have to carry the thing because they're the ones fumbling at it.
Yes, Joe.
Some of it's the collectivism. It's like none of them can do anything on their own. They all have to make sure they're doing what the people around them are doing, and that's not what kink is about to me. I'm a centrist. I'm a based.
No, he's actually a leftist, Joe. I'm gonna convert
former
him
leftist.
I'm gonna convert him one of these days.
No, Lib is so far into centrism now. I don't think he's ever gonna make it fully back to the left.
That's very funny.
Yes,
that
what Denizen says. You would claim that. Finally, I feel seen. We had a breakthrough.
All right, I'm gonna be too trans for the centrists though.
There's a kindness in you, Jeff.
We have a Discord as well. We hang out. Yeah. Where I'm gonna head after this to watch some TV with Frank.
Do you not?
That's the bubble I do intend to burst. Jeff's niceness bubble.
Where do you put the Discord?
My niceness bubble?
Yeah, I see a kindness in
12 in politeness on the Big 5 test out of 100.
I believe it, but
I'm going
to bring it out onto this panel.
Nice, it just blows my mind. Like, what kind of people do you hang around your life that I'm the nice one? But I appreciate it.
I think you are nice.
Oh, well, thank you, sugar. All right.
I do actually think you're
telling
nice.
us for kink. Hang on.
Like Judy everything.
Well, because some people experience pain as pleasure, or that mix of pleasure and pain. It's like a sensation. It's kind of like salt and sweet together. I guess like pineapple on a pizza, and it's there's a pleasure to the pain, and so it starts to cancel out the pain, and it's this. I don't know. Maybe it's sophisticated, complex.
Fear and endorphins like to make babies too.
To a lesser extent, it's like
civilized.
It's like when people are like rough with each other during sex. Like that's a lower level than like the actual like super pain. But like, you know, a little bit of roughness, you know, is painful, but in a pleasurable way. You know, like but where it doesn't like quite reach sadism, you know. But like that whole like,
it's the erotic and the aggression instincts get fused. Or
Auntie, that is oftentimes what can happen for people.
I have kink trauma. My trauma is specifically from a very fucked up kink situation, and it can if they don't know what they're doing and they don't know how to do aftercare, it can. Kink is for adult. It's for psychologically mature adults.
Yes,
and I learned the hard way. It's not to be played with.
Oh my God, the amount of liberal men. I say this, I know that they're liberal, like explicitly liberal men. And it's always fucking men who think they're like some big bad dom.
I'm sure I could find some women.
In my experience, they've usually been men who are just bad doms because they don't believe in aftercare. Like, or not, they don't believe in it, but it's so fucked up and stupid. Like they're like, oh, I'm the dom, I'm the top, I shouldn't. Yeah, like that's super fucked up. Like, it's not good at all, or healthy, or appropriate. It's actually,
and you don't really know until after if they have to care or not. So you're taking a gamble every time.
Well, that's why you have good communication.
The more time you can take to build the trust, etc. But then there's also other like factors driving you. So
DeFreak, it's basically being pampered after having
not a dominate. Have the common decency to give him a reach around. I got my eye on you.
I mean, kind of, yeah. Actually,
no, it was way more complicated than that. It was a guy, and it was
it was a guy, which is inherently more complicated because of the cock, you know.
And it went really bad from there.
Yeah.
It was definitely kink gone bad. And I was he had zero experience sexually Kink-wise, aftercare-wise, none. He had no tool set. He fucked up the scene. He had no ability to get out of it. So I was like the adult in the room with all of the know-how that had to, and I was the one in the drama, and I was the only one with the ability to even had a chance of getting us out of it. So it was a fucked up situation.
Yeah,
and there was no other people involved. Like no third party knew what we were doing. It was we were so private about all of it. So there was no other like source to turn to.
Yeah, always be careful when you're doing kink. Make sure that you and the person that you're doing it with are both, prepared to stop, I guess.
Yeah, make sure you have a support network. Make sure like it.
Is there sex without kink?
Totally irresponsible on my part. So I blame myself for most of it.
Why go through all the extra steps?
Why do any you started the conversation with the drive that brings people together, it gets them into relationships in the first place.
So just make it more intense.
I've had kinky sex before. It's definitely more fun in my experience. I mean, not for everybody, but for me, in doing it, it was definitely more fun.
That's what I was thinking. He put it in normal person terminology.
Thank you. We end on.
My brain was trying to put that into words.
Maybe mine came later. It was submerged, but I didn't know it was there, know what it was, and then it got activated at some point, and then I couldn't go back to normal.
Activated.
But it wasn't
kink mode activated. Pink boots on. I can only speak for myself.
I could see this being a motivation for some people, even a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like you reach a plateau.
Jeff is going to fist fuck you.
And you're ready to add some spice and some excitement. I can see that being one like pathway into it. For me, it was more like it was like a second coming out. Like gay was always there, but it didn't really register until puberty, and that's when it came out. And then like kink was always there, but it didn't come out till later as an adult under the right stimulus to make me aware that it was there. If any of that makes sense. And I think I will end on that today because we're piling on so much here at the end.
For me, it's a more intimate kind of sex. It just requires more sort of vulnerability and intimacy, and I very much like that. I like.
Did another person introduce you to it, or did you seek it out?
I found it online. It was the AOL chat rooms, and I started reading different profiles, and they were mentioning stuff that because you don't have that in person. Like at a bar, nobody. Like list off their kinks and all that kind of stuff. So seeing it in these profiles, it subtly made me aware that people actually do this. It's not just fantasy, and that I also had it inside of me. And I'm like, this is what I was looking for the whole time. I just didn't realize it was even an option or a possibility. And now that I know it's there, I need to reorient to this lifestyle.
Hey, you too, Lip?
Yeah, to a certain extent. I discovered it. I mean, I discovered it via fan fiction, but same kind of thing.
Yeah, you see it somewhere external, and then you realize it's you could take it seriously as a possibility, and then it just kind of.
Does that mean you're a furry?
No, I have friends that are furries. I'm personally not a furry. Yeah, I'm not either. I don't identify as an animal, though.
I don't even know what I would be.
I will say furries are some of the best porn artists in the world.
A lot of the ones I know are autistic, and it's like an outlet for their autism or a way of finding their identity.
Yeah. It's definitely
all of the colors of the rainbow.
Yep, exactly.
Before the rainbow got co-opted, we need something else now for neurodivergence. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. We're here 7 days a week. We do this every day at the same time, 2 p.m. Central. I think we'll end on the Freak's comment here. Thank y'all for hanging out.
No, we should end on Daniel. Next, they'll try to go from furries to Furbies. That's what we should end on. There we go.
Aren't Furbies those little?
They're creepy as fuck. Yeah. From like the 90s.
My brother had one. Or was that Teddy Ruxpin? But I don't know.
They're creepy as fuck. Anyways,
yeah. Take care, everyone.
Take care, be well.
Be here tomorrow, and I'll go hang out in the Discord and kind of wind down from all this stimulation, which was very enjoyable, but so is watching Big Brother with Frank. Denizen, could you not see the chat as it was happening? Yeah, I love the chat. That's one of my favorite parts of this stream. Okay, take care, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow.